at the imperial palace of the Great Kayan dynasty in the capital city of the parallel world. It was a tranquil morning. The former emperor, Tu Kaienjun, died in battle, and his fourth son, Tu Yi, ascended to the throne. However, Tu Yi wasn't the designated heir appointed by Tu Kaienjun in his lifetime because he was a complete wastrel, indulging in debauchery and incompetence, but he inherited the throne due to the support of corrupt officials. Tu Yi was confused when he heard those things. He seemed surprised to hear his name being called a useless emperor. Tu Yi was distressed as he wondered if he was the one being talked about. He recalled that not long ago, he, as a modern person, was watching dance videos while discussing things on a certain forum. Someone asked on the forum which dynasty they would want to travel to if they could go back in time, and he gave his laptop the middle finger when he read that question, and he exclaimed that it was ridiculous. Tu Yi was on fire, and he typed on his keyboard like a maniac. He asked the person what was wrong with them, arguing that going back to ancient times meant risking all sorts of deaths, and that he might not even end up becoming an emperor with 3,000 concubines. So being born in their era is the best, so he should be grateful, and he posted his answer. Back to his current situation, Tu Yi could not believe that they couldn't handle him, asserting that time travel is ridiculous, so they threw him into that ghostly Kayan dynasty and gave him a crappy setup. Suddenly, his bracelet notified him that the national downfall system was activated. The system greeted Tu Yi as the host and informed him that he was his AI assistant, Downfall Bracelet, and he could call him Downey. Tu Yi was petrified as he wondered what the hell that downfall system was, and he inquired if they were messing with him. Downey explained that the system was generated from Tu Yi's desires, so in simple terms, as long as he brought about the downfall of the Kayan dynasty, he could return to reality, and he wished him good luck and assured that he would assist him with all his might. When Tu Yi heard that bringing about the downfall of the Kayan dynasty could bring him back to reality, he stared intensely at Downey as he remarked that he had never heard of such a bizarre time travel setup. And when the girl beside him noticed his reaction, she wondered why he, the useless Prince Tu Yi, was suddenly zoning out. The girl mentioned that Tu Yi used to give her creepy smiles whenever he saw her, but something felt different that day. She was startled when Tu Yi suddenly looked at her. Tu Yi seemed to have seen something horrifying, and as he wondered what the heck it was, Downey revealed that the girl, Zhao Shu, was Zhao Zhuo's adopted daughter, who was given to Tu Yi as a concubine to better monitor and control him. He could see Zhao Shu's information and data, and he questioned why he could see those, just like playing a game, to which Downey explained that it was a warm-hearted auxiliary function bestowed upon him by Big Downfall. So whenever it concerned key figures related to the downfall target, he could access their information and data at any time to know them inside and out and win 100 battles. On the other hand, Zhao Shu was also astonished, and she asked herself if that was just her imagination. Zhao Shu noted that in an instant, when Tu Yi gazed at her, it seemed like a spark flashed in his eyes. Tu Yi admitted that Zhao Shu was a beautiful lady who was arranged by Zhao Zhuo to monitor him, and she was quite charming. While on the other hand, Zhao Shu thought that her proud acting skills seemed to have been seen through by Tu Yi with just one glance. Tu Yi looked troubled as he continued to look at Zhao Shu. Suddenly, a man called Tu Yi and commented that he had seemed distracted for a while, and asked him if there was something on his mind. Seeing the two men in front of him, Tu Yi wondered if they were the corrupt officials mentioned in the opening narration, and if he could see their information too. Looking at the man who just talked to Tu Yi, Downey identified that it was Lai Tianyuan, the right prime minister of the Kayan dynasty and the plastic brother of Zhao Zhuo, who sees Tu Yi as a controllable puppet and is attempting to crown him as emperor. Looking at the other man who was busy eating, Downey pointed out that it was Zhao Zhuo, the left prime minister of the Kayan dynasty and the plastic brother of Lai Tianyuan, who also sees Tu Yi as a controllable puppet and is attempting to crown him as emperor. Tu Yi's expression was grim when he saw their information, thinking that Lai Tianyuan's political power and Machiavellianism values are off the charts while Zhao Zhuo's values are slightly lower. But he has no weaknesses, like a hexagonal warrior, and as Zhao Shu saw Tu Yi's expression, she remarked that it was the first time he had shown such a cold gaze, and it was terrifying yet strangely exhilarating. Suddenly, Zhao Zhuo called Lai Tianyuan. Zhao Zhuo remarked that Tu Yi is probably worried that the throne he was about to grab might not be stable. But Tu Yi calmly responded that it was not the case at all because he wished the throne would be unstable sooner, and the country would fall sooner. And Zhao Shu noted that even in the face of insults from her adoptive father, Tu Yi remained calm, so she wondered when he became so inscrutable. Standing from his seat, Zhao Zhuo stated that, after all, the late emperor's will before his death was for Tu Su, who was leading troops outside, to ascend the throne. Tu Yi realized that the previous emperor's designated heir was called Tu Su, who seemed to be currently outside the capital, leading troops. As Zhao Zhuo said that they were currently going against the late emperor's will and preparing to support Tu Yi's ascension to the throne, Tu Yi remarked that it was no wonder that those two prime ministers were brazenly staying in the capital. While smacking the coffin, Zhao Zhuo commented that although Tu Qianjun might not just pop open the coffin and kill them, the same can't be said for Tu Su. Zhao Zhuo approached Tu Yi and mentioned that, after all, the news of the late emperor's death hasn't spread yet. He was sinister when he suggested to Tu Yi that they have the imperial seal in their hands at the moment, so maybe it was better to strike first and issue a decree. Zhao Zhuo suggested that Tu Yi should allow Tu Su to accompany the late emperor in death. Tu Yi considered that if he followed their plan and issued the decree to kill Tu Su, he would secure the throne, but it wouldn't help achieve the goal of destroying the country quickly. He knew that he would be like a puppet at their mercy, and he lamented that the late emperor's body was still warm. Yet his two most trusted ministers have already defied his last wishes, conspiring to crown a useless prince as emperor to control the realm. Tu Yi complained that he couldn't watch dramas there. There were no cute girls to watch, and he was just being manipulated by those two old coins. He was appalled, as he remarked that he didn't want to live like that for another second. Tu Yi was troubled as he wondered what he should do. Suddenly, his attention was focused on the imperial seal. Tu Yi suddenly grabbed the imperial seal, which surprised Zhao Zhuo, and he declared that he should just take them down. Zhao Zhuo was horrified, and he questioned Tu Yi about what he was doing. Raising the imperial seal away from him, Zhao Zhuo demanded to know what Tu Yi meant by doing such a thing, while Tu Yi explained that if he died, it would be as if the Qian dynasty was finished and it was perfect, so he urged Zhao Zhuo in his mind to take him down. Tu Yi declared that since he is the emperor, he will keep the imperial seal from that day forward, and who he will kill or spare will be up to him. Meanwhile, Zhao Shu was wondering if Tu Yi was originally a man who dared to confront Zhao Zhuo like that, and she blushed when she heard his domineering lines. As Tu Yi asked who was in favor and who was against what he stated, Zhao Shu observed his facial expression and his tense body language, and she remarked that he was a bold man. Zhao Shu's face turned red as she continued to observe Tu Yi. As she watched how Tu Yi taunted Zhao Zhuo, Zhao Shu commented that Tu Yi's previous behavior was all an act. Zhao Shu noted that with the imperial seal in Tu Yi's hands, he was showing his true self, while Zhao Zhuo must be fuming. Enraged, Zhao Zhuo exclaimed that Tu Yi was getting arrogant before even ascending to the throne, and that if he had the power to lift him up, he would have the power to bring him down. Tu Yi continued to taunt Zhao Zhuo and challenged that he should come on to hurry up and kill him, and he remarked that Zhao Zhuo was a man with a martial prowess value of 77, so he shouldn't disappoint him. Zhao Zhuo charged at Tu Yi and shouted that he should watch him choke him to death, while Zhao Shu was trying to stop him, urging that he should calm down. Suddenly, Lai Tianyuan chimed in, and he interjected that the both of them should stop arguing as they all have the same goal, and suggested that they calm down first. Tu Yi was disappointed when he saw that Lai Tianyuan was quite composed, but he smirked as he remarked that it looked like they needed to add some fuel to the fire. As Lai Tianyuan was about to suggest something, Tu Yi dropped the imperial seal in his hand. Lai Tianyuan's expression turned grim as the imperial seal crashed on the ground, while Tu Yi lightheartedly muttered oops, and Zhao Zhuo was horrified. Tu Yi nonchalantly replied that it was his bad that it slipped, but he knew that the imperial seal symbolized the destiny and authority of the Qian dynasty, and it was the emperor's command to the countries and a token of ruling the world. Tu Qianjun called himself Qian Yuan Emperor, implying that the Qian dynasty could last for generations. Tu Yi was aware that breaking the imperial seal was a capital offense, so he didn't believe Lai Tianyuan could endure a provocation to that extent. Looking at Lai Tianyuan's terrifying expression, Tu Yi wondered if he was going to kill him at that moment and let him accomplish the task of destroying the country. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhuo was mad at Tu Yi that he was pointing at him aggressively, and he was lost for words. As Zhao Zhuo was about to continue scolding Tu Yi, someone interjected and stopped him. It was Lai Tianyuan, and he explained that their majesty was just joking and that the whole world belongs to Tu Yi, let alone a piece of jade. Tu Yi was disappointed again when Lai Tianyuan explained that it was not a big deal if it was broken. Lai Tianyuan advised Tu Yi that it was getting late, so he should rest early as they could discuss other matters another day. Lai Tianyuan and Zhao Zhuo both walked away, and Tu Yi tried to stop them. Tu Yi asked them if the emperor and common people weren't equal under the law and if they were not going to kill him. A few moments later, in a different building, Zhao Zhuo was with Lai Tianyuan, and he suggested that they must find a way to get rid of Tu Yi. Lai Tianyuan inquired Zhao Zhuo if he knew the consequences of eliminating Tu Yi, and Zhao Zhuo questioned him about what consequences there could be and called him a spineless fool for still calling the kid Tu Yi, Your Majesty. But Lai Tianyuan faced Zhao Zhuo and called him foolish. Lai Tianyuan asked Zhao Zhuo to guess if they, as the late emperor's trusted ministers, would be the first target of Tu Su's investigation and punishment if Prince Tu Yi died in the capital under suspicious circumstances while Prince Tu Su was leading troops outside. Zhao Zhuo was in disbelief when Lai Tianyuan explained that Tu Yi breaking the imperial seal meant that they had lost a bargaining chip against Tu Su, so they could only rely on Tu Yi to ascend to the throne, so they couldn't get rid of him at the moment. Zhao Zhuo paused for a moment and asked Lai Tianyuan if he was suggesting that Tu Yi deliberately broke the imperial seal to prevent him from killing Tu Su, and Lai Tianyuan confirmed. Lai Tianyuan clarified that originally Tu Su was a stumbling block on Tu Yi's path to the throne, but since Tu Yi's ascension was a certainty, he had to reconsider his relationship with Tu Su. He added that on the continent of the Otherworld, with various countries vying for dominance and countless lives suffering, the Kaiyan dynasty ultimately pacified the region and unified the northern continent. So the presence of Tu Su, who holds heavy military power, makes them tread carefully in the court, unable to overshadow Tu Yi too much. Lai Tianyuan warned that if they press Tu Yi too hard, he might allow Tu Su to enter the capital and ruin their plans, and they can't dare to risk that. He also suggested that Tu Yi might even use triangular relationships to control them. Zhao Zhuo, who seemed doubtful, asked Lai Tianyuan if he was overthinking it and if Tu Yi had the brains to calculate that far. Lai Tianyuan inquired Zhao Zhuo if he knew whose words those were when Tu Yi mentioned the emperor and common people being equal under the law, and stated that those were the words of the chief minister of the Kaiyan dynasty, Wai Xingluo, 100 years ago. He recounted that back then, Minister Wai Xingluo was greatly favored by the Kaiyan king, wielding immense power and was virtually above everyone else, but because he lost the Kaiyan king's trust, he was sentenced to death by dismemberment. They imagined how Tu Yi was grinning sinisterly, and they were just like helpless puppets in his hands. Zhao Zhuo declared that he is not Wai Xingluo and he will never bow to Tu Yi because all he relies on is Tu Su's military strength. And since Tu Yi hasn't issued any orders, he would send someone to kill Tu Su himself and pin it all on Tu Yi, as the results would be the same. Lai Tianyuan said nothing as he was deep in his thoughts. His eyes glistened as he remarked that their previous support for Tu Yi was because he was the easiest to control among the late emperor's many sons, but currently it seems different. Lai Tianyuan depicted an image of Tu Yi leading many people. He began laughing sinisterly. Lai Tianyuan's expression was evil as he remarked that the late emperor's descendants were truly amusing. On the other hand, Tu Yi was peacefully sleeping in his bed. Suddenly, he opened his bloodshot eyes and groaned that it was boring. Tu Yi complained that there was bad food, boring games, he had to read memorials for which he didn't even recognize a single character, and there was nothing good here or there, so it was a boring era. He looked like he was going crazy, and he whined that without phones or computers, he was going to die. Suddenly, he noticed someone standing in the corner of the room. Tu Yi looked baffled when he saw Zhao Shu standing there. Zhao Shu blushed and murmured that she needed to attend to him in the bedchamber. Tu Yi's face was blank for a moment. He suddenly turned red and started drooling as he exclaimed that he would take back what he stated. It was a peaceful morning, and the flowers were blooming outside. In the bedroom, Tu Yi was pleased as he laid with Zhao Shu in bed, and he confessed that he absolutely couldn't control it. Tu Yi stood up and got dressed, and he explained that to finish his mission, he would have to trouble Zhao Shu. Suddenly, he noticed that Zhao Shu was wearing a hairpin. Imagining a scene from ancient times where a hairpin was used as a weapon, Zhao Shu remarked that no one would have believed that it could become a key tool for him to complete the task of destroying the country and returning to the modern world that day. Tu Yi was smiling ominously as he kept glancing at Zhao Shu. He called Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu was horrified when Tu Yi questioned him if he was actually a spy sent by Zhao Zhuo to his side. She was surprised that she was exposed, but she still insisted that it was impossible. Zhao Shu feigned ignorance and inquired what Tu Yi was talking about because she didn't understand. Tu Yi reassured Zhao Shu that she shouldn't worry because he doesn't care about her and Zhao Zhuo's private dealings. He chugged the drink in his hand. Tu Yi asked Zhao Shu if Zhao Zhuo placed her by his side just to monitor and control him, and how it felt to be exposed on the spot. Zhao Shu was horrified when Tu Yi mentioned that he really enjoyed that game he was playing with Zhao Zhuo. Otherwise, being an emperor would be too boring, and she was surprised that Zhao Zhuo deliberately sending her to him was just a game for Tu Yi. She gripped the sheets tighter as she wondered if Tu Yi's coming clean to her meant that he was admitting that he was tired of the game. As he chugged on his drink again, Tu Yi yawned and observed that the wine was a bit intoxicating. Tu Yi slumped on the table, and he warned Zhao Shu that she shouldn't claim that he didn't give him a chance, so she should go ahead and make her move. Zhao Shu acknowledged that her identity was exposed and that she had lost her value to Zhao Zhuo too. She declared that there was only one way to redeem herself. Zhao Shu tiptoed as she approached Tu Yi from behind. Meanwhile, Tu Yi was pretending to snore. Suddenly, Tu Yi was startled when Downey announced that the National Downfall System upgrade was complete and he would continue to serve him as always. And Tu Yi demanded to know what was with the system upgrade and argued that he was about to complete the mission, and return, so his upgrade was meaningless. But Downey explained that to make Tuyi's mission goals clearer, the upgrade adds a national power points system, which integrates political, economic, military, cultural, and other indicators of Kayan's national strength to derive national power points, which is why, as long as Tuyi lowers the national power points below 0, the mission of the downfall of the country is considered complete, and the initial national power points are 1,000. When he realized something, Tuyi asked Downey telepathically that even if he were killed at that moment, as long as the national power points weren't clear, it was still considered a mission failure, and Downey replied that with his current value, even if he died, it wouldn't lead to clearing the points. Seeing Zhao Shu, who was ready to stab him from behind, Tuyi panicked, and he cursed in his mind as he demanded to know why Downey hadn't mentioned it earlier, and why his life was worthless. On the other hand, Zhao Shu thought that Tuyi was probably testing her again. But she had no way out. She plunged her hairpin towards Tuyi, and she muttered that she could only take a gamble. But Tuyi suddenly stopped her by grabbing her hand, and tears immediately welled on the corners of Zhao Shu's eyes. She sobbed that sure enough, she had been played by Tuyi's acting skills again, while Tuyi commented that that was close, and he almost died there meaninglessly. Zhao Shu looked desperate, and she pulled her hand from Tuyi's grasp. She grabbed Tuyi and pleaded that she still had a chance, so she would stab. But Zhao Shu suddenly tripped. She was flustered as she lost her balance. Tuyi just watched as Zhao Shu clumsily fell to the floor. Zhao Shu was helpless while she was crying, and Tuyi mocked that. Being a warrior with only a martial prowess value of 44, Zhao Shu trying to kill after a failed tower dive was a bit overconfident. Tuyi took the hairpin from Zhao Shu's hand, and he sneered that she was too eager as she got triggered by just a few words from him. He was menacing as he advised that it wasn't how a qualified spy behaves. Zhao Shu cried her heart out as she lamented that the assassination had failed, so she wondered if she was going to die. A few moments later, Zhao Shu suddenly woke up, and she wondered where she was because she was supposed to be with Tuyi. She was startled when someone appeared behind her and questioned her if she had taken care of the task they assigned to her. It was Zhao Zhuo, and Zhao Shu was terrified as she addressed him as her adoptive father. Zhao Zhuo was terrified, and he threatened that if Zhao Shu can't handle such a small matter, he will have to punish her. Zhao Shu was helpless, and all she could do was scream. Suddenly, Zhao Shu woke up beside Tuyi, and she was still screaming. Tuyi asked her if she was having a nightmare. Zhao Shu was anxious, and she inquired if Tuyi was not going to kill her. Tuyi stretched his hands out and replied that it was just a game, so not only was he not going to kill her, he would pretend to be unaware and let her pass on the message. He added that, after all, that is what makes the game interesting. Tuyi was writing vigorously as he remarked that, at that moment, he was about to draft a very interesting imperial decree. Watching Tuyi, Zhao Shu noted that Tuyi was showing a terrifying kind of expression. Tuyi was gritting his teeth, and his eyes were menacing, and Zhao Shu observed that he must be preparing to take action against Zhao Shu again. Unbeknownst to Zhao Shu, Tuyi was cursing in his mind and muttered that writing with a brush was difficult. Tuyi exhaled deeply, and Zhao Shu was surprised that he had finished writing, thinking that it was fast. Suddenly, the exhausted Tuyi asked Zhao Shu if she could help him write, and she was surprised. Zhao Shu was horrified while Tuyi ushered her towards the table, and she wondered why it turned out like that. She was reluctantly refusing Tuyi, and she mentioned that she didn't know what decree he wanted to draft. Tuyi declared that she should just write that all descendants of the Tu family, including Tu Su, are to be stripped of the Tu surname and demoted to commoners. Zhao Shu was nervous as she questioned Tuyi's abolition of his own family's kin. She inquired if she may ask why he wanted her, a servant, to draft such a decree. Tuyi was grinning as he explained that he had asked the system before if weakening the influence of the Tu family was the simplest way to deduct points, and demoting the descendants of the Tu family to commoners not only deducted a large number of points but also helped portray him as a ruthless tyrant to the outside world, so it was simply perfect. Zhao Shu was terrified when she saw Tuyi's expression, while Tuyi boasted that he, who came up with that method, is truly outstanding in the world of tyrants. Tuyi demanded Zhao Shu to explain why she asked, and he was menacing that Zhao Shu was alarmed, and she quickly lowered her head and admitted that it was her being too talkative, so she requested that he forgive her. Tuyi grinned and added that, of course, it was to increase the difficulty of the game. Zhao Shu was flustered when Tuyi caressed her face and stated that with that decree, he would not only become a lonely man without the support of his family but also bear the reputation of a ruthless tyrant. Tuyi reiterated that he will have Zhao Shu draft the decree and asked her if she will also tell Zhao Zhuo the good news because he will surely be delighted. He offered that Zhao Shu should consider that information as a gift from him to her, and when Zhao Shu heard that, she confessed that she had never received a gift from childhood to adulthood. Tuyi insisted that Zhao Shu shouldn't let him down, while Zhao Shu was wondering why she still felt happy even though she knew Tuyi was deceiving her. A few moments later, at Zhao Zhuo's residence, a lady was knocking on the door. It was Zhao Shu, and as Zhao Zhuo opened the door, he inquired why she was just coming at that moment. As she came inside, Zhao Shu immediately announced that she came at that time to bring important information. Zhao Shu revealed that Tui decreed that all the two families' royals be demoted to commoners. Both Zhao Zhuo and Lai Tianyuan were surprised by that news. Zhao Zhuo commented that Lai Tianyuan just had the intention to establish a new emperor from among the two families' descendants, so obviously Tui was targeting them. Lai Tianyuan queried Zhao Shu on how she obtained such important information, and if it was reliable. Zhao Shu was hesitant when she disclosed that Tui asked her to personally draft that decree. Zhao Zhuo was mad that his eyes became bloodshot, and he hit Zhao Shu on the face while calling her a bastard. He demanded if Zhao Shu had leaked their secrets. Zhao Shu cried as she insisted that she didn't. But Zhao Zhuo accused Zhao Shu of acting and charged her with trying to use Tui to deal with him, or else she couldn't have drafted the decree. Suddenly, someone tapped Zhao Zhuo's shoulders. It was Lai Tianyuan, and he urged Zhao Zhuo to calm down because if Zhao Shu leaked the information, there was no way that the two of them would know about the decree, so it was Tui's scheme to show discord and also to deter them from establishing a new prince. Zhao Zhuo suddenly looked anxious as he looked at Zhao Shu. He quickly apologized for wrongly accusing her earlier and asked if she wouldn't blame him, to which Zhao Shu replied that she dares not. Zhao Zhuo turned to Lai Tianyuan and stated that it seems his plan to establish a new prince has failed. He advised Lai Tianyuan to listen to his plan because he will rally the courtiers and humiliate Tui thoroughly during his first court session to let him know who holds sway in the court. Lai Tianyuan hesitantly responded that he thought something about Zhao Zhuo's plan, but he conceded that Zhao Zhuo should just forget it and do as he pleases. Lai Tianyuan argued that Zhao Zhuo wasn't someone who could make big decisions, so he should also have his own plans. On the other hand, Tui was reading a scroll, and he mentioned that the decree was ready, and he was just waiting for the right time to announce it, but it was still far from clearing the points to zero. Tui contemplated that careful consideration should still yield many methods to deduct national power points. He looked pleased as he recalled that in history, a tyrant who caused the downfall of a country, apart from trusted treacherous ministers, also ignored state affairs, forcibly took women from the populace, and recruited concubines from everywhere. Tui concluded that it was how it would be done, as the late emperor's body hasn't even gone cold, and he would decree to forcibly take the female relatives of all the courtiers into the palace to serve, which will definitely make them feel chilled. The eunuch serving Tui looked horrified when Tui talked to himself with a sinister expression on his face, and he remarked that in that way, not only could he deduct a large number of points, but he could also benefit himself, so it was no wonder he came up with such a brilliant scheme. Tui turned to the eunuch and stated that he wanted to summon Zhao Zhuo and Lai Tianyuan, so he should have them come to the study immediately, to which the eunuch quickly replied yes. A few moments later, Zhao Zhuo and Lai Tianyuan walked into the study. Tui greeted the ministers with a smile on his face, and as he mentioned that they shouldn't stand on ceremony, he requested that they sit down and feel at home. Zhao Zhuo scoffed while Lai Tianyuan politely thanked Tui. As soon as they got seated, Zhao Zhuo suggested that since Tui had ascended the throne, he should familiarize himself with the courtiers' affairs the next day. Zhao Zhuo grinned sinisterly as he added that he would go and discuss with the ministers of the Zhao faction in the court later, and they would surely unite to prevent Tui from stepping down tomorrow. Meanwhile, Tui had the same sinister smile as he wondered if diligent governance wasn't a bonus and remarked that it would be foolish of him to hold court right after ascending the throne. Tui claimed that holding court is such a hassle because he lacked experience as a newly crowned emperor. He explained that he would be trusting the two ministers to handle court affairs. Lai Tianyuan observed that indeed, Tui rejected Zhao Zhuo's request to hold court. He furrowed his brow as he pointed out that not only did Tui guess that Zhao Zhuo wanted to suppress him in the court, but he also brought up the reason of trusting his ministers, making it irrefutable. Observing Tui, Lai Tianyuan stated that Zhao Zhuo's shallow schemes were completely inadequate in front of him. On the other hand, Tui announced that it was time to throw out his plan to recruit concubines and deduct points. He cleared his throat and proposed that they should not talk about court affairs for the time being because the reason he called the two ministers that day was to discuss something. Tui blushed as he revealed that since he was the emperor, having only Zhao Shu in the harem was rather embarrassing, so he had decided to gather beautiful women and expand the harem. Zhao Zhuo was horrified, and he exclaimed that the late emperor's body hadn't even gotten cold, yet Tui was already thinking from his lower body and that he had never seen such shamelessness. Meanwhile, Lai Tianyuan was astonished, as he noted that Tui specifically summoned them for an audience to discuss matters unrelated to state affairs, and he wondered what was with the harem recruitment. Tui looked excited as he insisted that the matter needed to be done quickly, and he added that he should clear his national power points sooner rather than later. Both Zhao Zhuo and Lai Tianyuan were speechless when they heard what Tui proclaimed. Zhao Zhuo remarked that he supported Tu Yi's idea of gathering beauties from all over the world, but he was concerned about doing it hastily. Tu Yi cut Zhao Zhuo off and affirmed that he understood that they couldn't gather beauties from all over the world in a hurry, so they should start by searching in the capital. Zhao Zhuo was astonished when he heard what Tu Yi suggested, and he wondered if it was really necessary to be so impatient. On the other hand, Lai Tianyuan thought to himself that he shouldn't be misled by Tu Yi's pretext of gathering beauties because he just mentioned the capital, so that was probably the focus. Tu Yi announced that he had come up with the most time-saving and effortless method. He looked sinister as he declared that they should start by selecting from the female relatives of the ministers in court. Lai Tianyuan was horrified when he heard what Tu Yi proposed. A few moments later, the ministers came out of the study, and as they walked down the stairs, Zhao Zhuo grumbled that Tu Yi ignored state affairs and also wanted to expand the harem, which was the rhythm of a true tyrant. Zhao Zhuo added that Tu Yi was digging his own grave by putting himself in the emperor's position, which would save them a lot of effort. But he was startled when Lai Tianyuan suddenly yelled at him and shouted that it was enough. Lai Tianyuan looked pissed, and he warned that if Zhao Zhuo continued to underestimate Tu Yi like that, what awaited them was the fate of having their entire families executed. Zhao Zhuo was taken aback and was speechless at Lai Tianyuan's actions. Lai Tianyuan quickly realized what he had done, and he immediately looked away to regain his composure. He apologized to Zhao Zhuo because he had lost his composure earlier, but he explained that Tu Yi's actions were all part of a cunning strategy, and when Zhao Zhuo heard that it was a strategy, he admitted that he didn't see it. Lai Tianyuan pointed out that to the palace right after they made that plan, so there was no chance of leaking information. Lai Tianyuan noted that it showed Tu Yi anticipated it in advance, which was what made it so terrifying. And not only that, besides not holding court, Tu Yi also wanted to expand the harem, and that series of actions may seem indulgent and misleading, but they were aimed at them, forming a cohesive chain of strategies. The two ministers felt like there was an ominous, dark aura oozing from the palace gates as they looked at it. Zhao Zhuo asked Lai Tianyuan what the cohesive chain of strategies meant. Lai Tianyuan explained that Tu Yi had the confidence not to hold court because he believed that he could still control state affairs without doing so. His face looked horrified as he explained that by taking the female relatives of the courtiers into the harem, Tu Yi could directly win over ministers through marriage and undermine their influence in the court. Understanding the severity of the situation, Zhao Zhuo got nervous, and he inquired what they should do. Lai Tianyuan grinned as he asked what else they could do and noted that Tu Yi was currently the emperor, and he wanted to expand the two-family bloodline and the harem naturally. He turned to face Zhao Zhuo, and while thinking of two specific ladies, Lai Tianyuan smiled sinisterly, and he added that they, as Tu Yi's subjects, naturally have to fulfill his wishes. A few days later, in the palace side hall, Lai Tianyuan went to talk to Tu Yi, and he reported that as per Tu Yi's orders, all the descendants of the Tu clan had been demoted to commoners in the past few days, except for the eldest prince, Tu Su, because he was stationed outside, so the decree hadn't reached him yet. But Tu Yi replied that those were not important, so they would talk about those later. He turned red as he inquired how the selection of the harem he ordered had gone. Lai Tianyuan explained that they hadn't failed Tu Yi's command, but due to the limited time, he requested that he forgive them. He clapped his hands to call for the ladies and announced that they should come out and let Tu Yi have a look. Tu Yi looked so excited as he looked forward to seeing the ladies. He was surprised when he saw a lot of beautiful ladies lined up in front of him. Tu Yi's eyes immediately twinkled, and he started drooling as he wondered if it was paradise, and when Lai Tianyuan saw that, he looked at Tu Yi with disappointment in his eyes. The ladies paid their respects to Tu Yi, and Tu Yi cleared his throat and instructed that they may rise. Still drooling, Tu Yi approached Lai Tianyuan and asked him if there were any who liked to indulge among the concubines he recruited at that time. Lai Tianyuan responded that he wasn't quite sure what Tu Yi meant by indulge. Tu Yi frowned as he accused Lai Tianyuan of pretending to be innocent and wondered if Lai Tianyuan couldn't understand its context from the conversation as a man, even if he hadn't heard of indulgence before. Lai Tianyuan was wondering if Tu Yi was getting suspicious. Lai Tianyuan stated that most of the concubines brought into the palace that time were from influential noble families, which seemed reasonable on the surface and didn't raise any issues, except for two women. It was Fan Taozhu and Jude Xia. Lai Tianyuan recalled that over a decade ago, during the reign of Emperor Qian of the Great Qian Dynasty, the two prominent families, the Fan family and the Juge family, offended the late emperor and were wiped out. He felt a sudden impulse and secretly saved those two young girls while carrying out the execution. Lai Tianyuan explained that for the past decade or so, he had kept their identities hidden and raised them by his side. He added that unexpectedly, both of the ladies inherited the talents of their predecessors and became important pawns in his hands. One night, Lai Tianyuan called for Fan Taozhu and Jude Xia. As the two ladies bowed before him, Lai Tianyuan revealed that the Qian emperor, Tu Qianjun, who exterminated their entire family, had already died. The two ladies were horrified when they heard the news, and as Lai Tianyuan stated that the two of them couldn't take revenge personally, he asked them if they harbored any resentment. Lai Tianyuan continued that there was an opportunity for the two clans' downfall in front of them, but it came with great risks because the new emperor, Tu Yi, was not only cunning but also depraved and cruel, even more terrifying than Tu Kaiyanjun, that they could say it was a life-threatening situation. Fan Taozhu immediately declared that she was willing to die 1,000 times for revenge, and Jude Shaw announced that she had long been prepared to sacrifice herself. Lai Tianyuan explained that it was a perfect opportunity to place both of the ladies by Tu Yi's side under the guise of selecting concubines, guaranteeing that no one would suspect a thing. Back in the present, Tu Yi's eyes were twinkling as he scoped the ladies, and he noticed two misses. Tu Yi was looking at Fan Taozhu and Jude Shaw. Lai Tianyuan, who was observing Tu Yi, was astonished, and he wondered if Tu Yi noticed. Tu Yi saw Jude Shaw's information and attributes using Downey, and he learned that she was the granddaughter of the prominent scholar Jude Tiangan during the reign of Tu Kaiyanjun, and she was the sole survivor of the Jude family after they were exterminated, as she was adopted by Lai Tianyuan, and she approached him to seek revenge and destroy the country. On the other hand, Tu Yi also saw Fan Taozhu's information and attributes the same way, and he learned that she was the granddaughter of the wealthy merchant Fan Zuyan during the reign of Tu Kaiyanjun, and she was the sole survivor of the Fan family after they were exterminated as she was adopted by Lai Tianyuan, and she also approached him to seek revenge and destroy the country. Tu Yi smiled at Lai Tianyuan as he remarked that those two misses were originally planted by Lai Tianyuan as undercover agents, and it was very good because those snake-like and scorpion-like beauties who stirred up trouble in the harem were the standard configuration of a tyrant who leads a country to ruin. He approached the two ladies with a sleazy smile on his face, and as he commented that both of them were quite exceptional, he inquired what their names were. Fan Taozhu confidently stated her name to Tu Yi while Jude Shaw was nervous, and she stuttered. Tu Yi approached Jude Shaw and observed that she seemed a bit nervous. Lai Tianyuan got extremely nervous, and he was alarmed as he explained that Jude Shaw is introverted, so under Tu Yi's imposing aura, she might reveal herself. Tu Yi lightly grabbed Jude Shaw's chin and reassured her that she shouldn't be afraid because he's actually very approachable. He was grinning as he stared at Jude Shaw's face. Suddenly, Jude Shaw cried that she couldn't take it anymore, and tears flowed out of her eyes while saliva came out of her mouth, which surprised Tu Yi. It was unknown to others and had not been recorded in the system's hidden attributes that, in a state of emotional tension, being touched by the opposite sex in sensitive areas, including but not limited to the chin, would cause Jude Shaw to faint due to embarrassment. Fan Taozhu was worried, while Tu Yi was horrified by what happened. Meanwhile, Lai Tianyuan was just as horrified as Tu Yi. Tu Yi lamented that it was supposed to be a scene of favor to win Lai Tianyuan's heart with it. Seeing the awful state Jude Shaw was in, Tu Yi muttered that he didn't expect her tolerance to be so low, and she messed up the performance. Tu Yi speculated that Lai Tianyuan would be afraid of Jude Shaw's identity being exposed and would surely find an excuse to replace her. Suddenly, someone knelt aggressively. It was Lai Tianyuan, and he confessed that he neglected his duty and made an improper selection, causing Jude Shaw to behave improperly in front of Tu Yi, so he deserved to die, and he would take care of Jude Shaw immediately. Tu Yi immediately dismissed it, and he stated that the only plan at the moment was to forcefully continue with the act. While Tu Yi carried Jude Shaw in his arms and remarked that he liked that type that couldn't resist with just a little teasing, so the people Lai Tianyuan selected had truly captured his heart. Fan Taozhu glared at him, and she muttered that the tyrant really was a pervert. Lai Tianyuan wiped the sweat off his face, and he thanked Tu Yi. Tu Yi inquired if it was decided that Jude Shaw would serve him in bed that night while Fan Taozhu continued to glare at him, and she vowed that the tyrant would pay for those things sooner or later. Fan Taozhu was flustered and puzzled when Tu Yi suddenly turned to look at her inquisitively. Tu Yi was wondering why Fan Taozhu was looking at him with such dissatisfaction. He grinned evilly, and as his face turned red, he teased Fan Taozhu and asked if she also wanted to serve him in bed. Tu Yi suggested that they play three-person landlords that night instead, and Fan Taozhu was surprised. It was still in the middle of the day, but Tu Yi was already in his bedchamber with Fan Taozhu and Jude Shaw. As he got inside the curtains, Tu Yi looked so proud as he announced that among the beauties in the palace, those two young ladies were indeed the most outstanding. Meanwhile, Jude Shaw and Fan Taozhu observed Tu Yi while they lay on his bed. Tu Yi declared that the system showed that the ladies approached him to destroy the country, which could be well utilized. He remembered Lai Tianyuan, and he explained that after all, those two ladies were secretly adopted by Lai Tianyuan and especially sent to him, so they must have extraordinary qualities. Tu Yi lamented that it was a pity that the system only displays basic information and ability indexes, so he was not quite sure what special skills those ladies have for destroying the country. On the other hand, Fan Taozhu continued to observe Tu Yi, and she was wondering what the tyrant was thinking. Fan Taozhu and Jude Shaw looked at each other and stated that they clearly had the resolve to sacrifice themselves. They imagined how Tu Yi would torture them, and they predicted that he would use all sorts of methods to humiliate them. They imagined that Tu Yi would use a whip on them. He hit Jude Shaw with the whip to force them to submit to his tyranny. Fan Taozhu imagined that she would be burned by the candle's melting wax. Jude Shaw and Fan Taozhu looked at Tu Yi intently as they anticipated what their fate would be. Tu Yi looked so menacing while he was deep in his thoughts, and he gazed intently at them. Fan Taozhu commented that doing nothing made Tu Yi appear even scarier, and she recalled that when Lai Tianyuan brought them in, he specifically reminded them of something. She recalled how Lai Tianyuan informed them that they don't need to worry about their identities because he had prepared disguises to ensure that Tu Yi couldn't uncover their backgrounds. But Tu Yi is cunning, and despite being lustful, he is not easily swayed by beauty. Lai Tianyuan revealed that, moreover, Zhao Zhuo had already given Tu Yi Zhao Shu, who is not only their ally but also their competitor. Jude Shaw and Fan Taozhu both looked grim as they listened intently to Lai Tianyuan's reminders. Lai Tianyuan approached them and stated that if they wanted to gain Tu Yi's trust, they must show extra value beyond just beauty. He smiled at the ladies and remarked that he believed they knew how to demonstrate their additional value. Jude Shaw and Fan Taozhu were suddenly snapped back into reality when Tu Yi asked them what the two of them were thinking about, that they were so lost in thought. Tu Yi inquired that he had just asked them a question and asked them if they had any special talents or skills. Fan Taozhu and Jude Shaw looked at Tu Yi, and they both acknowledged that it was as expected. Jude Shaw immediately responded and stated that she was skilled in fortune-telling, stargazing, and handwriting analysis. She also listed that she was skilled in talismans, feng shui, health preservation, medicine, and alchemy, and Tu Yi wondered if it was the strength of the daughters of a great alchemist and scholar. Jude Shaw bashfully added that she also had skills in the bedroom, but Tu Yi retorted that with her temperament, fainting from just a touch, she still dared to claim she had bedroom skills. Tu Yi turned to Fan Taozhu and asked about her, and Fan Taozhu noted that, judging by the tyrant's expression, he didn't seem quite satisfied with Jude Shaw's answer. Fan Taozhu recalled that she came from a merchant family. She explained that she had been involved in various business dealings since she was young, accompanying her grandfather. Fan Taozhu mentioned that with exposure to such environments, she was not only skilled in financial calculations, but also in understanding human nature. But Fan Taozhu admitted that, however, her grandfather's experiences taught her that possessing both of those skills could easily arouse suspicion from those in power. Back into the present, Fan Taozhu observed that the premise of revenge is self-preservation, so while showcasing one's value, one must present themselves as harmless. Fan Taozhu insisted that as a weak woman, she didn't have any special talents or skills, and she clarified that she absolutely could not mention being good at financial calculations or understanding human nature. She stated that even though she came from a noble family, both her parents were deceased, and the only thing she had to offer was the vast wealth passed down from her family, and she noted that there was nothing better than the image of a helpless, wealthy young woman with no family. But Tu Yi was thinking of something else, and he was astonished as he wondered if Fan Taozhu was the alternate universe version of Batman because her parents were deceased yet wealthy. Tu Yi thought about it and concluded that both of the ladies could contribute to the cause of destroying the country. He declared that as the ruler of a nation, there was no way he could be interested in Fan Taozhu's wealth. Tu Yi suggested that, on the contrary, he asked Fan Taozhu if she would be willing to manage the national treasury for him, and Fan Taozhu acted bashful when Tu Yi proposed that. But she was horrified when the details finally sank in and she realized what Tu Yi actually proposed. Unbeknownst to her, Tu Yi observed that Fan Taozhu came from a profit-oriented merchant family, adept at embezzlement and financial fraud, so emptying the national treasury and causing economic collapse could be entrusted to her. Tu Yi turned to Jude Shaw and declared that as for her, who was from the family of scholars, historically, tyrants always had a penchant for those obsessed with cultivating immortality, and since Jude Shaw was talented, he would appoint her as the female national teacher, and she would also oversee the royal hospital and be responsible for his longevity through alchemy. Jude Shaw was also horrified when she heard what Tu Yi declared. On the other hand, Tu Yi was imagining how Jude Shaw would concoct a poison while she would sweetly inform him that it was medicine time, and he entrusted the task of depleting his body to Jude Shaw. Tu Yi remembered something, and he added that he almost forgot something important and that Jude Shaw was already the female national teacher. Jude Shaw was alarmed and confused as she anticipated what Tu Yi was about to announce. Tu Yi instructed that when Jude Shaw would see him in the future, she should wear her Taoist robe, and as he imagined it, he exclaimed that cosplay is great. Jude Shaw was extremely horrified when she heard what Tu Yi proposed. Meanwhile, Tu Yi was having a nosebleed imagining things, and he suggested that since they were cosplaying, they should go all out. Imagining his ladies wearing popular costumes, Tu Yi looked so excited, and he declared that having cosplay parties in the palace harem might not be a bad idea. It was already evening, and there was still a light in the study room of the Zhao mansion. Someone was busy writing with their brush. It was Zhao Zhuo, and he smiled evilly as he continued to write. He prepared to stamp what he wrote with a seal and declared that if the brat Tuyi refuses to accept that imperial edict, he will personally take care of it because a jade seal, as long as he is willing, could be easily replicated. As he rolled his writing into a scroll, Zhao Zhuo remarked that although Tu Su is skilled in leading troops, he is not very bright, making him blindly loyal. So even if the imperial decree orders him to commit suicide immediately, he will unquestionably comply, and as long as Tu Su is eliminated, Tuyi would be left with no reinforcements and he would be at his mercy. Suddenly, Zhao Zhuo commanded that someone should come in. Zhao Xin, general of the Zhao Zhuo family, entered the room, and as he paid his respects to Zhao Zhuo, he requested that Zhao Zhuo give him his orders. Zhao Zhuo handed a box containing the scroll to Zhao Xin and instructed that he should immediately head to the Lintong city in the northern country and deliver the imperial decree to the commander of the northern garrison, Tu Su. He smiled evilly, and he added that Zhao Xin must witness Tu Su committing suicide with his own eyes and bring back his head because he wanted to send a gift to Tu Yi. Zhao Xin accepted the box and agreed. Meanwhile, someone eavesdropped on the roof of the study room of the Zhao mansion. The person attached a message to a bird, and they whispered that they must inform Lord Xiao immediately. The person let go of the bird and let it fly into the night sky. The bird flew so high under the full moon. A few moments later, the soldiers of the Zhao family traveled across a forest. While traveling, they were unaware that there were people waiting for them, hiding above the trees. One of them was a lady who had the bird carrying the message, and she instructed that everyone should prepare. But as she tried to stand up on the tree branch, her foot suddenly slipped. Her companions were both alarmed and confused when they saw that she slipped down. As she fell, the lady yelled and ordered that they should move, and she crashed onto the ground. The lady was Lord Xiao, and as one of her men commented that her passive bad luck ability had been triggered again, the other remarked that he was used to it by that time. While still in an awkward position, Lord Xiao asked her men what they were standing there for and urged that they should get moving. On the other hand, Zhao Xin rode on his horse when he noticed something and got alarmed. He noticed a rope blocking their way, and he immediately pulled the rein of his horse to stop. Meanwhile, the other soldiers pulled their reins to the side as they tried to avoid colliding with Zhao Xin. Suddenly, explosions were triggered, and it sent both the soldiers and their horses flying. While the smoke from the explosion began to dissipate, one of the soldiers tried to stand up. But something suddenly hit him on his back, and he coughed up blood. The soldiers were alarmed when they saw a lot of dark figures jumping towards them from the tree trunks. While the unknown men descended from the trees, they threw something towards the soldiers. They were blades, and Zhao Xin managed to deflect them with his sword. As the men landed on the ground, they declared that Lord Xiao instructed them not to let anyone escape, so they should stop Zhao Xin. Zhao Xin was enraged, and he questioned how dare a mere rebel intercept the imperial edict. The two men were surprised, and they got intimidated by Zhao Xin. Zhao Xin charged towards the men on his horse, and he swung his sword at them, eliminating them. But Zhao Xin was astonished when he noticed the black bird that flew over him. While the black bird's figure covered the moon, a mysterious figure suddenly rode behind Zhao Xin's horse and asked him if he didn't know any better. Zhao Xin was terrified when he saw the mysterious figure. Suddenly, Lord Xiao appeared behind Zhao Xin, and while she pointed a dagger to his throat, Zhao Xin seemed to have recognized her as he nervously stammered that it was her. Zhao Xin declared that they were members of the Kun Guard. Suddenly, blood spurted out as Zhao Xin's throat got slashed. While Zhao Xin's body slumped on his horse, one of Lord Xiao's men approached her to offer the box that contained the scroll. The man opened the box, and as the scroll got revealed, Lord Xiao stated that sure enough, the imperial decree was found on Zhao Xin. Lord Xiao explained that the decree ordered Prince Tu Su to commit suicide as issued by the despotic ruler. The man asked Lord Xiao if their action that night wasn't overstepping since it was the emperor's decree. But he got terrified when Lord Xiao threw something at him but missed. Lord Xiao remarked that it had only been a few days of peace, and they had already forgotten the original intention of their Kun Guard. She explained that when there is light, there is shadow, and only the strong could give rise to the weak, so they, the Kun Guard, operate in darkness to protect the late emperor, Tu Kaiyanjun. Lord Xiao stated that they could act ruthlessly and use bloody methods. They also spy on secret meetings to gather information. But she stated that they should not forget that their allegiance was to the late emperor. Lord Xiao looked enraged as she explained that the late emperor appointed Tu Su as the crown prince, and since he had passed away, it was their duty to follow his wishes and support Tu Su. But currently, Tu Yi not only usurped the throne but he also wanted to harm the crown prince. She crushed the scroll using her hand, and it was torn to pieces. The man just silently looked at Lord Xiao as the pieces of paper slowly fell down. Lord Xiao declared that Tu Yi was the enemy that the Kun Guard must eradicate. As she started to disappear, she instructed his men that they should clean up the place thoroughly and not let any information leak. A few moments later, a lot of blackbirds flew around when someone announced that the Crown Prince Tusu was far in the northern territories, so even if he rushed back to the capital without stopping, it would still take 4 days. The person was by the roof, and they explained that within those 4 days, Tuyi wouldn't notice the abnormality of the imperial decree. It was Lord Xiao, and she revealed that before that, she wanted to personally kill someone. She looked so enraged and emphasized every syllable as she exclaimed that it was Tu Yi. On the other hand, Tu Yi sneezed. He was playing cards with Zhu Sha and Fan Taozhu, and he asked which beauty was thinking of him again. 5 days later, at Zhao Zhuo's residence, the crescent moon was shining over the residence. Zhao Zhuo was inside, and while he paced back and forth, he stated that it had been 5 days and there had been no news from the fool Zhao Xin. Suddenly, Lai Tianyuan appeared, and he asked Zhao Zhuo what he was waiting for, which startled Zhao Zhuo. Zhao Zhuo nervously replied that he wasn't waiting, and he asked Lai Tianyuan why he was there so late. Lai Tianyuan smiled and explained that he was there to bring Zhao Zhuo some good news and bad news. Zhao Zhuo asked what could possibly be the bad news, and Lai Tianyuan smiled. Lai Tianyuan's expression looked so menacing as he stated that Zhao Zhuo's plan to forge the imperial decree to kill Tu Su failed. Zhao Zhuo was surprised with what he heard. He quickly grabbed Lai Tianyuan by the collar and stated that he was talking nonsense. But Lai Tianyuan nonchalantly slapped Zhao Zhuo's hand away and stated that they were on the same side, so there was no need for denial. He recalled Lord Xiao and stated that Zhao Xin was intercepted and killed on the outskirts of the city 5 days ago. Lai Tianyuan leaned in towards Zhao Zhuo and declared that the one who did it was the leader of the Kun Guard, Lord Xiao. When Zhao Zhuo heard about the Kun Guard, he asked if it was the shadow unit directly under the former emperor's control and how they could do such a thing. But Lai Tianyuan stated that they should put that aside in the meantime because Zhao Zhuo should listen to the rest of the news. Zhao Zhuo got excited when Lai Tianyuan stated that although Lord Xiao killed Zhao Xin, she mistakenly believed that the imperial decree was issued by Tu Yi, so Tu Yi is her next target. He stated that it was good and that it was a relief, but he got alarmed when he realized something. Zhao Zhuo remarked that the Kun Guard had always operated independently and inquired how Lai Tianyuan had discovered that top-secret matter. Lai Tianyuan replied that he had his own methods and assured Zhao Zhuo not to worry about it. He mentioned that at that time, Zhao Zhuo had gotten lucky and it was a blessing in disguise. Lai Tianyuan suggested that they could use that opportunity to break the balance between Tu Yi and Tu Su. He pointed out that Tu Yi was hosting a banquet in the Kainyuan Hall that day with many people present. The night outside the palace remained eerily quiet. Lai Tianyuan advised that if Lord Xiao intended to act against Tu Yi, that night would be the best chance. He explained that he had made some arrangements to relax the vigilance of the palace guards that night. Lai Tianyuan proposed that with Lord Xiao leading the Kun Guard, even if the assassination failed, Tu Su would still bear the blame for regicide. He argued that without the moral high ground, even if Tu Su commanded the army, he would not be as formidable. Zhao Zhuo acknowledged that Lai Tianyuan had played it very cunningly to kill Tu Yi while framing Tu Su for it. However, Lai Tianyuan clarified that what he had mentioned earlier was just the ideal scenario because the final result still depended on fate. Zhao Zhuo questioned what he meant and whether he thought there might be problems with the plan. Lai Tianyuan did not answer Zhao Zhuo's question, stating that he had only come to inform him, then excused himself. He walked down the stairs of Zhao Zhuo's residence. Lai Tianyuan remarked that the only unpredictable factor in the plan was Tu Yi. He speculated that, logically, Fan Taozhu and Zhu Sha hated Tu Yi to the core, so that night in the Kainyuan Hall, they would seize the opportunity to attack Tu Yi amid the chaos. But Lai Tianyuan pondered, despite their cleverness and agility, whether they could really outwit Tu Yi, adding that he hoped he was just being paranoid. At that moment, in the Kainyuan Hall, Tu Yi's long-awaited harem cosplay party finally began. At the party, one of the ladies remarked that their sister looked stunning that night, to which that sister responded that she should stop because no matter what she did, she could not compare. Another lady complimented that their sister was radiant that night, and the king would surely choose her to accompany him, prompting the sister to ask why she was being so modest. But even before it started, the ladies had already become pawns in the power struggle among the noble family's women, fighting for favor in the harem. Suddenly, Lord Xiao entered the party. She commented on how debauched ruler Tu Yi was shameless, and that all the costumes had no limits. Lord Xiao wondered what was wrong with those people since they clearly had no martial arts skills. She reflected on how they could unleash such chilling techniques. Lord Xiao observed that the debauched ruler's harem was truly terrifying. One of the ladies asked who Lord Xiao was and remarked on her provocative attire, and while Lord Xiao overheard this, the other lady pointed out that she had never seen Lord Xiao before and inquired whether she could be a palace maid who had gone mad with ambition. Lord Xiao felt alarmed, and one of the ladies commented that her outfit was creative, but in the harem, it was all about power and background, so ideas alone would not help her. She added that she needed patience and that the main task was important, so she could not target anyone else. Suddenly, someone announced that Tui had arrived, and Lord Xiao noted his approach. Tui entered with Fan Taozhu and Zhu Sha, greeting everyone. He kissed his fingers and sent a flying kiss to everyone, proclaiming his love for them all. The ladies went wild. One declared she could not take it anymore. Another professed her love for Tui too, while another mentioned her desire to have children with him. Suddenly, Tui noticed Lord Xiao. He saw Lord Xiao's stats and recognized that she was the former Kun Guard leader under the late Emperor Tu Kaiyanjun, currently loyal to the former Crown Prince Tu Su and intending to assassinate him to support Tu Su's ascension to the throne. Meanwhile, Lord Xiao wondered whether Tui's gaze had fallen on her and if he had noticed her. She quickly grabbed the dagger hidden beneath her clothes. Lord Xiao resolved that the debauched ruler should meet his end. Tui removed his glasses to take a good look at Lord Xiao. Suddenly, Lord Xiao called Tui and informed him that he should face his death. On the other hand, the ladies questioned Lord Xiao for daring to speak such treasonous words in front of Tui, but they wondered if it was the essence of the cosplay banquet. 5 days ago, in the Kainyuan Hall, Tui addressed his beloved concubines and announced that he had decided to host a cosplay harem banquet there in 5 days. One of the ladies called Tui, and as she admitted she was ignorant, she asked him what the cosplay banquet was. Tui explained that cosplay was about role-playing concubines, so they just needed to wear various beautiful costumes, play different roles together, and have fun playing games with him. At that time, the ladies looked at each other and were confused. Back in the present, the ladies remarked that the essence of the cosplay banquet lay in the fun and excitement of role-playing. What they saw was Lord Xiao and Tui exuding hearts and enjoying the excitement as Lord Xiao declared she was coming to assassinate Tui, and Tui responded as if Lord Xiao shouldn't. One of the ladies commented that Lord Xiao was a little vixen playing the role of an assassin, which was a dangerous role that easily aroused men's desire for conquest, so she was really cunning. Lord Xiao was alarmed when one of the ladies mentioned, however, that since she had seen through it, she wouldn't let Lord Xiao succeed. One of the ladies suggested Tui should let her take care of the assassin for him, but Lord Xiao suddenly grabbed the lady's arm. She swung and slammed the lady into the floor. Lord Xiao wondered if the woman was crazy because she clearly had no cultivation. Meanwhile, the other ladies ominously looked at Lord Xiao, and they wondered if it was what they called role-playing. All the other ladies declared they couldn't let the little vixen, Lord Xiao, steal the show. One of the ladies accused Lord Xiao of trying to attract Tui's attention with such crooked means. Another one questioned if Lord Xiao didn't know her place and if she was trying to forcefully rise in the rank without their consent. And another pointed out that in that harem, there was an order of seniority, so Lord Xiao should take a step back. The ladies stated they were there to protect Tui, so they would capture the assassin and not let her get close to him, and if she wanted to kill Tui, she would have to step over their dead bodies first. Lord Xiao remarked that Tui was lecherous and cruel, so she wondered why those harem concubines were willing to risk their lives to protect him and what made him so extraordinary. She was perplexed at the situation she was in. Lord Xiao declared that since it was their choice, she wouldn't show mercy to Tui's subordinates next. Tui warned that it was not good because those harem concubines were vital human resources for ensuring that he played the debauched ruler and completed the mission of destroying the country. He pleaded with Lord Xiao to stop and spare those girls. Lord Xiao was surprised, and she observed that instead of seizing the opportunity to escape, Tui was speaking out to stop her, which was quite courageous. One of the ladies mentioned that Tui was facing the assassin for them, which was touching, and as another lady expressed that she didn't mind dying as long as she could leave a mark in Tui's heart. Lord Xiao asked Tui if he was willing to die for the ladies because as long as she could trade his life for theirs, he would gladly kill fewer people. Tui explained that he couldn't die yet because he still needed to fulfill his mission before his national power points were depleted, or else the mission to destroy the country would fail. He apologized to Lord Xiao and insisted it was not time for him to die yet. Lord Xiao dismissed this, remarking that, as expected, it was just empty words. However, Tui offered to abdicate the throne to Tu Su as a compromise. He inquired if Lord Xiao's purpose in assassinating him was to let Tu Su ascend to the throne. Lord Xiao was surprised that Tui knew everything about his identity and purpose and wondered if it was a trap. Lord Xiao asked Tui what he was up to and what his purpose was. Tui smiled. He replied they should just be honest because he was done pretending. Tui explained his purpose was actually to be a lazy and incompetent ruler because a throne couldn't be compared to a harem of beautiful women. He lacked the ability to govern, and he had no desire to be an emperor, so it was better to give it to someone capable. The ladies were taken aback when they heard what Tui revealed. Suddenly, Downey informed Tuyi that his behavior triggered that Chen Kaio rebirth event, a sudden nation-destroying event, where Tuyi is threatened and forced to abdicate to the general, and if the abdication is successful, the event is considered complete, and Tuyi loses 1,000 national power points. Tuyi remarked the gamble paid off because originally, his little trick was just to keep the harem, but he didn't expect her like Tu Kaienjun. She was surprised when she noticed Tu Kaienjun's appearance. Tu Kaienjun responded that he knew his time was short, but for the Kaien dynasty, it might not be a bad thing. He expressed hope that the successor, even if not as talented as him or even lazy and reckless, would at least be tolerant, peaceful, and not eager for quick success and instant benefits. Lord Zhao admitted that at the time, she naturally believed the successor mentioned by Tu Kaienjun was Tu Su, but currently, it seemed that laziness, recklessness, tolerance, and peace were Tuyi's traits that were quite in line with Tu Kaienjun's description. Back in the present, Lord Zhao concluded there was no way because Tu Su was the legitimate eldest son of Tu Kaienjun, the legal heir of the Kaien dynasty, so there was no way she could be swayed by a few words from Tuyi. Lord Zhao ordered that in the meantime, they should control Tuyi first, take him to Tu Su, and make plans, and Tuyi was puzzled by her reaction. She commanded that Tuyi make a trip to Lintong City in the northern country to complete the abdication ceremony with Tu Su in person. Tuyi responded it was great as long as he could see Tu Su and complete the abdication ceremony. But Jiud Sha suddenly took a step forward and cautioned them to hold on. Tuyi was baffled when Jiud Sha asked Lord Zhao if she intended to take Tuyi hostage and if she had forgotten about the talisman in her hand. Jiud Sha released her powerful aura while she prepared her talismans. Lord Zhao remarked that he underestimated Tuyi because there was actually a skilled practitioner of talismans by his side. She admitted she was too naive because Tuyi's abdication speech earlier was a lie. Lord Zhao observed that Tuyi was a debauched ruler who was indeed adept at playing with people's hearts. At that moment, Tuyi himself was completely confused, and he wondered what the current situation was. Suddenly, Fan Taozhu tapped Tuyi's shoulder. Fan Taozhu assured him that he should rest assured because Jiud Sha's talisman skills were formidable, and her combat power was estimated to be 50-50 against Lord Zhao. She noted that with Jiud Sha protecting Tuyi, Lord Zhao had no chance, but Lord Zhao questioned Fan Taozhu, asking who had instructed Jiud Sha to protect him, and commented that they didn't need to do those unnecessary things. Fan Taozhu was speechless, and she agreed it had been right to have Jiud Sha intervene earlier. On the other hand, Tuyi was displeased. The night before Lai Tianyuan sent Fan Taozhu and Jiud Sha into the palace, they had a follow-up conversation. Lai Tianyuan inquired if they knew what their mission was after entering the palace and getting close to Tuyi. Jiud Sha confirmed she knew, stating that it was to seize the opportunity to kill the debauched ruler Tuyi and avenge their families. Lai Tianyuan laughed and remarked that the debauched ruler Tuyi, who slaughtered their two families, couldn't be dealt with by killing him just once, so their ultimate task was to bring about the destruction of the Kaien dynasty established by Tu Kaienjun. He instructed that for the meantime, they needed to ensure that Tuyi stayed alive. Fan Taozhu and Jiud Sha were surprised when they heard what Lai Tianyuan mentioned. Lai Tianyuan explained that originally among the princes, Tuyi appeared the most incompetent and foolish, so he had previously helped him ascend the throne while Tu Su led the army outside, intending to change the dynasty under Tuyi's rule. Fan Taozhu surmised that Lai Tianyuan wanted them to be concubines during that chaotic era by Tuyi's side and tempt him to destroy the Kaien dynasty by himself. Lai Tianyuan acknowledged that Fan Taozhu was indeed sharp-minded, seeing through it instantly. However, Lai Tianyuan revealed that what Fan Taozhu guessed was only his initial plan. He elaborated that after Tuyi ascended the throne, his actions seemed to have changed, and his previous incompetence and foolishness seemed like a disguise, making it harder for him to understand Tuyi, so the two of them needed to take his place to observe Tuyi closely and find his weaknesses. Fan Taozhu remarked it was the first time she had seen that expression on Lai Tianyuan's face. She looked up to Lai Tianyuan with curious eyes. Fan Taozhu wondered whether Lai Tianyuan was afraid or excited. Suddenly, Lai Tianyuan called Fan Taozhu. He stated she had always been clever, so she could adapt to the situation by Tuyi's side. Lai Tianyuan remarked that Jiud Sha was proficient in talismans and alchemy, strong in combat, but simple-minded. But he emphasized there was one thing they must remember. Lai Tianyuan instructed them not to let Tuyi stand on the same side as Tu Su, and Fan Taozhu and Jiud Sha both confirmed they understood. Back in the present, Fan Taozhu smiled. Fan Taozhu concluded that Lai Tianyuan had not misjudged after all because Tuyi's incompetence and foolishness were his disguise. Fan Taozhu explained at that time, Tuyi invited the harem to that strange cosplay banquet precisely to make contact with the Kun Guard and unite with Tu Su to deal with Lai Tianyuan. As Jiud Sha and Lord Zhao continued fighting, Fan Taozhu lamented unfortunately, Tuyi's plan was already anticipated by Lai Tianyuan. On the other hand, Tui demanded both Zhu Sha and Lord Xiao should stop fighting. Fan Taozhu was discreetly laughing while she watched Tui, who was in a panic. As she continued to laugh, Tui suddenly stopped moving. With sharp eyes, Tui suddenly turned to Fan Taozhu. Fan Taozhu admitted she almost got carried away and nearly got caught. Meanwhile, Tui remarked he almost forgot that Fan Taozhu and Zhu Sha are both under Lai Tianyuan's control. On the other hand, Zhu Sha and Lord Xiao were still fighting, and they seemed even. Tui revealed Lai Tianyuan wanted to use him as a puppet, so they would definitely stop him from abdicating to Tu Su, so he must control Zhu Sha's actions in order to trigger the Qingqiao rebirth emergency event. He recalled the conditions of the event, and he immediately got an idea. Tui wondered how he could almost forget Zhu Sha's weakness. He immediately went and wrapped his arm around Zhu Sha. Tui grabbed Zhu Sha by the waist. He stated whenever Zhu Sha is touched by the opposite sex in sensitive areas like the chin, she enters a state of mental breakdown. And he added as the supreme ruler, there was no way he would let his beloved concubine protect him. Zhu Sha was flustered and she struggled to speak. She was dizzy, but she still tried to address Tui. Tui immediately took the chance and turned to Lord Xiao. He immediately urged Lord Xiao should hurry up and seize the opportunity while she has the chance. Lord Xiao was surprised and puzzled by what was happening. She wondered what was going on and if it was another trick by the tyrant. Tui asked Lord Xiao what she was waiting for and insisted it would be too late once the guards arrived. Lord Xiao conceded she should not wait, so she should just capture Tui first and figure things out. Tui agreed it was right and that it had finally happened. He gladly got taken by Lord Xiao while Zhu Sha was losing her consciousness. Zhu Sha was falling to the floor, but before Zhu Sha's body could touch the floor, smoke surrounded her, and both Tui and Lord Xiao were baffled. Tui and Lord Xiao were both surprised when a dark aura started coming out of Zhu Sha. The second layer of Zhu Sha's hidden attribute is that when she falls into a state of mental breakdown due to male contact, she will perceive any other female who touches the same male, except for Fan Taozhu, as a mortal enemy, further escalating the situation. Lord Xiao was confused when she saw Zhu Sha. Zhu Sha demanded Lord Xiao for daring to compete with her for a man. Zhu Sha took a step forward. She exuded a powerful, dark aura, and Tui got scared and moved out of her way. Lord Xiao looked nervous as she prepared to fight Zhu Sha. Zhu Sha became enraged and continued to release her dark aura. She used her skill, 3rd level True Fire. Zhu Sha levitated in front of Lord Xiao and summoned a huge fireball above her. Lord Xiao was astonished at Zhu Sha's attack. On the other hand, Fan Taozhu appeared nervous. Meanwhile, Tui was surprised that snot came out of his nose. He remarked that if Lord Xiao were taken out, the Qingqiao rebirth event would definitely fail. Tui immediately ran toward Lord Xiao. He urged Lord Xiao to quickly get out of the way. Zhu Sha hurled the attack at Lord Xiao. Tui managed to grab Lord Xiao and dodge Zhu Sha's attack. A huge explosion occurred in the Kainyuan Hall, and it was powerful enough to be seen from outside the palace. On the other hand, Tui accidentally kissed Lord Xiao, and Lord Xiao was surprised. Lord Xiao found herself in Tui's arms, and the two of them were still midair, surrounded by the dust and debris flying around. She became flustered and called Tui a scoundrel. But suddenly, her head hit the ground and she lost consciousness. A few moments later, the dust and debris began to dissipate. Tui, who held Lord Xiao in his arms, was slowly revealed. Fan Taozhu stood surprised and speechless at what she saw. She was alarmed when she noticed Tui's silhouette standing in the distance. Tui appeared in shock, staring into space. He was startled when Downey notified him that his actions had led to the failure of the Qingqiao rebirth event, and triggered the Qin King circling the Pillar National Destruction event. Downey explained that in the original history of Tui's world, the assassin Jing Qi had attempted to assassinate the Qin King Ying Zheng in the main hall, but Ying Zheng had evaded using superb movement skills. Later, Jing Qi was attacked by the famous physician Xiao Wu, who had thrown a medicine box that hit him, causing the assassination to fail. Meanwhile, the palace attendants were running around in a panic due to the explosion. Downey notified Tui that the Qin King circling the pillar event triggered under the following conditions. 1. An assassin attempts to assassinate the host in the main hall. 2nd. A third-party character proficient in medicine is present during the assassination. 3rd. The third-party character proficient in medicine takes action against the assassin. If Tui defeated the assassin, the event would be considered complete, and he would gain 1,000 national power points. Downey congratulated Tui. Tui cursed and called it a crappy national destruction event. He questioned why events not only deducted points but also added points. Tui released a powerful aura as he cursed Downey, and Fan Taozhu was alarmed when she saw that. Fan Taozhu remarked that Tui had such a strong aura, and the two experts fell, but he was unharmed. Tui still stood there, enraged. Fan Taozhu noted that she was starting to understand the expression Lai Tianyuan had when talking about Tu Yi. Meanwhile, Lord Xiao lay unconscious on the floor. A few moments later, Lord Xiao regained her consciousness. Tu Yi observed that she was awake. Lord Xiao remained disoriented. She inquired where she was, and Tu Yi informed her it was his sleeping chamber. Lord Xiao was speechless, and she accused Tu Yi of being a tyrant and shameless debauchee. Tu Yi appeared puzzled when he heard what Lord Xiao uttered. Lord Xiao declared it didn't matter if Tu Yi had her, but Tu Yi cut her off and demanded what she was thinking. Tu Yi explained that without him, Lord Xiao would have already died at the hands of Lai Tianyuan. Earlier, Lai Tianyuan, who was responsible for palace security, led guards to the hall in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn after the assassination attempt. Lai Tianyuan ordered the guards to protect Tu Yi and capture the assassin. He immediately confessed that his negligence had put Tu Yi in grave danger, so he deserved death. Tu Yi dismissed it, saying it didn't matter because he was unscathed. Lai Tianyuan vowed he would take the assassin away and investigate the mastermind behind the scenes. But Tu Yi countered that wouldn't do. He struggled to find a reason to give Lai Tianyuan. Tu Yi remarked that the assassin looked good, so he would keep her for company. Lai Tianyuan warned that the assassin was very dangerous, so it might not be appropriate to keep her. Tu Yi responded that he enjoyed a bit of excitement. He smirked as he challenged Lai Tianyuan. Tu Yi asked Lai Tianyuan if he claimed he couldn't handle a weaponless and immobile woman. Lai Tianyuan was at a loss for words for a moment, and he admitted he dared not. Tu Yi instructed that Fan Taozhu would stay there to look after Zhu Xia. He directed Zhao Shu to come with him while everyone else could leave. Back in the present, Tu Yi declared that the Qingqiao rebirth event had failed. But Tu Yi added that Lord Xiao still had value, so she needed to be sent back to Tu Su to continue the great work of destroying nations. Lord Xiao complained that Tu Yi was too close and that it was up to him to kill or torture her, but he just shouldn't get too close. Lord Xiao declared that Tu Yi should kill her immediately. She stated that she had taken care of the messenger Tu Yi sent to execute Prince Tu Su. Lord Xiao remarked that sooner or later Tu Su will take care of Tu Yi, which puzzled Tu Yi. Tu Yi inquired Lord Xiao when he executed Tu Su. Lord Xiao announced that Tu Yi shouldn't play games in front of her because Tu Su is the prince appointed by Tu Kaiyanjun, and she questioned Tu Yi how he could sit securely on the throne if he didn't kill Tu Su. Zhao Shu considered that the matter had nothing to do with Tu Yi because it was done behind his back by her foster father. Tu Yi pondered that looking at Zhao Shu's expression, she knew something, so he bet it was the old man Zhao Zhuo playing tricks again, forging the decree behind his back. But he reflected that it might be a blessing in disguise, as he could take the blame for that and stir up more hatred against Tu Su. Lord Xiao was alarmed when she saw Tu Yi's expression. Tu Yi laughed menacingly, and he uttered that he remembered that it was his decree. Zhao Shu was puzzled when she heard what Tu Yi articulated. Tu Yi grabbed the sword on the wall. He expressed that after all, Tu Su controls those powerful troops when they should have been left to him by his father. Zhao Shu wondered why Tu Yi shouldered the blame willingly. Tu Yi pronounced that thinking about it at that moment, simply executing Tu Su with a decree is too dull. He conveyed that he has decided to have some fun with Tu Su in a more interesting way. Lord Xiao turned pale when she saw that Tu Yi was about to swing his sword at her. Without hesitation, Tu Yi slashed Lord Xiao. Lord Xiao closed her eyes in acceptance, but she slowly opened her eyes when she felt that she was unharmed. Lord Xiao saw that the chains binding her were broken. She queried Tu Yi if he wouldn't kill her, and Tu Yi indicated that since she had killed his messenger, she could deliver a new decree to Tu Su in his place. Tu Yi asserted that Tu Kaiyanjun noted Tu Su was a born warrior, so to train him for the throne. He was appointed as the prince of the northern province and the commander of the northern army, but from what he saw, Tu Su is just a brute with some raw strength. There was nothing to fear. He informed that on that day, not only will he strip Tu Su of his titles and positions, but he will also strip him of his Tu surname and demote him to a commoner. Lord Xiao was surprised when she heard what Tu Yi observed. Tu Yi mentioned that Lord Xiao should tell Tu Su if he disagrees with his decision. He commented that Tu Su could try to rebel and reclaim what was rightfully his. Tu Yi recounted that he will be waiting for Tu Su in the capital. He contemplated that playing the foolish, arrogant tyrant, jealous of his own brother, provoking recklessly, that acting was almost too realistic. The system notified Tu Yi that his actions triggered the second-level national calamity event, Jingnan Rebellion, and when Tu Yi heard that, he wondered how the second level differed from the regular national calamity event. The system related that in the original history of Tu Yi's world, Ming Emperor Jianwen Zhu Yunwen ordered the removal of the northern prince Yan Wang Zhu Dai, sparking his rebellion, and the Yan army attacked the Ming capital, Jinling, and Jianwen Zhu Yunwen's fate remained unknown, leading to the Jingnan Rebellion, so the conditions were that the capital has a powerful prince with troops and Tu Yi, as the emperor, issues an order to remove the prince's power. The system acknowledged that if the prince rebels due to that, it was considered the first phase of the event, deducting 1,000 national power points from Tui, and if the prince's army breaches the capital, it is the completion of the second phase, deducting 10,000 national power points from Tui. Tui surmised that it was truly a second-level national calamity event, and if both phases are completed, his national power points will definitely be negative. As he laughed maniacally, Lord Zio mused that the foolish tyrant seemed a bit off his rocker. Lord Zio reckoned that it might be for the best because at least Tusu still has a chance to reclaim the throne. While Tui waved goodbye to Lord Zio, Zhao Shu considered that Tui not only let the assassin go but also deliberately took the blame for Zhao Zhuo, and she wondered what the purpose of sending Lord Zio to provoke Tusu was. Suddenly, Tui realized something, and he was speechless. He pondered that he couldn't solely rely on those sudden events because, knowing the system's nature, it might turn the negative points into positive ones. So to complete the nation-destroying task, he still needed to use the other cunning ministers around him. Zhao Shu was surprised and puzzled when Tui suddenly looked at her. Tui reflected that Zhao Shu had Zhao Zhuo behind her, and as he recalled, if Zhao Zhuo didn't always urge him to attend the court, he believed that it could be useful. Meanwhile, Zhao Shu looked so confused. Tui called Zhao Shu. He uttered that lately, he has been paying more attention to Fan Taozhu and Zhu Xia and neglected Zhao Shu, so he would apologize. Zhao Shu stated that hearing that from Tui terrifies her. Tui declared that Zhao Shu shouldn't worry and inquired her if he didn't say before that she could freely inform Zhao Zhuo about his situation. He remarked that at that time, he would request Zhao Shu to relay a message to Zhao Zhuo. Tui announced that Zhao Shu should tell Zhao Zhuo that he will be attending court and presiding over matters, so he should be prepared. Zhao Shu affirmed yes. The morning came. At the court, an attendant announced and proclaimed that the Prime Minister Zhao Zhuo has arrived. Zhao Zhuo stepped into the court. One of the ministers greeted Zhao Zhuo as he walked past them. Zhao Zhuo repeatedly voiced that it was good as the others greeted him as well, and he articulated that there was no need to stand on ceremony. He looked at the line of ministers that bowed respectfully. Zhao Zhuo was puzzled when he noticed something. He inquired if Lai Tianyuan hadn't arrived yet. An attendant reported to Zhao Zhuo and conveyed that Lai Tianyuan mentioned earlier that he didn't feel well. Zhao Zhuo scoffed in his mind as he surmised that Lai Tianyuan still underestimates his plans. He noted that the attendant should never mind it because Lai Tianyuan's health is important and it doesn't matter if he was absent that day. Zhao Zhuo assumed that after he dealt with Tui that day and showed his authority in the court, he would settle the score with Lai Tianyuan later. Suddenly, an attendant announced and mentioned that the emperor had arrived. The attendant repeated the announcement and asserted that the emperor had arrived. Zhao Zhuo's eyebrow raised when he saw Tui. Tui just confidently walked past Zhao Zhuo. He looked so serious as he entered the court, and Zhao Shu was with him. One of the ministers whispered and queried since when does an emperor attend court with his concubines, and another questioned if that wasn't against the protocol. Tui laughed, and he interrogated the ministers if they couldn't handle just one. The ministers were puzzled by Tui's remark, and they raised their heads to look at him. They all lost their minds with what they saw. Tui brought a lot of concubines, and he requested the minister's opinion about them while laughing maniacally. One of the ministers lost consciousness while the other called for 2 Kaienjun. One of the concubines inquired if it was the Grand Court Assembly. Another one declared that it looked so boring. And another one greeted one of the ministers. Tui laughed, and he stated that he considered the imperial concubines wanted to experience the Grand Court Assembly and assumed that no one would object. Zhao Zhuo wondered if Tui had lost his mind and why he suddenly did something like that. One of the ministers remarked that the most worthless maiden they sent to the palace before stood up there, which is embarrassing because they only sent them and because Lai Tianyuan suggested it. Another minister queried Tui if he deliberately brought the harem to court to humiliate them. Zhao Zhuo pronounced that bringing the harem to the Grand Court Assembly goes against the protocols, and he questioned Tui what his intention was. Tui uttered that everyone shouldn't worry because he doesn't have any other intentions, and he interrogated them if it wasn't reasonable to bring the harem to the court meeting as a mere foolish ruler indulging in luxury. Zhao Zhuo was speechless. Tui wondered what Zhao Zhuo's opinion about what he did was, and he reflected that as long as he has no shame, Zhao Zhuo can't touch him. He called one of the attendants, and as the attendant responded, he probed him if he wasn't going to find seats for everyone. A few moments later, cushions were lined up on the floor. Tui announced that it was his first time arranging that, so they should just squeeze in wherever they could. And one of the concubines requested if they really had to sit on the ground like that, while the other declared that he would like to sit next to Tui on the dragon throne. The system notified Tui that due to his disruption of the etiquette at the Grand Court Assembly, 500 national power points will be deducted. Tui pondered that the trick of causing chaos at the Grand Court Assembly indeed works, so he will create a few more etiquette-breaking incidents later to further lose his royal dignity in front of the ministers and lose more points. Meanwhile, the ministers still lost their minds over what Tui did. On the other hand, Zhao Zhuo thought that he will bear with Tui for the time being and he will show him later. Tui proclaimed that it was his first court session and he addressed if any of the ministers had anything to report. The ministers surmised that the drama was about to unfold and Zhao Zhuo was about to make his move against Tui. Zhao Zhuo informed that he, Tui's servant, has something to report. He noted that recently auspicious signs were found on the Far East Island, and they were presented to him. Tui was intrigued, and he inquired what the auspicious signs were. Zhao Zhuo laughed menacingly. He commented that it was none other than the divine beast, Blue Dragon. Zhao Zhuo conveyed that he imagined that symbolized the rise of their great Kaiyan dynasty, so he wanted to present that auspicious sign to Tui that day. When Tui heard about the rise of the great Kaiyan dynasty, he seemed uninterested. Zhao Zhuo supposed that Tui didn't seem pleased hearing about the auspicious signs, and he wondered if Tui had seen through his plan. He mentioned that in any case, he requested for Tui to have a look at the divine beast. Zhao Zhuo presented the divine beast. A huge foot of a monster stomped on the floor. The ministers were alarmed when they saw it. The others were too shocked to react. On the other hand, Tui was puzzled. A huge lizard walked into the court, and it hissed. Tui was speechless as it was presented in front of him. He lost his composure as he cursed in his mind and considered that it was a blue dragon. Tui believed that in his world, it was a Komodo dragon, and he wondered what kind of place the Far East Island was. Zhao Zhuo stated that Tui should look at how majestic that blue dragon is. He wondered how Tui would respond now that he had presented that spirit. The system notified Tui that the actions of the key figure in the destruction of the country, Zhao Zhuo, triggered the sudden national destroying event inverting the deer, and Tui supposed that a sudden event doesn't necessarily have to be triggered by him. The system notified Tui that during Emperor Qin Ershi's reign, Prime Minister Zhao Gao presented a spotted deer to Emperor Hu Hai at court and called it a horse. The courtiers followed suit, so from on, Emperor Hu Hai's authority gradually fell into Zhao Gao's hands. So the triggering conditions for inverting the deer were the power behind the throne presents an animal to Tui at court, and he would blatantly lie, identifying the animal as another type of animal, inciting the courtiers to pressure Tui into admitting it. And if everyone present agrees with the power behind the throne statement, the event is considered completed, and 2,000 national power points will be deducted from Tui. Tui concluded that Zhao Zhuo indeed could bring him surprises. He wondered if it was time for the next performance. The Komodo dragon opened its mouth and its saliva dripped from its teeth. It tried to intimidate Tui, and Tui was speechless. The attendants handling the Komodo dragon tried all their might to hold it back. Meanwhile, the ministers laughed with each other. Tui inquired Zhao Zhuo why the precious item did not look like an auspicious blue dragon. Zhao Zhuo reasoned that Tui had indeed fallen into the trap, so Tui should watch him manipulate him. He questioned the ministers if any of them recognized the divine beast and declared that they should tell them if it was really a blue dragon. One of the ministers remarked yes, and it was clearly a blue dragon because he had the fortune of seeing one during his travels in the East Sea Island when he was young. Another minister noted that Zhao Zhuo indeed has vast knowledge, and in an ancestral book passed down in his family, the Sea and Mountain Classic, that blue dragon looked exactly the same. The other ministers asserted that it was truly a blue dragon, and Tui was blessed. Zhao Zhuo realized that he openly defied Tui's rule and usurped imperial authority, which was such a heinous act of treachery, and he wondered how it felt for Tui. On the other hand, Tui judged that it was great, perfect, wonderful, and it was very well done by all of them. But suddenly, one of the concubines commented that the creature looked so disgusting. Tui wondered who dared to speak for him. He immediately realized that it was his harem, and one of the concubines queried how such an ugly creature could possibly be an auspicious blue dragon. Tui surmised that he miscalculated. He assumed that, fortunately, there was still a way to remedy that. Tui called Zhao Shu, and he probed her if she wanted to say something. Zhao Shu inquired Tui what she would say. Tui mentioned that he wanted to hear Zhao Shu say something. He pressed Zhao Shu if the thing beneath was really an auspicious blue dragon. Zhao Shu believed that Tui knew that she was a spy for Zhao Zhuo, yet he had always allowed her to stay by his side, and currently, he wanted her to take a stand there. She considered that, thinking it over, it was because Tui is confident in himself, so she posed no threat to him at all. Zhao Shu presumed that, on the contrary, Tui gave her opportunities, waiting for her to choose between him and Zhao Zhuo. She recalled the moments where Tui took care of her. Zhao Shu imagined how happy Fan Taozhu and Jude Shaw would be in Tui's arms. She suspected that she knew what choice to make. Zhao Zhuo was surprised when he saw Zhao Shu standing up. He reflected that the time was right and that Zhao Shu should speak up and let the puppet emperor know his worth and let him know who was the real ruler of the great Kaiyan dynasty. But Zhao Shu inquired how such an ugly thing could be the sacred beast, the blue dragon. Zhao Zhuo was surprised. Zhao Shu questioned Zhao Zhuo if he tried to deceive the emperor with such a crime of treason. Zhao Zhuo was lost for words when he heard what Zhao Shu uttered. He declared that Zhao Shu actually betrayed him. Meanwhile, Tu Yi surmised that Zhao Shu didn't actually betray him. He wondered what Zhao Shu did if the plan wasn't to help Zhao Zhuo stab him in the back, and he concluded that Zhao Shu got the target wrong. Zhao Shu queried the other concubines if they didn't think she was right. One of the concubines stated that Zhao Shu was right because that was obviously a four-legged snake, pretending to be a blue dragon. Another concubine remarked that there was no dragon as ugly as that, and another commented that Zhao Zhuo's crime of treason deserves execution of his entire clan. The concubines started chanting, and they pronounced that they should execute Zhao Zhuo's entire clan. Zhao Zhuo turned to Lord Xia and probed him if it wasn't his illegitimate daughter sent to the palace who announced to execute his entire plan, and how he usually disciplined her. Lord Xia huffed and puffed as he rolled up his sleeves. He yelled, and as he asserted that it was insolence, he demanded his illegitimate daughter how he had taught her and questioned her for daring to be rude to Zhao Zhuo. But Lord Xia's illegitimate daughter noted that he was the insolent one. She requested Lord Xia if the Great Kayan belonged to Tu Yi or Zhao Zhuo. Lord Xia's illegitimate daughter observed that back then, he didn't have faith in the newly enthroned emperor, so he sent her to the palace as cannon fodder, and at the moment, they had already severed all ties. Lord Xia coughed up blood, which surprised Zhao Zhuo and got the other minister worried. He mentioned that his illegitimate daughter was an unfilial child, and the other minister conveyed that someone should help because Lord Xia spit blood from anger. On the other hand, the other concubines looked at each other with a mischievous look in their eyes. One of the concubines expressed that she too must report that her father disregarded the lives of the common people and embezzled relief funds. Another concubine acknowledged that her father forcibly occupied peasant land. Another concubine affirmed that her father is morally corrupt and visited brothels every day, while another explained that her father takes lives casually. Zhao Zhuo wondered how they, the ministers, could be overshadowed by the harem in court, and he judged that Lai Tianyuan was right that Tu Yi was indeed not to be messed with. He was alarmed when he saw Tu Yi's expression. While the concubines seethed in rage, Tu Yi just stood back with a dark expression on his face. Tu Yi frowned as he drew his sword out. Zhao Zhuo wondered if it could be Tu Yi. Tu Yi became gigantic in Zhao Zhuo's perspective. Zhao Zhuo was nervous and he sweat profusely. In his eyes, Tu Yi has become a mighty golden dragon. Zhao Zhuo wondered if Tu Yi tried to use a woman's influence to get rid of him. He considered that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhao Zhuo was in a daze, and he just stood there. The ministers were astonished when they saw that Tu Yi did. The concubines were surprised as well. Tu Yi has cut the head of the Komodo dragon. He called Zhao Zhuo. Tu Yi remarked that it was not worth damaging their relationship over such a creature. He stated that whether it was auspicious or not, he would cut it down with one stroke just like that. Tu Yi declared that they should pretend that day's court meeting never happened. He inquired Zhao Zhuo what he pondered about it. Zhao Zhuo noted that Tu Yi was right. A few moments later, Tu Yi went back to his chamber. The system notified Tu Yi that the system calculation was completed, and due to him disrupting Zhao Zhuo's inverting the deer event in court, the event was thwarted, causing Zhao Zhuo and the courtiers to be intimidated, and Tu Yi's imperial authority was further consolidated. The system informed that Tu Yi's national power points increased by 2,000, and his current national power point balance is 2,900. Tu Yi's eyes were bloodshot due to anger, and he cursed in his mind. Meanwhile, Zhao Shu wondered why Tu Yi does not seem very happy, even though he intimidated Zhao Zhuo and the courtiers in court. Zhao Shu queried Tu Yi if he was satisfied with her performance at the court meeting. Tu Yi slowly turned to face Zhao Shu. He commented that it was all right, but it would be better if Zhao Shu could fully grasp his intentions. Zhao Shu was surprised when she heard what Tu Yi mentioned. She reflected that if she hadn't proactively understood Tu Yi's thoughts earlier, and had to rely on verbal reminders to stand up, Tu Yi would not be satisfied with her performance. Zhao Shu believed that she must follow Tu Yi's thought process more actively next time, while Tu Yi mused that he had a bad feeling. Tu Yi surmised that since Zhao Shu had openly shown loyalty, and broken with Zhao Zhuo, causing Zhao Zhuo's prestige to plummet, it was impossible to rely on them to help him complete the task of ruining the country. He concluded that he could only rely on Lai Tianyuan now. Tu Yi announced that Zhao Shu should come and help him draft an imperial edict. Zhao Shu questioned what kind of edict Tu Yi wanted to draft. Tu Yi pronounced that he wanted to promote Lai Tianyuan to the position of Grand Chancellor. He interrogated Zhao Shu if something was wrong. Zhao Shu responded no and that there was nothing at all. Zhao Shu considered that the Grand Chancellor is a position above the left and right prime ministers. She believed that since the founding of the Great Kayan, only Lord Wai Xinglu held that position 100 years ago, and the position has been vacant ever since. Zhao Shu pondered that since Zhao Zhuo had just lost his power, Tu Yi wanted to appoint Lai Tianyuan as Grand Chancellor. She wondered if Tu Yi planned to take action against Zhao Zhuo and Lai Tianyuan. Zhao Shu wondered if it was the reason why Tui used the edict to divide the two of them. Tui placed the imperial seal into the edict. He was surprised with what happened after he did that. The system notified Tui that due to his arrangements, Tu Su, the commander of the Northern Army, had already raised troops in Beijing. The system notified Tui that the rebellion of Jingnan first stage was completed, so Tui's national power points decreased by 2,000 and his current balance was 900 points. Tui laughed maniacally, and as he wondered if the points he gained in court were already deducted, he concluded that it was as expected of him. He continued to laugh maniacally while still holding onto the imperial seal. Half a month later, a group of soldiers were pierced with arrows, and their corpses lay on the field. 80 miles north of Kaiyinjing City, the southern advancing Northern Army defeated the Longsang guards of Kaiyinjing City, capturing countless supplies. One of the soldiers created a small cut into one of the sacks. He was surprised when grain started pouring out of the hole. The soldier stated that it was all military provisions, so they didn't have to worry about supplies. Tu Su rode mightily on his horse as he led the Northern Army. Suddenly, Wang Jian pulled up beside Tu Su on his horse. Wang Jian is the deputy commander of the Northern Army, and he called for Tu Su. He declared that their army has been advancing south for over 10 days and they haven't encountered any royalist troops, making their progress smooth. But Wang Jian remarked that in the recent battle with the Longsang guards, their victory was too easy, so he suspected that there might be a trap. Tu Su was amused, and he inquired in what way the victory was easy. Wang Jian noted that the Longsang guards' duty was to protect Kaiyinjing, and their daily command is under Lai Tianyuan, and although their combat strength isn't as strong as the Northern Army, they are still considered elite. He commented that, however, the Longsang guard fled and left their provisions before even engaging with them, clearly intending to lose to them on purpose. Tu Su mentioned that Wang Jian was right. Lord Zhao announced that Tui is cunning and despicable, and if he and Lai Tianyuan colluded, there must be a trap in that. Tu Su observed that, of course, he knew Tui did it on purpose. He queried them if they assumed that he didn't understand his own brother's schemes. A few years ago, the young Tu Su was in the palace. Tu Kaiyinjin inquired what was the next line after the friend from afar. Tu Su repeated the line and pondered about the answer. Tu Kaiyinjin patiently waited for Tu Su's response. Tu Su stated that he already remembered and that a friend from afar, though far, must be punished, which made Tu Kaiyinjin sigh. Tu Kaiyinjin declared that as the crown prince, Tu Su had no brains at all, and he queried him how he could entrust the great Kaiyan to him. Tu Su remarked that Tu Kaiyinjin doesn't know that, but his brain works just fine because yesterday at the training ground, he head-butted several Longsang soldiers. Tu Kaiyinjin pronounced that Tu Su was not allowed to eat that day. He also mentioned that Tu Su had to copy his lesson 100 times. Tu Kaiyinjin left Tu Su alone in the room. Tu Su looked so dejected as he stared at the scroll in front of him. He noted that he was hungry and that he really wanted to eat something. Suddenly, Tui threw a rock on Tu Su's head. Tui called Tu Su from the window and questioned if he got scolded by the old man again. He uttered that he really doesn't understand because Tu Su is the crown prince, yet he has a harder life than he does, a useless prince. Tu Su observed that it was the reason why he envies Tu Yi. He asserted that Tu Kaiyinjin has high expectations for him, and he wants him to be a wise ruler remembered for ages. Tu Yi scoffed and commented that if he couldn't enjoy life, it was not worth being emperor. Tu Su claimed that he didn't know how to govern a country and he just wanted to lead troops in battle, and he wondered why he had to be a Tu Su. He announced that as the eldest son of the Tu family, as the crown prince of the great Kaiyan, he had no choice. Tui raised his brow, and he was speechless. He expressed that it was simple. Tui conveyed that in the future, he will take the emperor's position from Tu Su. He affirmed that he would even strip Tu Su of the Tu surname so he could live the life he wanted. Back in the present, Tu Su averred that Tui was an idiot. Tu Su called all his troops and proclaimed that they should hear his command. He voiced that they would march to Kaiyinjing City. The sun set and evening came. Back at the palace, Lai Tianyuan visited Tui in his quarters. Zhao Shu requested for Lai Tianyuan to go back and indicated that Tui was not available to see him at the moment. Lai Tianyuan informed that the Northern Army left Beijing and marched south 5 days ago, and currently they are only 800 miles from Kaiyinjing, so he must see Tu Yi. Zhao Shu revealed that Tu Yi was already aware of that, but he believes that with Lai Tianyuan's capabilities, he could handle the matter well. She explained that after all, the Longsang guards were already under Lai Tianyuan's command, and the defense of Kaiyinjing naturally fell to him, and besides, he is the Grand Chancellor, so it was natural for him to share Tu Yi's burdens. Lai Tianyuan's expression turned dark when he heard what Zhao Shu articulated. He considered that Tu Yi wanted him to take the blame. Lai Tianyuan declared that Tu Yi overestimated him because Tu Su is known as the god of war, and the Northern Army is the most elite force in the Great Kayan Dynasty. Zhao Shu stated that there was no need for Lai Tianyuan to worry because Tu Yi is aware of the Northern Army's strength, so he remarked that Lai Tianyuan could command from the rear, strategize without taking risks on the front line, and as long as his Longsang guards show their bravery before the enemy, even if they retreat, it will still be an honorable defeat. Lai Tianyuan wondered if it was acceptable to win or lose as long as the Longsang guards fought. He wondered what Tu Yi's true intention was with that move, while Zhao Shu noted that Tu Yi is looking forward to his good news. Zhao Shu quickly shut the door behind her as soon as she entered the room, and she fell silent. She let out a sigh of relief and commented that acting in front of that old fox Lai Tianyuan is exhausting. Tu Yi inquired Zhao Shu if she handled the old silver coin, and Zhao Shu mentioned that according to his instructions, she not only stopped Lai Tianyuan but also got him to lead the Longsang guards out of the city to intercept the Northern Army. Tu Yi was pleased when he heard what Zhao Shu conveyed, but Zhao Shu asserted that she doesn't understand because once the Northern Army reaches Kayanjing, the consequences will be unimaginable. She questioned how could Tu Yi trust Lai Tianyuan to lead the troops out of the city in such a critical situation and say that winning or losing doesn't matter, but Tu Yi responded that of course he cares about winning or losing. Tu Yi reflected that he would love for the Longsang guards to lose because although they are not as powerful as the Northern Army, they are still the second most elite force in Jeet Kayan. He contemplated that if the Longsang guards really fortified Kayanjing, it would be uncertain whether the Northern Army could break through. Tu Yi surmised that it was the reason why he let the Longsang guards go out to fight in the open field and send themselves to their deaths, and although Lai Tianyuan is cunning, he is not good at commanding troops. He pondered that by having Lai Tianyuan lead the Longsang guards, they will definitely be defeated and lose their strength, and they will also provoke Tu Su by attacking first, so in that way, the Jingnan rebellion event can be easily accomplished. Tu Yi began laughing maniacally. Zhao Shu mused that with Tu Yi showing such a smile, Lai Tianyuan is sure to suffer greatly at that time. She realized that Lai Tianyuan was already in trouble. Meanwhile, Lai Tianyuan was thinking that Tu Yi relinquished power to let him lead the troops to intercept the Northern Army and indicated that he didn't care about the outcome, so there must be some deeper meaning behind that. Zhao Zhuo called Lai Tianyuan, and Lai Tianyuan acknowledged his presence. Zhao Zhuo was running towards Lai Tianyuan in a fuming rage. He announced that it was no wonder Lai Tianyuan pretended to be sick that day and didn't attend court, and he queried if he was right that Lai Tianyuan had already planned with Tu Yi to deal with him. Lai Tianyuan pressed Zhao Zhuo why he was talking nonsense and when he ever planned with Tu Yi to deal with him. Zhao Zhuo exclaimed that Lai Tianyuan should explain why Tu Yi turned around and appointed him as Grand Chancellor right after he lost face in court. Lai Tianyuan replied that if Zhao Zhuo thinks about it a bit, he will realize that Tu Yi just wanted to sow discord between them, and currently, Tu Su is marching towards Kayanjing, but Zhao Zhuo still has the mind to argue about those trivial matters. When Zhao Zhuo heard Lai Tianyuan say that it was trivial matters, he retorted that Lai Tianyuan shouldn't think that he didn't know about those two women he placed by Tu Yi's side, and one was made a national advisor by Tu Yi while the other manages his treasury, so he demanded Lai Tianyuan if he was really planning to join Tu Yi. Lai Tianyuan fell silent and couldn't respond to Zhao Zhuo. Zhao Zhuo revealed that he also knew that those two women are the descendants of convicted officials Lai Tianyuan adopted years ago, and he probed Lai Tianyuan if he wouldn't want Tu Yi to know their true identities. Lai Tianyuan was enraged when he heard Zhao Zhuo's threats. He pressed his lips into a thin line before he spoke. Lai Tianyuan affirmed that he already understood Zhao Zhuo. He explained that perhaps some of his previous actions have caused Zhao Zhuo to misunderstand, so he considered he needed to clear up that misunderstanding. Zhao Zhuo interrogated Lai Tianyuan what he was planning to do. He was surprised when he saw what Lai Tianyuan was holding out. It was a talisman, and Zhao Zhuo recognized it. Lai Tianyuan declared that Zhao Zhuo was right, that it was the tiger talisman of the Longsang army, and with that talisman, one could command 30,000 Longsang troops in Kayanjing. He stated that he would entrust the tiger talisman to Zhao Zhuo and requested that he not refuse. Lai Tianyuan recalled how he and Zhao Zhuo stood beside the late Emperor Tu Kayanjun. He reflected that when Tu Kayanjun was alive, he and Zhao Zhuo were the left and right prime ministers, assisting him in governing the Great Kayan. And to balance the power of the ministers, he entrusted two important national artifacts to each of them. Lai Tianyuan recalled that Zhao Zhuo, as the left prime minister, held the imperial seal, which was responsible for conveying the emperor's decrees and overseeing the officials. He pondered that he, on the other hand, held the tiger talisman, commanding the elite Longsang forces and guarding Kayanjing. Lai Tianyuan considered that because of that, after Tu Kayanjun's death, he and Zhao Zhuo maintained a superficial peace, jointly supporting Tu Yi as a puppet. But he recalled that unexpectedly, due to Tu Yi's methods, Zhao Zhuo gradually lost his support, and is currently driven to desperation. Lai Tianyuan mused that as the one holding the tiger talisman, He had become the only powerful minister in Kainjing and a threat to the emperor. He speculated that at that time, Tui openly promoted him to Grand Chancellor and had him lead the Longsang Guards to resist the Northern Army, essentially putting him on the spot. Lai Tianyuan surmised that the Tiger Talisman had already become a hot potato, so he might as well use it to temporarily stabilize Zhao Zhuo and prevent him from acting out of desperation. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhuo was silent for a moment as if he was also deep in his own thoughts. He inquired Lai Tianyuan if he was trying to play dirty with him too. Zhao Zhuo remarked that he got the message and queried if he was right that if he took the Tiger Talisman, he would have to lead the Longsang Guards to face Tu Su's northern army. He mentioned that the lunatic Tu Su fights recklessly, so he can't beat him. Zhao Zhuo voiced that if Lai Tianyuan was looking to die, he should go die himself. Lai Tianyuan's expression turned dark. He seethingly called Zhao Zhuo's name. Lai Tianyuan questioned Zhao Zhuo if it was because he was rather gentle earlier that he misunderstood his current situation. Zhao Zhuo did not respond, and even though he was also enraged, he got a bit concerned. Lai Tianyuan acknowledged that the imperial seal Zhao Zhuo held was broken. He had lost his dignity before the officials, and even Zhao Shu had betrayed him. He commented that Zhao Zhuo has no more cards to play. Zhao Zhuo probed Lai Tianyuan if he was threatening him. Lai Tianyuan silently crouched down to pick up the Tiger Talisman. He expressed that he was just stating the facts. Lai Tianyuan noted that although holding the Tiger Talisman is risky, it is the only card Zhao Zhuo has left. He proclaimed that what Zhao Zhuo asserted about him playing dirty is incorrect because it is an open and straightforward strategy. He announced that Zhao Zhuo was still the left prime minister, so with that status and the Tiger Talisman, he could command the Longsang Guards, so considering their past relationship, it was the last chance he was giving him. Lai Tianyuan shoved the Tiger Talisman into Zhao Zhuo's mouth. He conveyed that Zhao Zhuo should make good use of that opportunity. Zhao Zhuo was stunned for a moment with the Tiger Talisman in his mouth. He cursed in his mind as he believed that leading troops into battle is undoubtedly seeking death. But Zhao Zhuo considered that Lai Tianyuan wasn't wrong, and he really didn't have any other cards to play. He imagined three looming sinister figures glaring at him. Zhao Zhuo reflected that, on the contrary, there are quite a few potential enemies, Tu Yi, Tu Su, and also Lai Tianyuan. He scoffed and remarked that since that was the case, they shouldn't blame him for what happens next. A few moments later, a fierce fire was burning at the outskirts of Kainjing. The villages around were being burned by the Longsang Guards. Women and children were crying on the side while they watched their homes burn. As they carried out rations and burned the homes, they had a dark look on their faces. In the following days, the villages around Kainjing were plundered by Zhao Zhuo, leading the Longsang Guards, leaving none untouched. One of the elderly called an officer and stated that without food, they won't survive the winter, so they should at least leave them a little. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhuo commented that they were a bunch of whiners calling themselves the Longsang Guards, yet they can't even handle such a small task. He observed that if he hadn't ordered the Longsang Guards to burn the villages, no one knows how long it would have taken to collect the military rations. Yuan Tianchu called Zhao Zhuo and announced that the military rations had been fully collected. He is the commander of the Longsang Guards, and he mentioned that he would dare to say that they were supposed to confront the rebels, yet they raid the villages around Kainjing for rations before the battle even begins. Yuan Tianchu hesitated to continue speaking, but he continued and expressed that the rations they were taking are what the people of Kainjing rely on to survive in the winter, so that harms Zhao Zhuo's reputation and also demoralizes the soldiers of the Longsang Guards. The Longsang Guards did not say a word, but the dark look on their faces says it all. Yuan Tianchu was startled when Zhao Zhuo opened his curtains and called his name. He was nervous and apprehensive of what Zhao Zhuo would do next. Zhao Zhuo inquired Yuan Tianchu if he was questioning his decision, and Yuan Tianchu responded that he was his subordinate so he wouldn't dare. Zhao Zhuo queried about morale and pronounced that it doesn't matter even if Yuan Tianchu's Longsang Guards had full morale. He questioned Yuan Tianchu if he supposed he could match Tu Su's Zhenbei army. Yuan Tianchu was horrified, and he was lost for words. Zhao Zhuo declared that it was the reason why he had made some plans to increase their chances of victory, because if they avoid the rebels' main forces and adopt a scorched earth policy around Kainjing, cutting off their supply lines, they could starve Tu Su to death. At that moment, the villages were still blazing with fire. Yuan Tianchu dared to speak and affirmed that the people Zhao Zhuo was targeting with the scorched earth policy are their Kainjing citizens. But Zhao Zhuo insisted that it was precisely because they are Kainjing citizens that they must have the resolve to sacrifice for Tu Yi. He asserted that it was their honor. Zhao Zhuo was traveling in his carriage to proceed to the next village. He thanked Lai Tianyuan in his mind for the Longsang Guards, but he reflected that he would pass on leading them to clash directly with Tu Su. He would stock up on supplies, avoid the rebel forces, and leave the mess in Kainjing for them all to deal with whether they live or die. Zhao Zhuo mused that the Kayan dynasty's territory was vast, and he wondered where he couldn't find a place to settle. He laughed maniacally, and the Longsang guards could hear him from outside. One of the Longsang guards inquired Yuan Tianchu what they should do. Yuan Tianchu remarked that Zhao Zhuo has the tiger talisman, so they can't defy his orders. However, he stated the Longsang guard just needed to do as he commanded. A few moments later, the forest became eerily dark and quiet. Lord Zhao was traveling at an incredible speed, jumping from one tree to another. She stopped abruptly. Lord Zhao saw the burning village ahead. She suspected that it must be the work of the foolish emperor. Lord Zhao was enraged that the tree trunk got damaged when she slammed her hand on it. She was alarmed when she heard a rustling sound in the bushes. Lord Zhao queried who was there, and the Longsang guard added that she should wait. The Longsang guard questioned Lord Zhao if he was a scout from the Zhenbei army and noted that she shouldn't worry because he has no hostility towards her and he was there under the orders of Yuan Tianchu of the Longsang guards, specifically waiting for her. Lord Zhao was puzzled when she heard the Longsang guard say that he was waiting for her. She demanded the Longsang guard what his purpose was. The Longsang guard explained that they do not wish to be enemies with Prince Tu Su, and the rations that Yuan Tianchu left for them earlier represent their stance. When Lord Zhao heard about the rations, she commented that the defeat was intentional on their part. The Longsang guard mentioned that unfortunately, those rations were all plundered from those villages. Lord Zhao declared that it was the work of the foolish emperor, but the Longsang guard responded no, it wasn't. The Longsang guard revealed that it was Zhao Zhuo, and he has the tiger talisman at the moment, so Yuan Tianchu couldn't defy him. He elaborated that Zhao Zhuo plundered the area around Qianjing, adopting a scorched earth policy, intending to wear down the Zhenbei army through attrition. The Longsang guard pointed out that Yuan Tianchu secretly made those arrangements and had him stay behind to coordinate with the Zhenbei army. Lord Zhao considered about it for a moment, and she acknowledged that she finally understood. The Longsang guard was surprised with what she conveyed. Lord Zhao whistled loudly and called for her bird. The bird quickly flew towards Lord Zhao. Lord Zhao announced that she can't verify what the Longsang guard just asserted, but she will report it to Tu Su. She pronounced that Tu Su will make his judgment. The Longsang guard pressed Lord Zhao if she wasn't going back to report it herself. Lord Zhao affirmed that she had other tasks. She voiced that perhaps she and the Longsang guard will meet again soon. Meanwhile, back in Qianjing, red flags were being raised outside the palace walls. There were also tents erected outside the walls. It was a military camp, and soldiers were busy preparing. Tu Yi observed that it was very good. He indicated that at that time, everything was finally under control. Tu Yi reckoned that the old dog Zhao Zhuo took the entire Longsang guards with him, leaving less than 1,000 soldiers capable of fighting in the city. He posed his dear brother Tu Su if he wasn't going to hurry up and finish him off. But Tu Yi surmised that something didn't seem right. Tu Yi wondered if they didn't say that Tu Su had 100,000 Zhenbei soldiers and believed that those soldiers under the city walls were numerous, but they didn't look like 100,000, so he wondered if it could be that his big brother was splitting his forces just to deal with a useless person like him. He was surprised when he saw Tu Su. Tu Su moved forward on his horse alone. Tu Yi wondered why Tu Su was not attacking, why he was coming so close on his own, and if he was not afraid. He was horrified when he saw the archer beside him aim his arrow at Tu Su. Tu Yi stated that the archer should stop right there. He inquired the archer who told him to shoot and declared that he should put the arrow down. Tu Yi wondered who would conquer the Qian dynasty if the archer killed Tu Su with one arrow. On the other hand, Tu Su smiled. He called Tu Yi and questioned if he had finally become the foolish emperor he wanted to be. Tu Yi was surprised when Tu Su spoke. Tu Su announced that just like before, Tu Yi is indulging in pleasure, stubbornly refusing to change, and scorning the rules, and Tu Yi considered that it was him Tu Su is talking about. But Tu Yi was petrified when Tu Su remarked that he was going to such lengths to play the role of a foolish emperor. Tu Su commented that Tu Yi was hiding all his kindness beneath it all. The wind was blowing the flag vigorously, waving it in the air. The wind disappeared and the flag slumped into its pole. Tu Yi was speechless. He was horrifyingly confused with what Tu Su mentioned. When Tu Yi heard about kindness, he wondered who Tu Su was talking about. He wondered if Tu Su was talking about him. Tu Yi pondered that he got it. He deemed that coming alone, standing so close, and seamlessly flattering him, Tu Su is trying to use words to disarm him. He presumed that Tu Su didn't want the Zhenbei army to suffer losses, so he came alone to talk him into surrendering, hoping to take the city without a fight. Tu Yi scoffed in his mind as he reflected that surrendering directly wouldn't meet the conditions for the Jingnan rebellion, so there was no way that would end without a good battle that day. He queried Tu Su if he dared to call himself a war god when he was starting a battle with all that formal talking at the front lines. Tu Su got off his horse and was silent for a moment. He shook his head and repeatedly called Tu Yi his emperor. Tu Su noted that Tu Yi's mouth is still as sharp as ever. Tu Yi was surprised yet again. Tu Su asserted that Tu Yi just alluded to a ceremony. He surmised that the main event was coming and observed that they should raise the flag. At that point, Tu Yi was flabbergasted. Tu Su voiced that he would sound the orders, and Tu Yi started trembling. Tu Su yelled and uttered that everyone should rise. The Longsang guards started to chant and expressed that they should punish Zhao Zhuo and purge the court. They repeated the chant and articulated it in earnest. Tu Su raised his sword, and everyone followed suit while they continued chanting. Tu Su winked at Tu Yi, and the system notified Tu Yi that as the former crown prince, Tu Su submits to him. The Jingnan rebellion enters its second phase, converting into yielding the throne for a worthy successor because in Tu Yi's original world, Prince Lai Chenqi of Tang Ruizong yielded the throne to Lai Longji, maintaining a deep bond of brotherhood, which became the celebrated tale, and the event yielding the throne for a worthy successor causes Tu Yi's national power points to increase by 5,000, and his current power balance is 5,900. As the chants continued, Tu Yi was horrified that it looked like his soul left his body. As the chants continued, Zhao Zhuo apologized to Tu Yi and declared that he can't help him destroy the country anymore. He remarked that he was off to meet his end and after that, it was all up to Tu Yi to finish the job. Tu Yi was dejected, and he slumped on the floor. He inquired Tu Su if he called him emperor and if he was acknowledging his reign. Tu Su stated, of course, and that at that time, he had come to the capital to congratulate Tu Yi on ascending the throne. He mentioned that after all, they agreed on that 10 years ago. Tu Su commented that staying cooped up in Qianjing as an emperor is nowhere near as satisfying as fighting battles on the front lines. He recalled how miserable he was. Tu Su added that in comparison, being an emperor is like a living death for him. He noted that the throne, the imperial title, and even his surname were a shackle to him. Tu Su observed that Tu Yi had finally fulfilled the promise from back then. He voiced that he has been freed from those shackles. Tu Su was now standing by the moat bridge. Tu Yi was shaken up that he stumbled on his words. He pronounced that he is not, and he didn't, so Tu Su shouldn't blame him. Tu Yi declared that they should set that aside for the meantime, and he questioned Tu Su if he was really planning to kill Zhao Zhuo. Tu Su spits and starts laughing. Tu Yi waited with anticipation for Tu Su's response. Tu Su uttered, of course. He revealed that Zhao Zhuo forged an imperial decree in an attempt to harm him, and he stole the tiger talisman to plot treason. Tu Su affirmed that he had already ordered his subordinate, Wang Jian, to lead 80,000 troops from the northern army to march against Zhao Zhuo. He announced that when the time comes, he will present Zhao Zhuo's head as a gift for Tu Yi's coronation. Tu Su was baffled, and as he queried where Tu Yi went, he indicated that he practiced a lot to achieve that powerful speech. Tu Yi has already disappeared from where he was standing up the wall. Tu Su was puzzled when he saw Tu Yi by the gate. Tu Yi was riding his horse and was running past Tu Su with all his might. He pondered that if he pushed himself and rode fast enough, he could take a shortcut and wondered what Wang Jian had that could compete with his speed. He mused that no one is allowed to take that old dog's life but him. Tu Yi proclaimed that Zhao Zhuo's life belongs to him. Meanwhile, at the camp where Zhao Zhuo was staying, loud cracking of the whip echoed through the area. The Longsang guards was enraged as they heard the continued cracking of the whip, but they were doing their best to hold it in. They tightened their grip on their weapons as they worried about their commander. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhuo remarked that Yuan Tianchu was quite a tough guy because even after being beaten for so long, he did not utter a sound. But he added that Yuan Tianchu was secretly meeting with Tu Su's men. Zhao Zhuo declared that Yuan Tianchu was betraying them and was colluding with the rebels. He asserted that Yuan Tianchu had betrayed their great Kayan and let down the emperor's trust, and such a crime warrants the execution of his entire family. Zhao Zhuo hits Yuan Tianchu so hard that he bends over backwards due to pain. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, and he seemed tired after all those whippings. A Longsang guard entered the room, worried for his commander. Zhao Zhuo inquired the Longsang guard if he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He queried the Longsang guard if he believed that it was a place he could just barge into. Zhao Zhuo stated that Yuan Tianchu's subordinate had intruded into a sensitive area, and questioned if he was planning to kill him and take over the camp. Yuan Tianchu was in so much pain that he couldn't speak immediately. He noted that it was none of the soldiers' business, so he should get out. The Longsang guard tried to reason with Yuan Tianchu, but he was cut off. Yuan Tianchu mentioned that as members of the Longsang army, seeing the tiger talisman is like seeing the emperor himself, and he demanded the Longsang guard if he was really planning to rebel. The Longsang guard was horrified as he realized the predicament they were in. Zhao Zhuo voiced that Yuan Tianchu was right that defying him is the same as defying the emperor because the tiger talisman is in his hands. Yuan Tianchu pressed the Longsang guard if he understood and uttered that he should get out. But Yuan Tianchu was alarmed when Zhao Zhuo pronounced that the Longsang guard should hold on. Zhao Zhuo probed the Longsang guard if he considered he could leave just like that and if he looked like someone who lets things slide. He announced that the Longsang guard was breaking into the camp, disrespecting his superior, and was plotting treachery. Zhao Zhuo wondered if he was right that it was a death sentence according to the law. He interrogated what method he should use and commented that the Longsang guard should let him think. Zhao Zhuo quizzed if the method would be slow slicing or roasting on the grill. He requested if perhaps the method should be beheading. With a menacing look in his eyes, Zhao Zhuo raised his sword to behead the Longsang guard. But Tui grabbed Zhao Zhuo's arm and stopped him in time. Zhao Zhuo was puzzled as to who dared to grab him. On the other hand, the Longsang guard was stunned when he saw Tui. Yuan Tianchu was stunned as well. Seeing their reaction, Zhao Zhuo got curious and slowly looked over his shoulders. He was surprised when he saw Tui, who was glaring at him with bloodshot eyes while panting like crazy. Tui was feral as he addressed Zhao Zhuo. He insisted that Zhao Zhuo should stop pushing his luck. Zhao Zhuo nervously looked behind him. He inquired if he saved his life. Tui grabbed Zhao Zhuo's face. His eyes were gleaming sinisterly as he turned Zhao Zhuo's head. Tui requested for Zhao Zhuo to take a look. He queried what he was seeing, and Zhao Zhuo declared that there was nothing at all. Tui stated that 80,000 soldiers from the Northern Army are coming to take Zhao Zhuo down, and he probed if he knew what they were chanting. He chanted like the soldiers and remarked that they would purge the court and execute Zhao Zhuo. Zhao Zhuo was extremely alarmed when he heard what Tui voiced. He wondered if he was playing himself into a death trap. Tui began cutting off Yuan Tianchu's restraints. He conveyed that in such a critical moment, Zhao Zhuo has lost the loyalty of the soldiers of the Longsang camp, so his knack for courting death is truly unparalleled. Tui mentioned that if he hadn't arrived in time, he really would have been beyond saving. Zhao Zhuo believed that there was no way. He repeatedly considered that it was impossible. As Tui cut off Yuan Tianchu's restraints, something snapped. Zhao Zhuo started laughing. Tui was puzzled when he heard Zhao Zhuo laugh. Zhao Zhuo revealed that he finally got it, and he almost fell for Tui's trick, and as he pressed if he would really be so kind as to save him, he expressed that Tui must have escaped from Qianjing after it was breached, and it was why he was there. Tui was disgusted by what Zhao Zhuo commented while Yuan Tianchu was speechless. Zhao Zhuo observed that Tui made it sound so convincing. He uttered that if there is an execution, Tu Su would have to kill Tui first. Tui was taken aback when he saw that Zhao Zhuo started swinging at him. Yuan Hu, the Longsang guard in the tent, tackled Zhao Zhuo. Yuan Tianchu screamed and called Yuan Hu. But Yuan Hu did not listen to him, and he continued to restrain Zhao Zhuo. Zhao Zhuo noted that Yuan Hu was seeking death. Tui was horrified when he saw Yuan Hu's blood splattered all over the place. Yuan Hu fell on the ground, his blood spurting out from his wound and out of his mouth. Tears trickled down on Yuan Hu's eyes as he took his last breath. Zhao Zhuo aimed his sword at Tui, but Tui was too focused on Yuan Hu that he didn't notice. Zhao Zhuo responded that Tui should obey him and behave. He pointed out that once they are out of the camp, he will hand Tui over to the new emperor, and not only will his life be spared, it will also be a great achievement. Tui snapped at Zhao Zhuo. The bloody body of Yuan Hu was in his mind. Zhao Zhuo wondered what he would do about him. He indicated that Tui kept calling himself the emperor, but Tui was currently at his mercy, and after handing him over to the new emperor, he would personally take care of each and every one of his people. Zhao Zhuo was oblivious to the dark, seething anger that Tui was emanating. He announced that all those in the court who thwarted his plans, including Tui's concubines, will die, but Tui shouldn't worry too much. Zhao Zhuo declared that the concubines were just tools they selected to get close to Tui, especially Zhao Shu, the second-hand goods, as he sent her to countless men long ago. He stated that when a tool goes against its master's will, it loses its value, and there is only one outcome. Meanwhile, Tui's dark aura was screaming and remarked that he should destroy and obliterate. Tui repeatedly called Zhao Zhuo's name. He continued to call Zhao Zhuo with an amused but resentful tone. Zhao Zhuo was stunned when he finally realized what Tui looked like at that time. Tui punched Zhao Zhuo across the face. The punch was powerful that Zhao Zhuo was pushed back, and his blood went flying in the air. Bleeding from both his nose and mouth, Zhao Zhuo was confused. Tui announced that Zhao Zhuo was a cruel 50 pig, and everything he says and does was cruel. He was enraged that veins were popping out of his face as he called Zhao Zhuo's name. Zhao Zhuo was still out of it and couldn't utter a single word. Tui cursed and proclaimed that he doesn't care about the transmigration anymore. He cursed and asserted that he doesn't care about the mission anymore. Tui also cursed and affirmed that he doesn't care about the system as well. Zhao Zhuo was in so much pain as his egg got broken by Tui's kick. He wailed in pain and started rolling on the ground. Zhao Zhuo was in so much pain that his eyes were bulging out of their sockets. Tui inquired what he mentioned earlier. He repeated Zhao Zhuo's words and claimed that tools that don't align with their masters should be destroyed. Tui noted that he was afraid of leaving behind offspring that could prevent the downfall of the kingdom, so he had to rely on fitness training to practice restraint every day. He gave Zhao Zhuo another punch. Tui voiced that he went 3 days without sleep just to draw costume designs for cosplay. He mentioned that he even had to learn the language of that world. Tui queried if he dared to call someone like him useless. He punched Zhao Zhuo so vehemently that he went flying out of the tent. Zhao Zhuo wailed as he landed on the ground. He wondered what Tui was talking about. Zhao Zhuo was surprised when he looked to his side. he saw the Longsang guards just standing beside him. Zhao Zhuo demanded what they were still standing there for. He insisted that they should protect him already, but the Longsang guards just looked away. Zhao Zhuo started trembling when he saw Tu Yi. Tu Yi walked out of the tent, and the Longsang guards all stood at attention to create a path for him. Zhao Zhuo was speechless. Tu Yi's eyes were filled with intense rage, and he was menacing. Zhao Zhuo confessed that he was wrong. He acknowledged that he knew he was wrong. Tu Yi probed to confirm if he knew he was wrong. Zhao Zhuo admitted that he shouldn't have led the troops on his own. He was startled when Tu Yi grabbed his head. Zhao Zhuo inquired if he shouldn't have avoided battle. He repeated that he was wrong. Tu Yi started talking. Zhao Zhuo was in a daze, and he didn't seem to understand what Tu Yi was saying. The Longsang guards also silently listened to what Tu Yi was saying. Tu Yi insisted that to him, wealth, power, the army, and the throne don't matter at all. Tears fell down Zhao Zhuo's face as he intently listened to Tu Yi's words. Tu Yi revealed that what he cares about are the people he trusted, but they all betrayed him. Zhao Zhuo was baffled as he probed about trust and betraying him. Tu Yi demanded that Zhao Zhuo should say it out loud. The Longsang circled around Zhao Zhuo and Tu Yi at that point, and they all listened solemnly. Zhao Zhuo wondered if he betrayed him. Tu Yi ordered that Zhao Zhuo should be louder because he can't hear him. Tears trickled down on Zhao Zhuo's swollen cheeks again. Zhao Zhuo yelled and confessed that he betrayed the emperor. He continued that he betrayed the late emperor and he betrayed the Qian dynasty. Zhao Zhuo lamented that he betrayed the people of Qian and he plunged them into suffering. The Longsang guards were repulsed when they heard what Zhao Zhuo uttered. Zhao Zhuo acknowledged that he is a sinner of the Qian dynasty. He repeated it and reiterated that he is a sinner. Zhao Zhuo bowed his head on the ground as he repeatedly voiced that he was sorry. Tu Yi let out a sigh of exasperation. Tu Yi remarked that he was tired, while Zhao Zhuo repeatedly declared that he is guilty. Zhao Zhuo continued and stated that he is guilty, but he considered that as if it was possible. Tu Yi was surprised when he noticed the change in Zhao Zhuo's behavior. Zhao Zhuo lunged at Tu Yi and announced that he should die. Blood was spilled, but it wasn't Tu Yi's blood as Zhao Zhuo missed. Lord Zhao hit Zhao Zhuo from behind. She hit Zhao Zhuo so hard that he coughed up his blood. Tu Yi just scoffed. He asserted that Lord Zhao finally made her move. Lord Zhao was surprised, and she wondered if Tu Yi knew all along that she was hiding in the army. She looked up at Tu Yi's intimidating and hostile stare. The system notified Tu Yi about Lord Zhao's details and indicated that her current allegiance wavers between Tu Su and Tu Yi, while Lord Zhao was wondering if Tu Yi could have known that she was there from the start. Zhao Zhuo fell face first on the ground. Lord Zhao commented that Zhao Zhuo was not dead yet, just unconscious, and inquired what he plans to do with Zhao Zhuo. Tu Yi queried what he should do. He was in a daze as he looked at Zhao Zhuo's body and gave it some deliberation. Tu Yi believed that he had always placed his hopes on people like Zhao Zhuo. He concluded that it was wrong and that it was time he took control into his own hands. Tu Yi mentioned that Zhao Zhuo's life is now at the disposal of Longsang as he no longer knows how to make use of him. The system notified Tu Yi that he had eliminated the key figure Zhao Zhuo, so his national power points increased by 5,000. On the other hand, Lord Zhao surmised that Tu Yi came there alone, subdued Zhao Zhuo, and regained military power, preventing a civil war within the Qian dynasty. She wondered what exactly Tu Yi was. A few moments later, the Zhenbei army arrived. Wang Zhan noted that Zhao Zhuo's army was ahead so they should prepare for formation. But one of the soldiers exclaimed that Zhao Zhuo should look quickly. Wang Zhan quickly looked to where one of his soldiers was pointing. His eyes went wide, and he was astonished with what he saw. Zhao Zhuo's body was hanging in front of the Longsang camp. His tongue was out and was drooling. Zhao Zhuo was lifeless, and he was hanged on a flagpole. A ghost called Zhao Shu, and she voiced that Zhao Shu was a coward, a wretch, and pressed to save her. But Zhao Shu kept on running away, and she was terrified. The ghost grabbed Zhao Shu's leg. It was sudden that Zhao Shu lost her balance and fell face first on the ground. The ghost demanded why she was ignoring her. She wondered if she had forgotten them and why she hadn't avenged them yet. The ghost expressed that Zhao Shu must survive. More ghosts appeared, and they repeatedly insisted that Zhao Shu should kill Zhao Zhuo. Zhao Shu screamed as the ghosts weighed her down so she couldn't run away. She was sobbing, and her eyes turned bloodshot when she saw what was in front of her. Zhao Zhuo, who was in the form of a beast, called Zhao Shu. He claimed that Zhao Shu betrayed him. Zhao Zhuo took a step forward to get near Zhao Shu. He observed that a toll that betrays its master ends up just like those ghosts. Zhao Shu was terrified while the ghosts behind her flinched. A huge explosion occurred. The dust and debris of the explosion blocked Zhao Shu's vision. When the dust started to dissipate, Zhao Shu saw that a huge sword was pierced through Zhao Zhuo's head. Zhao Shu looked up to see who killed Zhao Zhuo. It was a gigantic and divine Tu Yi. Zhao Shu was in awe as she continued to look up at Tu Yi. Tears trickled down her eyes while her sisters called her. Zhao Shu woke up, and one of the concubines, who called her sister, reported that Tu Yi had returned safely and he was preparing to summon all the ministers in the Great Hall. The concubine also revealed that Zhao Zhuo has been executed by Tu Yi. Zhao Shu furrowed her brows as she tried to process what she just heard. She murmured that it was finally over. The next day, after dealing with Zhao Zhuo, Tu Yi returned to Qianjing to formally receive the congratulation from the king of the south, Tu Su. Tu Yi's face was sour as he kept thinking about destroying the country. He wondered what exactly he had destroyed during that time. Tu Yi reckoned that currently the harem is completely devoted to him, and there is no chance for any femme fatale to bring down the nation. He assumed that Tu Su was determined to keep him on the throne. Tu Yi also perceived that after Zhao Zhuo's death, Lai Tianyuan had completely shriveled up, so the civil and military officials in the court are all as steady as a rock. He realized that with all those fierce moves, his national power points increased by 15,000, and he wondered how he could expect to rely on those people to destroy the country. Lai Tianyuan wondered why there was no sign of joy on Tu Yi's face even after exterminating Zhao Zhuo, and with Tu Su sincerely submitting. He was in a daze as he gave it some reflection. Lai Tianyuan glanced over his shoulder. He saw that Tu Su was glaring at him with his eyes filled with bloodlust. Tu Su gestured with his finger over his neck, trying to send a message to Lai Tianyuan. Lai Tianyuan quickly realized and believed that it was because he was still alive, so the delicate balance between the three factions had ended. He considered that previously, Tu Yi had control over them while he and Zhao Zhuo were in a mutual restraint with Tu Su. Lai Tianyuan pondered that currently, as the only discordant factor who remains indecisive about the new emperor, he has become the target that Tu Su wanted to eliminate. He surmised that it was time to take a stand. Tu Yi was surprised when Lai Tianyuan took a step forward. Lai Tianyuan declared that he had heard that Tu Yi displayed great might, personally executing the national traitor Zhao Zhuo. He stated that it truly brings great satisfaction to all. But Lai Tianyuan's smile turned to a frown. He mentioned that, however, Zhao Zhuo stole the military token from him, causing chaos among the people, and he failed to prevent it, which is a great fault. Lai Tianyuan voiced that he is willing to accept punishment and would ask Tu Yi to relieve him of his position as Grand Secretary to set an example for others. But as he was about to start pleading, Tu Yi conveyed that he should stop. Tu Yi affirmed that he is in no mood to hear that at the moment, as he has been too exhausted lately. While he cursed in his mind and reflected that the sudden change of expression and the way Lai Tianyuan quickly shifts the blame to the dead, it is the skill of someone who has been honing his craft as a scheming manipulator for decades. He acknowledged that he has decided to go on an incognito journey, traveling through the Qian dynasty, so they will discuss Lai Tianyuan's dismissal after he returns. Lai Tianyuan reckoned that the court had just stabilized and wondered what Tu Yi was planning. He was about to request Tu Yi to reconsider his decisions, but Tu Yi cut him off. Tu Yi queried if he was telling him what to do. Lai Tianyuan immediately remarked no and that he wouldn't dare. Meanwhile, Tu Yi was thinking that he couldn't rely on the civil and military officials to destroy the country, but fortunately, there are still many strong external forces. He mused that the Kangling tribe from the northern grasslands frequently invades the northern border of the Qian nation, and even Tu Su, who guards the north, has faced their Khan, Chuobashan, several times in battle, and in terms of combat strength, they are evenly matched. Tu Yi inferred that in the south, there was the Jing nation, which stands across the river from the Qian nation, and its ruler, Chu Lai, is both a skilled strategist and warrior, and his late father led several campaigns against them, all to no avail. Lastly, he contemplated about the Red Sleeve Army. Tu Yi deduced that they were said to have millions of followers spread across the Qian nation, and the rebel group, led by cultists, has always been the most dangerous internal threat. He concluded that the first two forces were too far away, so at that time, during his incognito journey, his goal was to connect with the Red Sleeve Army and use their hands to destroy the nation. Tu Yi supposed that the emperor of the Qian nation becoming a spy for the rebel destroyers is the kind of plot he likes. On the other hand, Lai Tianyuan was thinking that Tu Yi was smiling again. Meanwhile, at the Red Sleeve Army, torches were being lit. The path to their headquarters was illuminated by huge torches on each side. Inside the headquarters, the Red Sleeve Army members were dancing, and Wu Dongshuan was sitting in front of the altar when a messenger reported that there was bad news and good news. The messenger added that 3 months after the new emperor ascended the throne, he quelled the turmoil in the court, so it seems that the Qian nation's fate has not yet run out. Wu Dongshuan inquired what the bad news was. Tu Yi was walking down the street of Longsing area with Lord Xiao. The people on the sidewalk were giving them dirty looks. The people walking on the streets were giving them the same look as well. Tu Yi confidently walked down the street with his hood down while Lord Xiao was wary and had her hood up. Lord Xiao remarked that the Longsing area borders the northern grasslands, so the situation is chaotic, and even Tu Su finds it troubling. Tu Yi stated that he got it, and as he inquired if he was right that he should be cautious, he mentioned that she had declared it 800 times on the way. He reflected that there was something strange because the Longsing area is clearly the place where the Tu family rose to power. Tui pondered that 500 years ago, the ancestors of the Tu family traveled to the north and beheaded a giant dragon in that area. And since then, the Tu family gained the fortune to contend for the world and eventually established the Kayan nation. Thus, that area was named Longsing. But he considered that currently, even though the place was nominally part of the Kayan nation, it had been infiltrated by various forces, and the Red Sleeve Army had even directly established a town there. Tui mused that logically, both his late father and his insane brother should have highly valued the control of that area, yet, despite their iron-fisted methods, they allowed the Red Sleeve Army to set up a base there. He recalled that even Tu Su insisted on having Lord Xiao follow him, claiming that he was concerned for his safety. Tui looked behind him. He suspected that Tu Su was one thing, but he was wondering why Lai Tianyuan and Zhu Sha were there making a scene. Lai Tianyuan noted that Tui seemed to glance back at them earlier, and as he queried if she was sure that their disguise was effective, Zhu Sha commented that she had specifically used magic to conceal their presence so even Lord Xiao wouldn't be able to detect them. Zhu Sha indicated that Tui has not dismissed Lai Tianyuan from the position of Prime Minister, so he should be in Kaiyuan overseeing the situation. Yet he claimed to be ill and stayed behind closed doors, secretly following Tui out of the capital, and she wondered if it was really appropriate. Lai Tianyuan declared that Tui is cunning, and by keeping him in the position of Prime Minister, Tui intends to put him in a difficult position. He replied that moreover, Tu Su remains in the capital to intimidate him and warn him not to follow in Zhao Zhuo's footsteps. Lai Tianyuan announced that therefore, Kaiyuan is a dangerous place for him, so the best solution is to stay away from there and secretly follow Tu Yi, and Zhu Sha voiced that she didn't fully understand. But it seemed impressive. He expressed that Zhu Sha didn't need to fully understand. Lai Tianyuan surmised that as long as they could maintain their perfect disguise, that was enough. Meanwhile, Tui reasoned that it was fine and they should do as they pleased, so if Lai Tianyuan wanted to follow, he should follow. Lord Xiao conveyed that Tui should stay behind her. Tui was surprised when he saw what was ahead. Their path was blocked by hostile men. Tui informed that it was the Red Sleeve Army. One of the men spoke that they had never seen Tui and Lord Xiao in town before and probed if they were from the south. He pressed if they could be spies from the imperial court. Lord Xiao was apprehensive, and she didn't move nor say anything in response. Tui responded that Lord Xiao shouldn't make a move yet. He believed that their luck was really good because they were searching high and low to find it effortlessly as the Red Sleeve Army appeared quickly, and he interrogated where their leader was. A few moments later, Tui and Lord Xiao walked into the Red Sleeve Army headquarters. Wu Dongshuan was sitting by the altar, and a few people were guarding her. The system notified Tui that Wu Dongshuan is skilled in magic, excels at manipulating people's hearts, and gathers refugees from all over as followers, intending to overthrow the Kayan nation. Wu Dongshuan was eating a centipede when they came in. Wu Dongshuan stated that Tui dared to come to Longsing, which takes some courage. Tui demanded if the principle of the Red Sleeve Army wasn't to welcome refugees from all over and what courage was needed to come there. But Wu Dongshuan noted that looking like that, she doubted that Tui was just a refugee. She affirmed that even though Tui is dressed plainly to conceal his identity, his demeanor gives him away, and his companion, she could tell that Lord Xiao is a ruthless woman just by looking, accustomed to walking in darkness and shedding blood. Lord Xiao got extremely wary of Wu Dongshuan, but she didn't say anything. Tui mentioned that as expected of Wu Dongshuan from the Red Sleeve Army, her sharp eyes see right through everything. He observed that to be honest with Wu Dongshuan, he is a secret envoy from the Jing nation, sent by His Majesty to take advantage of the turmoil in the Kayan nation. Tui uttered that he had come specifically to seek cooperation with the Red Sleeve Army. Wu Dongshuan smashed her cup. Tui was both confused and alarmed by what she did. Wu Dongshuan requested if he was seeking cooperation and proclaimed that it sounded nice. She challenged why he was bothering hiding anything when he had already revealed his identity. Wu Dongshuan quizzed if he was also interested in the dragon root of Kayan nation. She grilled why he was keeping it hidden and if she was right that he was there for the dragon root of Kayan nation. Tui was taken aback by Wu Dongshuan's question, and he was speechless. He wondered about Kayan nation's dragon root. Wu Dongshuan pestered if he presumed that she wouldn't know, and Tui wondered if his identity had been exposed. Wu Dongshuan announced that the dragon root, which controls the fate of the world, is about to reappear, and she hammered if it was the reason why Jing nation was there. But Tui was confused and clueless about what Wu Dongshuan was saying. Wu Dongshuan informed that it was alleged that every 500 years, an emperor dragon appears there. She conveyed that whoever beheads it and seizes the dragon root will obtain the emperor dragon's aura to rule the world. Wu Dongxuan explained that the last time the Emperor Dragon appeared, the ancestor of the Tu family, Tu Tianxia, beheaded the dragon, seized the dragon root, and gained invincible, extraordinary power. She noted that at that time, the Emperor Dragon was actually slain by Tu Tianxia in collaboration with his sword brother, Lord Chu Ren. However, Lord Chu Ren gained nothing but scars. Wu Dongxuan clarified that it caused a rift between Tu Tianxia and Lord Chu Ren, who could once entrust their lives to each other, and they eventually had a falling out. She specified that after the split, the two each established their own nations in the north and south, joining the chaotic struggle for supremacy. Wu Dongxuan revealed that with the help of the Emperor Dragon's power, Cayenne Nation unified the vast lands of the north, and the Chu family, while unifying the area south of the Mujiang River, found their nation's strength no match for Cayenne Nation, so they could only hold on desperately, relying on the natural barrier of the Mujiang River. She uttered that since the 500-year limit has arrived, a new Emperor Dragon is about to be born, and the world's order is bound to change. The system notified Tui that it had detected the keyword Emperor Dragon's aura that may trigger a major side storyline related to the downfall of the nation. So it is recommended that Tui first gain Wu Dongxuan's trust and strive to uncover elements that advance the side storyline. And when Tui saw that, he concluded that the move of secretly visiting the Red Sleeve Army was the right one. Tui recounted that Wu Dongxuan mentioned the Emperor Dragon's aura and tested if it could be that she also wanted to seize control of the world. But Wu Dongxuan asserted that she was born with the destiny of a rebel, and she has no interest in being an emperor. She pried to confirm if their Jing nation has been longing for the Emperor Dragon's aura for 500 years. Wu Dongxuan declared that the land is under her control, and with her help, Tui's chances of obtaining the Emperor's Dragon aura are much higher. But she spoke why she should help him and what price could his Jing nation offer. Tui pondered that, fortunately, he did his homework before coming there and learned about Wu Dongxuan's past. He considered that Wu Dongxuan was originally from Feng Nation and her village was massacred during the chaos between the Cayenne and Feng nations, leaving her a refugee. Tui reflected that during Wu Dongxuan's exile, she had a fateful encounter with an immortal, learning medical and magical arts, which she used to heal others who shared her fate. He mused that Wu Dongxuan gained a reputation through that and was revered by refugees as Daozu, eventually forming the Red Sleeve Army with the goal of overthrowing the Cayenne nation. Tui believed that in his previous life, he saw too many similar uprising leaders in history books, most of whom were poor souls driven to the brink by war and oppression. He presumed that Wu Dongxuan was no different, and although she is acting like an unpredictable, eccentric mystic, it was just a disguise to survive in chaotic times, and deep down, she is simply an idealist, and what moves her is quite straightforward. Tui remarked that Wu Dongxuan doesn't need to worry about that. He added that he had come on the orders of his ruler to discuss cooperation with Wu Dongxuan, and he brought two promises. Tui uttered that the first promise was, naturally, the destruction of Cayenne Nation, a goal that they shared with Wu Dongxuan. Wu Dongxuan stated that Tui wanted to unify the world, and for that, Cayenne Nation must fall, so it hardly counts as a promise. Tui responded that it was the reason why they have the second promise. He replied that their ruler aspires to be a wise king for all ages, and he promises to reform the laws and establish a perfect heavenly kingdom on earth. Wu Dongxuan was enamored by the second promise Tui mentioned. Tui cleared his throat and commented that Wu Dongxuan should let him briefly introduce their ruler's governing principles. He concluded that Wu Dongxuan should watch, as he would use his extensive keyboard warrior experience to give those ancient people a little taste of modern ideas. Tui started chattering, and Lai Tianyuan and Jude Shaw watched silently from a distance. Lai Tianyuan observed that Tui is secretly visiting to meet with Wu Dongxuan of the Red Sleeve Army, and it was a shame that they couldn't hear what he was saying. He noted if she could use magic to let him hear what Tui is saying. Jude Shaw mentioned that the opponent is also skilled in magic, so the casting distance can't be too close. She expressed that she will try to move it a bit farther away. Jude Shaw used her skill, Zundun Shadow Capture. The paper crane imbued with Jude Shaw's aura flew towards a tree near Tui. It sat on the tree and hid behind its branches. It listened as Tui revealed that they will work on the development of livelihoods and lands for those who farm it. He also asserted that they would promote trade for material circulation, establish education, and have a technological revolution. Lai Tianyuan voiced why it was intermittent, and Jude Shaw affirmed that the distance was too far. He wondered if it was about governance and reasoned that although he couldn't fully understand, there was certainly wisdom in it, but it was too vague and impossible to achieve at the moment. Tui maintained that all men are born equal. Jude Shaw recounted that equality for everyone was such a romantic idea. Lai Tianyuan was extremely horrified when he heard what Tui claimed. Lai Tianyuan remarked that in the past, Wai Xinglu was torn apart by 5 horses just for touching the interests of the nobility, so if Tui dared to propose equality for all under heaven, even 100 Wai Xinglis wouldn't be enough to tear apart. He stated that since Tuyi actually brought it up himself, if it fails, there won't even be a chance to find a scapegoat. Lai Tianyuan commented that one wrong step and the entire Kaiyan nation will fall into an endless abyss. He glanced towards Tuyi. Lai Tianyuan saw how enthusiastic Tuyi was while he presented his ideas, while the Red Sleeve Army listened with great interest. He saw that Tuyi was earnest. Lai Tianyuan was moved by the scene, and he was speechless. He declared that it was really shameful. Lai Tianyuan mentioned that while he and Zhao Zhuo still schemed against Tuyi for a bit of power, Tuyi's vision and ambition had already embraced the world, aiming to create a society of great unity. On the other hand, the Red Sleeve Army cheered as Tuyi finished his speech. He let out a sigh of relief. Tuyi reflected that he was finally finished talking, and he was exhausted when a guy from the Red Sleeve Army suggested that he should have some water. Wu Dongshuan observed that Tuyi's description is really tempting, and if Jing Nation could truly govern like that, it would indeed establish a heavenly kingdom on earth for 1,000 years. Tuyi insisted absolutely, but Wu Dongshuan voiced that she still had a small question. Wu Dongshuan demanded if he really believed that she was an idiot, and she contended that Tuyi was trying to deceive her with such lies when the Jing Nation could never implement those policies and would never make such promises. Wu Dongshuan directed that Tuyi should speak. She indicated who he really was. Wu Dongshuan proclaimed that Tuyi is not from the Jing Nation. She pointed out that when King Chu Ren established his nation, he didn't have the dragon's aura, so he had no choice but to compromise with the powerful clans of Jiangnan, promising to co-govern the Jing Nation. Wu Dongshuan asserted that in the current situation, even the emperor wouldn't dare to touch the interests of the powerful clans, and she wondered if the Jing Nation would really cut off its own arms to benefit them. Tuyi considered that he went too far because the policies he proposed were too advanced, and they sounded too unrealistic. The mood of the Red Sleeve Army quickly shifted and became hostile. Tuyi assumed that he was about to get beaten up. Suddenly, Lord Xiao exclaimed that they should stop. She ordered that the Red Sleeve Army should stay away from Tuyi. Wu Dongshuan queried what would happen if she refused and added that it was the Red Sleeve Army's territory. She warned that if they don't explain their origins, they will all die. Wu Dongshuan instructed that Tuyi should tell her who he is. Tuyi revealed that he didn't expect Wu Dongshuan to see through it and that he was actually from Kaiyan Nation. Wu Dongshuan acknowledged that she knew it. She noted that the people she hated most are Kaiyan Nation people. But Tuyi suddenly exhorted that Wu Dongshuan should wait. Tuyi affirmed that he may be from Kaiyan Nation, but he is just like Wu Dongshuan. He professed that he wanted Kaiyan Nation to fall. Lai Tianyuan was horrified when he heard what Tuyi conveyed. Zhu Sha inquired if they should save Tuyi because he is in danger, but Lai Tianyuan reasoned that they must trust Tuyi because since he dared to go undercover alone to meet with the Red Sleeve Army, he must have a way to deal with it. Lai Tianyuan contemplated that he was really curious how Tuyi plans to convince Wu Dongshuan in that situation. Everyone listened in anticipation as Tuyi started to speak. Tuyi admitted that he is Kaiyan Nation's Grand Chancellor, Lai Tianyuan. Lai Tianyuan was surprised that he couldn't contain his scream. Meanwhile, Wu Dongshuan remarked if he was Lai Tianyuan, and Tuyi responded that it was right. Tuyi declared that he has always dreamed of overthrowing the Tuyi rule and establishing a society of equality. He noted that for that, he served the old ghost, Tu Kaiyanjun, like a dog, and finally, he was dead. Wu Dongshuan mentioned that she heard about that the Kaiyan Emperor passed away recently. She stated that Power Minister Lai Tianyuan and Zhao Zhuo supported a useless prince named Tuyi to ascend the throne, intending to control the government. Wu Dongshuan indicated that, unfortunately, at the critical moment, Tu Su suddenly returned and supported Tuyi's ascension, to which Tuyi remarked yes and that he didn't know what got into that Tu Su. She observed that afterward, Zhao Zhuo was executed, and although Lai Tianyuan wasn't dismissed, he lost all his influence, and she even suspected that he was secretly eliminated after being imprisoned by Tuyi. Still acting like Lai Tianyuan, Tuyi admitted that he did try to kill him, but fortunately, he escaped Kaiyanjing with the help of loyal bodyguards. Wu Dongshuan uttered nothing, but she was still looking at Tuyi with her eyes full of doubt. She acknowledged that she has heard many reports that Lai Tianyuan is knowledgeable and talented, unmatched in strategy and the top advisor to the Kaiyan Emperor, so Tuyi's excellent governance plan earlier was worthy of that reputation. But Wu Dongshuan voiced that he heard that Lai Tianyuan should be a middle-aged man and added if she was right. Tuyi explained that he had techniques to maintain his youthful appearance, but that was not the point. He asserted that the point was that as long as the foolish Emperor Tuyi was on the throne, his governance ideas could never be realized. Wu Dongshuan inquired if he was trying to emulate Wei Xinglu. She wondered what Tuyi would do after that and if he wanted to use her power to seize the dragon root, absorb the power of the Emperor Dragon, and become the Emperor himself. Tuyi repeatedly insisted no and that he was not interested in the throne. He conveyed that his goal is the same as Wu Dongshuan's. He just wanted to destroy the current Kaiyan nation. Wu Dongshuan tilted her head as she was curious about what Tuyi stated and mused about it. but she added that they should hold off on discussing cooperation for the time being. Wu Dongxuan informed that she needed to deal with something first. She revealed that it was the rats hiding on the side. Zhu Sha was horrified when their concealment started disappearing. She believed that they had been discovered. Before Zhu Sha and Lai Tianyuan could react, Wu Dongxuan was already behind them. Wu Dongxuan queried if she was enjoying the eavesdropping. Zhu Sha quickly used her escape talisman. She swung it at Wu Dongxuan, but Wu Dongxuan was agile, and she effortlessly flipped away from her. Wu Dongxuan stated that Zhu Sha was also skilled in the art of talismans. She remarked that, unfortunately, Zhu Sha was not strong enough to face her. Wu Dongxuan, her skill and lightning started to appear in the area. She used her skill, 8 Directions Assault. Zhu Sha's broken hat was blown in the air after Wu Dongxuan's attack. She was completely toasted, and Lai Tianyuan called her name with worry. Lai Tianyuan was startled when he felt Wu Dongxuan wrap her arm around him. Wu Dongxuan commented that Lai Tianyuan got a pretty good subordinate there. She noted if she was right that he must be quite an extraordinary figure himself because he had such a powerful protector, and she declared that it was her lucky day as she had encountered 2 big shots in a row. Meanwhile, Tuyi watched as Wu Dongxuan cornered Lai Tianyuan and Zhu Sha. He believed that he was doomed. Wu Dongxuan observed who exactly he was. Tuyi considered that he just impersonated Lai Tianyuan, and he wondered if Lai Tianyuan would turn around and impersonate him. He presumed that Lai Tianyuan shouldn't be silly because their ages don't even match. Lai Tianyuan suddenly started speaking to say who he was. Tuyi sweated profusely as he watched Lai Tianyuan in anticipation. Suddenly, Lai Tianyuan recalled his past when his father relayed why he studied. Lai Tianyuan was young at that time, and he was hunched over a table, surrounded by a lot of scrolls. He reflected that his father was a scholar, and the things he encountered most from a young age were books. But back then, even though he spent every day surrounded by books, he never mused about why he studied. Lai Tianyuan replied to his father and asserted that he just felt that reading had some value, but he never considered any greater purpose. His father explained that to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to continue the teachings of past sages, and to open the way for peace for all future generations are the paths that the sages taught the scholars to pursue. But he conveyed that he isn't as noble as the sages, and whether it was establishing a heart or a life, continuing the teachings, or bringing peace, that was all just a means to an end. Lai Tianyuan's father clarified that what he really wanted was to leave a name in history. Lai Tianyuan got curious about what his father disclosed about leaving a name in history. He professed that a human's lifespan was short, barely 100 years, and in the end, they all decay and turn to dust. So only by having their names recorded in history, passed down through generations, could they, the scholars, achieve eternal life. Lai Tianyuan surmised that on that day, his father's words about leaving a name in history, though somewhat distasteful to him, gave him a vague sense of direction in life. But he recalled that good times didn't last. Fierce horses suddenly galloped through the village. Lai Tianyuan recalled that not long after, war reached their hometown. He perceived that only did he realize that the pride of a scholar is nothing in the face of life and death. Lai Tianyuan looked at the crushed scroll on the ground with disdain. He concluded that it was just a joke. Suddenly, he glanced to his side and noticed a man. The man inquired for help, and as he added that he hadn't eaten in 3 days, he pleaded for just a little food. He requested for Lai Tianyuan to save him. Lai Tianyuan gave half of his bread to the man. The man quickly gobbled it, and Lai Tianyuan responded that he should eat slowly. Lai Tianyuan stressed that no one is going to snatch it from the man. But he was horrified when he noticed more people as he looked over to his side. The people looked at him with intense glares. One of them queried if he had more food and if he was right that he still had some. Another man uttered that Lai Tianyuan had food on him. A man insisted that he was hungry and Lai Tianyuan should hurry and give the food to him. Everyone cried that they were starving. They voiced that Lai Tianyuan should hand over the food. While the other people lunged towards Lai Tianyuan, his father suddenly pushed him to the side, away from the mob of people. Lai Tianyuan got worried about his father. He wondered why things took place. Suddenly, Lai Tianyuan lost his footing. He fell down and tumbled along the rocky hill. As Lai Tianyuan stood back up, the mob of people stated that they found food but remarked why there was little and repeatedly insisted that it was not enough. The people suddenly declared that Lai Tianyuan's father could be eaten too. They laughed sinisterly and voiced that they could eat him. Everyone started chanting and proclaimed that they should eat Lai Tianyuan's father. Lai Tianyuan screamed in despair as he heard what the people uttered. He presumed that he finally understood his father. Lai Tianyuan believed that what his father expressed back then, that it was just a means to an end. As refugees fled south, famine struck, and people turned on each other for food, and more than 200,000 people perished along the way. He concluded that reading isn't for the people. Lai Tianyuan considered that it was not for all beings. He mused that it was just to leave a mark on that world and to not become someone else's leftover scraps, but to become the beast that holds the lives of millions in its grasp. Lai Tianyuan became the youngest prime minister in the history of the Kaiyan dynasty. Time has moved, and Lai Tianyuan remembered the time when Tu Kaiyanjun died. Paper money and flags were waved in the air for Tu Kaiyanjun's funeral. As Lai Tianyuan mentioned if the old emperor had died too, he remarked that he was such a useful pawn. He inquired what the point of imperial physicians was if they couldn't heal Tu Kaiyanjun, and one of the physicians pleaded for him to spare them. Lai Tianyuan affirmed that bloodshed is inappropriate on the day of the emperor's funeral, so they should bury the physicians with Tu Kaiyanjun. The guards dragged the physicians away, and the physician desperately called for Lai Tianyuan. Lai Tianyuan just ignored them and kept looking ahead. Zhao Zhuo conveyed that Tu Kaiyanjun's decree was for Tu Su to ascend the throne, and he probed what they should do next. Lai Tianyuan noted that Tu Kaiyanjun is dead, and he is nothing more than a historical footnote at the moment, leaving behind nothing but a grand coffin. He added that the opportunity was already in their hands. Lai Tianyuan asserted that he wanted to stand at the top of Great Kaiyan and rule the world. Suddenly, Lai Tianyuan's reminiscence ended. Wu Dongshuan observed what he was daydreaming about and indicated that she enunciated a question. She stood in front of Lai Tianyuan while her red sleeve army and Tu Yi were behind. Wu Dongshuan clarified who he was exactly. Tu Yi suspected that he just impersonated Lai Tianyuan and wondered if he would turn around and impersonate him. He figured that Lai Tianyuan shouldn't be foolish because their ages don't even match. Lai Tianyuan was about to say who he was. Tu Yi waited in anticipation for Lai Tianyuan's response. Lai Tianyuan removed his hat. He professed that he is Emperor Tu Kaiyanjun. Both Tu Yi and Lord Xiao were shocked that they spit blood. Lai Tianyuan revealed that he was actually not dead yet, and as Tu Yi assumed that Lai Tianyuan just showed up as his father, he mockingly wondered why Lai Tianyuan didn't claim to be Qin Shi Huang next. Wu Dongshuan was speechless when she heard what Lai Tianyuan stated. Her veins suddenly started popping out of her face, and she was pissed with Lai Tianyuan. Wu Dongshuan remarked if he messed with her. Lai Tianyuan declared that everyone knows that Wu Dongshuan hates the Kaiyan dynasty to the core, wishing she could grind the Kaiyan emperor's bones to dust, and if he wasn't desperate, he wouldn't be risking his life telling her all that. He stated that he hates that rebellious son of his, Tu Yi, because he is the reason that he has fallen to that point. He added that the ungrateful son was ambitious and cunning, always pretending to be a useless, lustful fool, and he pondered that Tu Yi was the most incompetent among all the princes. Meanwhile, Lord Xiao fumed with rage when she saw Lai Tianyuan. She believed that Lai Tianyuan dared to usurp Tu Kaiyanjun's title, so he was the one with the wolf's heart and dog's lungs. Lai Tianyuan continued and mentioned that he didn't expect that Tu Yi had been secretly colluding with many ministers all along, plotting to seize the throne. And for years, his influence has infiltrated the court and the military. Even the left prime minister, Zhao Zhuo, became one of Tu Yi's people, to which Wu Dongshuan was amused, and she remarked if so many court secrets are being revealed to her in one day. Still pretending to be Tu Kaiyanjun, Lai Tianyuan observed that fortunately, Lai Tianyuan, currently Tu Yi in disguise, has always been loyal to him, and despite Tu Yi's attempts to win him over, he pretended to submit while secretly scheming for him. Lai Tianyuan asserted that, unfortunately, Tu Yi's power had grown, and he had no choice but to fake his death and abdicate. He noted that Lai Tianyuan remained in the court, stirring up conflict between Tu Yi and Zhao Zhuo, creating opportunities for his restoration. But sadly, their plan only succeeded halfway. Lai Tianyuan indicated that another ungrateful son, Tu Su, helped Tu Yi kill Zhao Zhuo, stabilizing the court. Lord Xiao considered that usurping the throne, disgracing the royal family, and daring to defame Tu Su, Lai Tianyuan had committed so many grave offenses at once. She supposed that Lai Tianyuan had touched Tu Yi's reverse scale. Lord Xiao figured that Lai Tianyuan should just wait to end up like Zhao Zhuo. Wu Dongshuan demanded if he ran there like a beaten dog. Lai Tianyuan glanced over at Tu Yi, and as he addressed him as Lai Tianyuan, he reported that Tu Yi had played the role of a treacherous minister for quite some time, and earlier, he even insulted him against his will, so it must have been hard on him. Lord Xiao surmised that with a single word from Tu Yi, she would have Lai Tianyuan's head immediately. But Tu Yi joined his hands together. He remarked that to insult Lai Tianyuan was a necessary evil, and he deserved to die 1,000 times. Lai Tianyuan was petrified when he saw what Tu Yi did. Suddenly, he got pushed on the ground by Wu Dongshuan. Wu Dongshuan uttered what it mattered. She continued that, unfortunately, her hatred for the Kaiyan dynasty is irreconcilable, and she inquired if he really presumed that he could leave unharmed when he had come to her territory and fallen into her hands. Lai Tianyuan responded that he is nothing more than a dethroned man, so Wu Dongshuan could kill him as easily as flipping her hand, but he dared to come to see her because he knew that killing him isn't her best option. He insisted that after all, as long as the Kaiyan dynasty remains, killing a former Kaiyan emperor so easily won't give Wu Dongshuan the satisfaction of revenge. Wu Dongshuan just scoffed. Lai Tianyuan was alarmed by Wu Dongshuan's reaction. But Wu Dongxuan replied that indeed, killing a single two Kainjun wouldn't be enough. She declared that of course she wants the two family to tear each other apart, to see the nation fall, the family destroyed, and the line extinct. Lai Tianyuan was terrified and speechless when he saw Wu Dongxuan's expression. On the other hand, Tui responded yes and continued that the nation should be destroyed and the two family extinct. Tui reflected that Lai Tianyuan pretended to be two Kainjun, betting on the depth of Wu Dongxuan's hatred for the Kaiyan kingdom, knowing that she wouldn't just kill him simply, and instead, he wanted to use them to ignite internal strife within the two family. He concluded that in that way, not only could Lai Tianyuan save his life, but he could also incite the Red Sleeve army to overthrow the Kaiyan kingdom. Tui pointed out that it was as expected of Lai Tianyuan, the little destroyer that he had placed so much hope on. Wu Dongxuan noted that Lai Tianyuan wanted something besides obtaining the power of the Imperial Dragon from the dragon vein. She queried if he was also seeking the support of the Red Sleeve army, to which Lai Tianyuan responded that it was right because, after all, within the Kaiyan kingdom, the Red Sleeve army's power is among the strongest, and with Wu Dongxuan's support, they could do it. But Wu Dongxuan cut Lai Tianyuan off and commented that he should stop dreaming. She observed that even if she enjoys seeing the two family kill each other, asking her to use the Red Sleeve army to help the enemy is too far-fetched. Lai Tianyuan asked what she would do if it was not to help him. He inquired what Wu Dongxuan's decision was, if it was to help Tui, who was pretending to be him. Tui was extremely puzzled when he heard what Lai Tianyuan conveyed. Lai Tianyuan declared that after what happened with his ungrateful son, he has grown tired of the throne, but Wu Dongxuan replied that it was nonsense. But Lai Tianyuan continued and stated that his biggest wish, aside from getting rid of those two disgraceful sons, is to entrust the kingdom to someone reliable. He remarked that, for example, Tui seemed quite suitable, and Lord Xiao believed that she would just sit back and watch them all perform. Wu Dongxuan scoffed and retorted that after all that talk, it was still just words, and she was done playing, so the others should take Lai Tianyuan away to feed the dogs. But Lai Tianyuan suddenly interjected that proving his identity is easy. He presented the imperial seal to Wu Dongxuan. Lai Tianyuan informed that Wu Dongxuan should consider it a gift for his future successor, and the Empress. Wu Dongxuan began to wonder if what they claimed was actually true. Lai Tianyuan revealed that it was a wedding gift, and Tui was stunned. Suddenly, Wu Dongxuan raised her hands. She wrapped her arm around Tui. Wu Dongxuan observed that it was not bad, and it seems that Lai Tianyuan has given a suggestion that pleases everyone. She expressed that she quite admired Tui's ideas for governing the country, so he is worthy of being her man. Wu Dongxuan asserted that without further delay, she and Tui should head straight to the bridal chamber. Tui mentioned that Wu Dongxuan should wait a minute, but he was taken aback when he felt a pang of pain behind the back of his head. Wu Dongxuan has elbowed Tui in the head. Tui immediately became unconscious and fell on the ground. Lord Xiao noted that Wu Dongxuan should wait, but Wu Dongxuan added that Lord Xiao shouldn't worry because she won't mistreat her master. Wu Dongxuan voiced if perhaps she wanted to join them in the bridal chamber too. Lord Xiao was flustered that she was lost for words. She responded that Wu Dongxuan should shut up and that she was a pervert. On the other hand, Lai Tianyuan pondered that he bet everything on Tui to become a true dragon. He considered that Tui shouldn't let him down and that he should go further than two Kainjun. Lai Tianyuan figured that Tui should make sure that he is remembered in history. Evening came, and the crescent moon illuminated the sky. In the bridal chamber, Tui yelled, and he proclaimed that Wu Dongxuan needed to calm down, stay back, and not come any closer. Tui protested no and that Wu Dongxuan should stop, but Wu Dongxuan snapped that he should shut up and that he was a pervert. Morning came, and the rooster crowed aggressively. Lord Xiao was startled when the door to the bridal chamber opened. Wu Dongxuan sighed as she got out of the bridal chamber, and Lord Xiao was surprised. She glanced over at Lord Xiao. Lord Xiao was pissed at how Wu Dongxuan looked down on her. She was alarmed when Tui grabbed the bottom door frame and crawled out of it. Lord Xiao stated that if he was still alive. Tui pondered that he was almost drained dry, but for the sake of destroying the nation, the sacrifice was worth it. He reflected that Lai Tianyuan actually dared to bring the imperial seal out of the palace and even sold him out, so the future is indeed promising. Wu Dongxuan remarked that Tui should stop reminiscing and they should return to the main headquarters and discuss how to seize the dragon energy. Tui wondered if they weren't heading out directly and what was there to discuss. A few moments later, they went deeper into the mountains. The ladies were carrying a torch as they traveled in a tunnel towards the headquarters. Wu Dongxuan declared that it was just ahead. Tui considered that he had a bad feeling about it. Wu Dongxuan mentioned that they had arrived. Tui and the others were all astonished with what they saw at the end of the tunnel. He noted if it was the Red Sleeve Army's headquarters. There were a lot of armed men all over the base. Aside from armed men, there are also blacksmiths and shoppers. Lord Xiao voiced that there were many people there, and those aren't members of the Red Sleeve Army. She recognized the Shan Society. Lord Xiao also recognized the Huangshan Party. She recognized the Righteous Alliance as well. Lord Zhao also recognized the Shaolin sect. She recognized the beggar sect too. Lord Zhao proclaimed that those are all sorts of large and small rebel factions from Cayenne Nation, many of which they, the Kunwei, have dealt with before. Tui cursed in his mind as he realized that he had stumbled into a den of rebels. He contemplated the rebels. Tui believed that they were more rebellious than the other. He perceived that those are critical resources for toppling a nation. Meanwhile, Lai Tianyuan mused that as expected of Tui, even in the enemy's camp, he walked with steady steps and even showed a hint of joy, so he was truly worthy of the late emperor's bloodline. He wondered if it could be that Tui anticipated the appearance of the dragon vein and knew that the rebels would gather there, so he planned to subdue them all at once. Tui was in awe when a huge, muscular man stood in front of him. The man stated that Tui looked unfamiliar and remarked which rebel group he was from. Tui declared that he is Lai Tianyuan, the exiled prime minister of Cayenne Nation, and he was with the former emperor of Cayenne, Tu Cayenjun. The man laughed and mentioned that the joke isn't funny at all. But Wu Dongshuan chimed in and commented that what Tui explained wasn't a joke, and it was the truth. Everyone quickly greeted Wu Dongshuan when they saw her. Wu Dongshuan noted if he was disappointed. She told if he believed that he would get the full support of the Red Sleeve Army to seize the dragon's power by making a deal with her last night. Wu Dongshuan voiced that it turns out that the Red Sleeve Army isn't just supporting Tui, as she told him that she is a businesswoman and she never put all her eggs in one basket. Tui pondered that Wu Dongshuan wanted a free ride. Wu Dongshuan recounted that she doesn't want to be an emperor, but she is willing to bet on anyone who dares to sit on the dragon throne. And at that time, with the seizing of dragon power as the opportunity, they are all welcome to compete freely. Lai Tianyuan assumed that Wu Dongshuan was using the dragon vein as bait to gather all the rebel forces, intending to select the one who would destroy the Cayenne dynasty. On the other hand, Wu Dongshuan figured that no matter who it was in the end, she wouldn't lose out. Lai Tianyuan wondered if Tui could really handle a woman with such cunning and strategy. Tui reported that there was no need for Wu Dongshuan to worry because it is more fun with more competitors. He signaled that after all, there will only be one outcome, and he suspected that it doesn't matter who brings down the Cayenne dynasty because it was all the same to him. Wu Dongshuan observed that she loves Tui's confidence, like there is no one else but him, so it was no wonder he was the man she fancied. She posited that although there were many backups there, none of them are likely to compete with Tui. Wu Dongshuan indicated that the only ones who might compete with Tui were probably those from Jing Nation, and as she professed if she was right, Tui hinted if Jing Nation was really going to get involved in that mess. She insisted if he perceived that the descendants of the Chu family would ignore the dragon vein when he was pretending to be them. Wu Dongshuan reasoned that by her calculations, the people from Jing Nation should be arriving soon. The tunnel to the headquarters was empty and quiet. Chen Siming arrived. He was with Aina and Haiya. Wu Dongshuan responded why he was back alone when she sent him to greet the people from Jing Nation. Chen Siming contended that it was Wu Dongshuan's order to greet them, and he wouldn't dare disobey, so he brought the person back. Tui and Wu Dongshuan were both astonished when they saw what Chen Siming presented to them. Chen Siming revealed that to be precise, it was the person's head, and he uttered if it was enough. Chen Siming, Aina, and Haiyu all stood by the tunnel's entrance. He threw Chu Sidao's head towards Wu Dongshuan. Tui was surprised when Chu Sidao's head rolled in front of him. Blood oozed out of Chu Sidao's head as it lay on the ground. Wu Dongshuan stated that he instructed to meet the Jing Nation envoy to participate in seizing the Imperial Dragon's power, and she inquired if that was how he met them. Chen Siming smiled sinisterly. He remarked that Wu Dongshuan can't blame her for that. Chen Siming declared that it was not his fault that Chu Sidao was too weak. Blood spurted out of Chu Sidao's head as Chen Siming stepped on it and crushed it beneath his feet. Wu Dongshuan mentioned that she knew Chen Siming had been dissatisfied with her, wanting to take her top position. She wondered if causing trouble at that critical moment wasn't a bit too hasty, and Tui pondered the palace intrigue and power struggle they loved to see was about to start. But Chen Siming insisted that he was wronged and that he is truly loyal to Wu Dongshuan. He explained that Wu Dongshuan wanted to overthrow the Cayenne dynasty and end the chaos, but she didn't want to become emperor herself, so as her subordinates, they needed to find someone worthy of uniting the world for her, which is tough. Chen Siming noted that Chu Sidao was the Grand Prince of the Jing Nation. He pointed out that Chu Sidao is known as the #1 general in Jiangnan, leading the Unstoppable Wave Battalion, and he came to seize the dragon's power on behalf of the Jing Nation, but got completely wiped out by fiends from the grasslands. Tui chimed in and inquired about the grasslands. Chen Siming revealed that they were all taken out by his girl, Aina. Aina, the holy maiden of the northern Mang grasslands, scoffed and claimed that the Jing Nation was incredibly weak. One of the rebels remarked that he had heard that there is a so-called holy maiden in northern Mang, who claims to have the power to connect with the demons of the grasslands. Another rebel just scoffed and declared that they were just a bunch of northern barbarian dogs daring to come to the central plains to kill, and as he muttered if they were there to steal the dragon's power too, he concluded that they are overestimating themselves. When Ayana heard what the rebels stated, she inquired if they were talking about her and Haya. She declared that compared to the prosperity of the Central Plains, it really pales in comparison. The men were pissed with what Ayana commented. Ayana observed that since the Central Plains was powerful, she just wanted to ask if everyone must be living a happy and fulfilling life. She wondered why they were all risking execution by rebelling and if it was because they enjoyed cosplaying as rebels, to which the rebel demanded what she meant and retorted that she was spreading nonsense. Ayana indicated that she is heading south to seize the dragon's power to end the division and chaos, to unify the world. She noted that if anyone there wanted to join the great cause of unifying the world, they could consider joining them. Wu Dongxuan was bewitched by Ayana's words and considered unifying the world and ending chaos. On the other hand, Lai Tianyuan was also in a trance, and he pondered unifying the world and leaving a legacy in history. All the other rebels were all in a daze, and as they envisioned unifying the world and achieving greatness, Tui wondered what was going on and if the rebels were really speechless after being brainwashed. Tui sensed that something was off about Ayana, and he wondered why the system couldn't see her attribute panel. Ayana's eyes glowed, and she smiled sinisterly as she continued to bewitch the rebels. She declared that if they wanted to join, they would need to pass a test because they only accept elites. Tui unknowingly finished Ayana's sentence and remarked that they don't accept trash. Ayana wondered how Tui knew that line while Tui was concerned, as he realized that the line was familiar that he just responded instinctively. One of the rebels questioned what he meant and if he was calling him trash, but Tui responded that it was not his fault as Ayana wanted to say it, and he just helped her say it. The rebel challenged if she thinks he is trash. Ayana clarified that she was not talking about the rebels. She insisted that she was saying that everyone there is trash. The rebels shouted that Ayana was an audacious scoundrel for calling them trash. They cried that they will get her. Ayana called Haya. She indicated that Haya should help her take the rebels down. The rebels were stunned when one of them broke his neck. Before they could react, another rebel was shredded into pieces. Haya wreaked havoc as he attacked multiple rebels at a time, and they couldn't react as he was extremely fast. Blood was spilled all over the place. A lot of rebels lost their lives. Tui supposed that a wise man stays away from danger, so they should retreat for the time being. But Ayana noticed that Tui was trying to escape. She imparted that Haya should prioritize taking out Tui. Tui cursed in his mind as he realized that Ayana was a crazy woman because he just echoed her words, so there was no need to be so petty and go for the kill. Meanwhile, Ayana was thinking that Tui was the only one unaffected by her abilities, and in her story as the leading character, he is definitely a strong mid-game boss. Haya punched another rebel blocking his way. His punch made its way to Tui, but Lord Xiao and Jude Sha blocked his fist. Wu Dongxuan used her escape technique. She used her skill, Arcane Kick. Wu Dongxuan presented that Ayana was killing at will on the territory of her Red Sleeve army. She highlighted that Ayana was way too disrespectful to her. But Ayana assured that Wu Dongxuan should calm down because they are not enemies. She signaled that they have a common goal, and that is to destroy the Kayan dynasty. Ayana's words echoed through Tui's head. Tui believed that his head hurt and that Ayana's voice kept echoing in his mind, so he wondered if that was Ayana's ability. Wu Dongxuan started repeating the words that were echoing in Tui's mind. She urged that they must destroy the Kayan dynasty and they should start by taking out the former Kayan emperor. Jiu Sha got worried, while Lai Tianyuan was terrified when he heard what Wu Dongxuan related. Ayana discerned that there was a bonus surprise, and she wondered if the former Kayan emperor was also there. Jiu Sha and Lord Xiao were protecting Lai Tianyuan and Tui, and they prepared themselves to face Wu Dongxuan. Tui determined that he thinks he has figured out Ayana's ability and what it was all about. Tui believed that everyone has their own obsession in their hearts. He considered that Ayana's ability is to amplify those obsessions within the people. As Tui reflected that through verbal manipulation, Ayana turned the people into puppets controlled by their obsessions, Ayana remarked that they should destroy the Kayan dynasty, and the only path was to kill two Kayanjun. Wu Dongxuan repeatedly declared that she will kill. Tui supposed that, however, he had already seen through Ayana's ability using his system, and he had seen all the flaws, down to the bare bones. Wu Dongxuan was surprised when Tui blocked her way when she was about to attack. Tui stated that Tu Kayanjun was no longer the Kayan emperor. He noted that killing Tu Kayanjun won't destroy the Kayan dynasty, and Wu Dongxuan was stunned when she heard that. Wu Dongxuan started sobbing while her veins were popping out of her eyeballs and face. Tui surmised that since Ayana's ability relies on verbal manipulation, all he needed to do was expose the flaw in her logic. He realized that Ayana's spell would break. But Tui was surprised when he looked at Ayana. Ayana was filled with rage. She commented if destroying the Kayan dynasty wasn't her lifelong goal. Ayana uttered why she was hesitating when the target was right in front of her and if she had lost her resolve. She proclaimed that Wu Dongxuan should kill Tu Kayanjun. Wu Dongxuan repeatedly insisted that she will kill again. She attacked Tui, and Tui was barely able to dodge her attack. Tui wondered if Ayana was trying to force a miracle through sheer brute strength. He assumed that, unfortunately, Ayana's ability has another flaw. Tui voiced if she would truly be satisfied if two Kaienjun died. She mentioned if her real wish was to destroy the Kaiyan dynasty or to turn the Central Plains into a peaceful land. Wu Dongxuan started hesitating when she heard what Tui expressed about peaceful land. She was fighting off between peace and killing, and Ayana observed what she was doing. Tui asserted that the obsession in a person's heart is rarely just one thing, and she should take Wu Dongxuan as an example. He explained that while destroying the Kaiyan dynasty is indeed one of Wu Dongxuan's obsessions, her greater obsession was to create a peaceful era, and Ayana's ability cannot choose which obsession to amplify, so currently, Wu Dongxuan's desire to build a peaceful world has become stronger. Ayana inquired how Tui knew so much about her and Wu Dongxuan. Tui started stretching, and Lai Tianyuan observed him silently. He called Wu Dongxuan and revealed that if she fell under Ayana's control, it would lead to an invasion by the northern barbarians, plunging the Central Plains into chaos and destruction, and he queried who could save her then. Tui concluded that the two obsessions could conflict in one's heart and can't be reconciled. He reckoned that there is only one choice left if that happens. Tui figured that it would be a system crash. Ayana was surprised when she saw what happened to Wu Dongxuan. Wu Dongxuan lost consciousness and she started losing her balance and falling to the ground. Her nose was bleeding, and Tui grabbed her by the shoulder to prevent her from falling. Tui spoke that when it comes to debating, he is a master at dominating forums and discussions across all platforms. Tui remarked what made her think that she could fight him, but he was puzzled when Ayana fell quiet and was surprisingly calm. Haya got energized and started getting up. Ayana stated that as for the former Kaiyan emperor, she will spare him for the time being as she will be heading south to the Central Plains soon, so it is better to keep him alive as a pawn. But she looked at Tui with blank, cold eyes. Ayana spoke that no matter what, she was killing Tui that day. She considered that although she couldn't control Wu Dongxuan, she had been temporarily disabled due to the conflict between her two obsessions. Ayana believed that without Wu Dongxuan's combat strength in the way, with Haya's power, no one there could stop them. Lord Xiao and Zhu Sha quickly moved to protect Tu Yi. Ayana uttered that killing Tu Yi is as easy as reaching into her pocket. Haya screamed as he charged towards Tu Yi. Tu Yi was alarmed when he saw how fast and fierce Haya charged towards them. Haya moved so fast that everyone couldn't react when he extended his hand to grab Tu Yi. Tu Yi was surprised when he realized that Haya's sharp claws were already in front of him in an instant. But Lord Xiao was able to react quickly and pierced Haya's arm with her blade. Haya screamed in pain. Zhu Sha quickly smacked multiple talismans on Haya's face. She used her skill, Triple Humiliation. Haya was sent flying, and he went past Ayana before he crashed into the tents. He was buried under the rubble, and his foot stuck out. Ayana cursed in confusion. She inquired what was with those two women. Zhu Sha noted that it was their chance. But Lord Xiao added that Zhu Sha should wait and she shouldn't let her guard down. Lord Xiao conveyed that it was not over yet. The system warned Ayana that the seal was released, the rage was increased, the beastification intensified, and it reached a critical level, and it questioned if she would suppress the beastification. On the other hand, Haya had already stood back up and realized his energy. Ayana responded no. In an instant, Haya roared, and his beatification transformation began. Ayana laughed sinisterly as Haya continued to transform. She declared that it was getting fun. Lord Xiao and Zhu Sha were stunned and alarmed by what they saw. Zhu Sha mentioned if Haya had turned into a dog. Chen Siming and the rebels around him were stunned. Wu Dongxuan and the rest had the same expression as well. Lord Xiao and Zhu Sha stood side by side as they prepared to fight Haya. Haya moved so quickly that he just disappeared from where he stood. Before anyone could react, Haya kneed Zhu Sha on the face. Lord Xiao was able to notice Haya after Zhu Sha got hit. Haya attacked Lord Xiao next and she was able to block it. He roared loudly as he exerted more effort. Haya bombarded Lord Xiao with attacks. Ayana remarked that Haya was raised by wild wolves as a child, so he has a bloodthirsty and violent nature, and only under her control could he avoid going berserk. She noted that they broke Haya's seal on his vicious side by smashing his blindfold, so it served them right. Lord Xiao wasn't able to keep up with Haya and she suffered multiple cuts from his attacks. She considered that it was ridiculous because Haya is as troublesome as a mad dog. Haya drooled as he opened his mouth. He bit Lord Xiao on her shoulder and Lord Xiao screamed in pain. Haya noticed that Zhu Sha stood back up. He threw Lord Xiao towards Zhu Sha. Lord Xiao felt that Haya was on a completely different level from before and he was strong. She and Jude Shaw were sent flying, and they crashed towards other rebels. Tui stated if they were okay. Lord Xiao commented that Tui shouldn't come closer. Tui was alarmed when he saw what happened to Lord Xiao and Jude Shaw. Lord Xiao believed Haiya's strength and speed were both above hers. She supposed that she could only rely on those fire-throwing talismans that Jude Shaw used before. But Lord Xiao was speechless when she saw that Jude Shaw fell unconscious. Lord Xiao realized that she got struck by Wu Dongxuan's lightning yesterday, and now she got beaten by a dog, so she wondered if she was about to die soon. She recalled Tu Su. Lord Xiao mused that she might really die there. Haiya stopped in his tracks. The leaders of each rebel group stepped forward and blocked Haiya's path. One of the rebel leaders declared when the main camp started allowing dog walking. Another leader remarked that if that keeps up, they, the 5 sect leaders, will lose face. Another leader stated that it was time to end it. Another leader mentioned that it was a meaningless farce. Another leader noted that they should start with the beast because she needs its pelt to keep her warm. The rebels cheered their sect leaders and exclaimed that they should charge and kill Haiya. Tui uttered that the rebel leaders have arrived. The rebels proclaimed that they were saved. The rebel leaders gathered and commented that they should go take Haiya down. But Haiya swung his arms and caught all of the rebel leaders together in one full swing. Haiya threw all the rebel leaders and they all crashed on the ground. The rebels were all speechless and stunned when they saw what happened. All the rebel leaders were bundled together and lost consciousness in an instant. Aina laughed at the rebel leaders. Lord Xiao was pissed when she saw what Aina was doing. She expressed why she was there. Haiya came back to finish Lord Xiao. Lord Xiao was intimidated when she saw Haiya's sharp claws in front of her. But Lord Xiao remembered something. She quickly grabbed the unconscious Jude Shaw. Lord Xiao pushed Jude Shaw against Tui. She instructed that Tui should quickly kiss Jude Shaw. Lord Xiao remembered that after a male makes contact with Jude Shaw, she will break down. Jude Shaw's eyes went wide as Tui nervously kissed her. She started drooling, and her eyes rolled back while she got flustered. Lord Xiao remembered that after that, Jude Shaw will consider anyone who touches that man to be a mortal enemy. She looked away as she placed Tui's hand into her chest. Tui was flustered, and he was overwhelmed at what was going on. Jude Shaw's eyes started glowing, and she released a powerful energy. At that point, Haiya was confused as he watched Tui pull away from Jude Shaw. Powerful light burst out of Jude Shaw's eyes and mouth. Jude Shaw declared who dared to steal her man. She was enraged that her eyes glowed sinisterly. Lord Xiao was still flustered from what she did. She quickly ran away from Jude Shaw. Jude Shaw fired a powerful fireball towards Lord Xiao. Lord Xiao was alarmed when she saw that Jude Shaw's attack came at her from behind. She quickly moved away so the attack would hit Haiya. Haiya was stunned, and things happened so quickly that he couldn't react. He was hit by Jude Shaw's attack. Aina called out to Haiya as she got worried for him. While Aina was still troubled, Lord Xiao quickly moved behind her. Aina turned to look at Lord Xiao when she noticed her. But Jude Shaw appeared, and she inquired Lord Xiao for daring to touch her man. Jude Shaw stated that Lord Xiao should die. Haiya remarked that he would protect his master. He quickly jumped in front of Jude Shaw's attack to protect Aina. Aina was relieved when she saw Haiya. A huge explosion occurred. Jude Shaw's attack was strong that the flickering lights from her attack still lingered in the dust. As the dust settled, it was revealed that Aina was unharmed. But Haiya was already unconscious on the ground. Aina was stunned. Lord Xiao pointed a blade at Aina's throat. She warned that Aina shouldn't say a single word, or she will cut off her tongue. On the other hand, Tui was lost as he looked around the ruined camp. He mentioned that it was his rebel hideout. Tui was filled with rage, and he directed it at Aina. Aina was alarmed when she saw how Tui looked at her. Tui believed that Aina didn't even have a system panel, so she was definitely not someone crucial to destroying a nation, and he considered that he should kill her. Meanwhile, Aina used her ability and uttered no. She voiced that Tui shouldn't kill her and he should put the sword down. But Tui supposed that Aina shouldn't blame him because she is not a crucial person. But her skills were sneaky as well as that dog. He figured that Aina was definitely an unstable factor for his mission. But Aina blurted out a classic line from Detective Conan and spoke that a magical girl and a scheming frog carried a bag of rice. Tui stopped his sword before it could reach Aina when he heard what she noted. Lord Xiao was puzzled with what Tui did. Wai Tianyuan was confused as well. On the other hand, Aina looked relieved. Tui responded that the dimensional density was quite high there, and he replied if Aina was a friend. Aina expressed yes. She remarked that she is a transmigrator too. Tui declared that it was fine and Lord Xiao didn't have to fight yet. He responded that he wanted to talk to Aina. Tui indicated that he wanted to figure out what was really going on. Meanwhile, Wu Dongxuan lay unconscious on the ground. She woke up. Wu Dongxuan inquired what happened. She saw Tui but still addressed him as Lai Tianyuan. Wu Dongxuan noticed Aina, who stood behind Tui. She stated that Aina actually controlled her. Tui voiced that Wu Dongxuan should wait a minute because Aina's life is useful to him. Wu Dongxuan wondered if he was lusting after a woman from another race, but Tuyi just remarked that they caught Ayana, so she should be dealt with by them. Wu Dongxuan was displeased, but she couldn't say anything to dispute what Tuyi conveyed. She uttered fine and that Tuyi saved her once, so she will owe him that. Tuyi demanded if she had a soundproof room and noted that he needed to have a good talk with Ayana. Wu Dongxuan affirmed that she will make the arrangements. Tuyi wondered if Wu Dongxuan was jealous. A few moments later, Tuyi and Ayana walked through a tunnel. There was a bloody torture device inside. There were metal sticks that were heated in fire. There was also a chair that was filled with spikes. Ayana trembled in fear when she saw where Tuyi had brought her. Tuyi supposed that Wu Dongxuan seemed to have misunderstood him, but he considered that to be safe, he still needed to confirm Ayana's identity. Tuyi asserted that odd numbers change. Even numbers don't. Ayana commented if she should look at the quadrant of the symbol. Tuyi insisted that it was royal jade wine. Ayana replied that it was 1 cup for 180 yuan. He noted one doesn't see the yellow river water coming from the sky. She indicated that it was flowing into a colorful ocean. He pointed out that the old man feels young and wild again. She uttered that she would burn her calories. He added that it was like a spring breeze overnight. She reflected that it was Noxian guillotine. He asked how much sorrow she could have. She conveyed that it was super jump wrap and league ball. Tuyi revealed that it looked like not only he and Ayana were both transmigrators, but they also came from the same world. He asked how she transmigrated. Ayana remarked that it was a long time ago. She recalled the night when it happened. Ayana stated that on that day, she posted a question on Donghu, and she mentioned which dynasty one would most like to transmigrate to. She noted that some idiot called Night Emperor started flaming her, and he declared that modern times were great, so only idiots want to go back. Ayana commented that she couldn't stand it and started flaming the Night Emperor back. She shared that she got too worked up and spilled her milk tea. Ayana informed that the power went out. She revealed that when she came to, she became a helpless baby. Ayana observed that the whole thing was too ridiculous while Tuyi was thinking about the Night Emperor. Tuyi pondered that the idiot Night Emperor was him, but he wondered if Ayana actually transmigrated into a baby's body. Tuyi queried how she knew he was a reincarnator. Ayana responded that Tuyi caught one of her references earlier. Tuyi believed that it just slipped out. Ayana addressed Tuyi as her fellow traveler and asserted that they should team up. Tuyi voiced how they would team up, and Ayana added if he was Lai Tianyuan at the moment. Ayana indicated if she was right that adjusting to ancient life must be hard even as a high-ranking official. Tuyi retorted who she was telling. He recounted that he used to spend his days gaming, drinking coke, and watching videos, but currently, eating, pooping, and sleeping feels like torture. Ayana considered that Tuyi relaxed after knowing that she is a transmigrator, and he still doesn't realize that he is under her skill. But she should still be cautious. She inquired if he had any special skills since transmigrating, and Tuyi answered that she shouldn't mention it because he just got a useless system. Ayana uttered that Tuyi's transmigration experience isn't going too well, but he was lucky he met her, and she continued if he wanted his big sis to help him out. Tuyi wondered if Ayana wasn't just acting like a bootlicker and if she now assumed that she was in charge. Ayana probed if his goal was to destroy the nation, and Tuyi countered what it mattered. She acknowledged that she knew it and posited if she was right that Tuyi wanted to overthrow the Kayan dynasty and become king. Tuyi wondered if Ayana really thinks that he is Lai Tianyuan and surmised that he just wanted to complete his mission and get back because no one wants to stay in that awful place with Ayana. He realized it and wondered if he was just being led around by Ayana. Ayana claimed that she could give Tuyi the dragon vein too if he listens to her. He conveyed what he deduced about it. She relayed that if he agreed, she might even let him lick her feet and specified if she was right that he had not done it before. Tuyi was pissed as Ayana waved her foot in front of his face. Ayana was surprised when Tuyi grabbed her face. She was puzzled when Tuyi started tying a gag around her mouth. Ayana tried to speak, but all she could produce was muffled sounds. Tuyi mused if becoming king and taking the dragon vein was really what he wanted and explained that ever since he transmigrated, everyone has been projecting their own ideas onto him, and it was fine for others, but even Ayana, a fellow transmigrator, doesn't get how he feels. Ayana concluded that her power stopped working again and Tuyi shouldn't come closer. Tuyi insisted that Ayana should let him tell her what he really wants. Ayana was panicking, but she couldn't utter a single word as they were all muffled. Her muffled scream could be heard all throughout the tunnel. Everyone waited by the entrance of the tunnel. Tuyi burst out of the door with Ayana behind him. He was surprised and puzzled when he saw the others standing by the entrance. Wu Dongxuan, Lai Tianyuan, Jude Sha, and Lord Xiao all looked at Tuyi with disdain and surprise. They all saw that Ayana was gagged and was flustered. Everyone believed that, as expected, Tuyi was debauched and shameless. Lai Tianyuan assumed that it was no wonder Tuyi was the emperor because with just his physical body, He subdued Wu Dongxuan and the demoness, eliminating 2 great threats to the Kaiyan nation. Tui figured that the old guy Lai Tianyuan let his imagination run wild again, and he stated that they shouldn't misunderstand because he only gave Ayana that thing to seal her powers. Wu Dongxuan remarked that there was no misunderstanding there and that Tui did it much faster than they did last night. A rebel called Wu Dongxuan. He mentioned that the rebel alliance has regrouped, and they just waited for Wu Dongxuan's order to search for the dragon vein. Wu Dongxuan declared that they should let them go because once things are settled, she will handle it personally. She added that it was about time and they should head to the dragon vein's location. A few moments later, Wu Dongxuan and the rebel alliance arrived at the dragon vein's location. Wu Dongxuan's eyes lit up. Tui concluded that Wu Dongxuan was quite tricky because if the rebels came by themselves, they would definitely get lost. He suspected that by setting up the main base near the dragon vein, no matter who tries to find it, they won't escape Wu Dongxuan's territory. Tui noticed the change in their surroundings. It was as if a portal had sucked them in and everything around them changed. Wu Dongxuan observed that they have arrived. Everyone was blinded by the light that the portal created when they arrived. They were transported into a place that was filled with withered trees. Human skulls also lay on the ground. Everyone just stood there as they looked at their surroundings that were riddled with death. Tui wondered if that god-forsaken place had a dragon vein. One of the rebel leaders noted if something went wrong and if she tricked them. The rebel leaders commented how there could be a dragon vein there and insisted that Wu Dongxuan should speak up. Wu Dongxuan just remained silent, and a bright golden light surged behind her. Everyone was surprised when the powerful golden light surged out and destroyed everything on the ground. Tui and the others were all surprised, and their mouths were wide open. A golden wall with intricate golden dragon murals was revealed as the dust started to dissipate. A huge golden gate appeared in front of everyone else. Tui recognized what it was, but he was too stunned to speak. One of the rebel leaders affirmed that it was the dragon vein. The rebels exclaimed that they should charge. As everyone charged toward the dragon vein, Tui secretly laughed in his mind. Tui considered that everyone should go ahead, fight for it, and quickly grab it because once they get the dragon vein, they should help him boost his Kaiyan nation's misfortune. Lord Zhao remarked that the dragon vein is tied to the fate of their nation, so there was no way she could let a bunch of rebels snatch it away. Tui stated that he was not in a hurry and inquired why she was in a hurry. Lai Tianyuan agreed and declared that rushing in at that time might trigger some traps. So the Emperor's wisdom is unmatched, which made Tui click his tongue and think that Lai Tianyuan thinks that he knows everything again. A few moments later, Tui noted that it was about time and that they should head inside. Tui and his group walked towards the gates. Everyone finally entered the gate, and it slowly started to close. The gates closed with a loud banging sound. Dust started to brew in the area. As the dust disappeared, the gates to the dragon vein also disappeared. On the other hand, Tui wondered who built the dragon vein site and supposed that it was really impressive. They could hear the rebels laughing maniacally ahead and proclaimed that it was all theirs. Lai Tianyuan mentioned that it looked like they had encountered a situation. The rebels continued to laugh and observed that there was much. Tui and the others were surprised when they saw what the rebels did. The rebels were all enchanted by the mountain of gold around them. One of the rebels commented that who needs the dragon vein with all that. Lord Zhao indicated that there seemed to be many more rooms over to their side. One of the rebels insisted that the others should get lost because all those weapons belonged to the beggar sect. But the other rebels responded that he was a stinking fish seller and queried them for daring to challenge the Shan society. Tui passed by a rebel who revealed that if he had seen the scroll earlier, he wouldn't have wasted his youth training in martial arts. Another rebel proudly raised a box and left. More rebels fought each other over what was theirs. We did because it was an easy challenge in the face of major decisions. But she was not able to finish her sentence when she saw Tui, and she probed what he held in his hands. Tui asserted that it was none of Wu Dongxuan's business. Wu Dongxuan remarked if he even listened to her. She stated that it was the dragon vein's test. But Tui ignored her and declared that it seems there are treasures in the other room too. Lai Tianyuan believed that as a ruler of a nation, Tui had seen all sorts of treasures and he wondered why he showed such greed and short-sightedness at a time like that. Meanwhile, Tui wondered if he was right that if that was the dragon vein's test, acting a bit greedy would cost him some points. Tui noticed the lifeless rebels on the ground. He inquired if they fought over junk like that. Tui noted that those items aren't much better than what was in his national treasury. He sighed and mentioned that the only treasure that could tempt him at that moment was a cell phone. A few moments later, Tui apologized to the others for keeping them waiting. Tui reported that he brought them a gift while thinking that he couldn't carry it all, so he will share it with them. Lord Zhao seemed to have recognized the dagger Tui gave her. On the other hand, Lai Tianyuan assumed that it was the dragon mark sword and that the previous emperor never entrusted him with such power. Meanwhile, Wu Dongxuan concluded that it was the long-lost manual of ancient techniques, and Zhu Xia commented that she was happy to receive those gifts. On the other hand, Aina was surprised that she got one too. Tui informed that Aina should hold onto it for him because they will use it later when they get the chance, and Aina considered that someone should save her. Meanwhile, Wu Dongxuan pondered that she suspected that Tui had some imperial aura. She wondered if it could be that she was wrong about Tui. Wu Dongxuan was alarmed when she felt that the ground started shaking. Tui and the others were startled when rocks started falling from above. On the other hand, the rebels laughing and celebrating on the treasures also noticed the tremors on the ground. One of the rebels screamed as he got squashed by a falling rock. Another rebel pleaded to be saved, and screams filled the area. Tui was speechless and was surprised with what happened. All the rooms along the path were filled with huge boulders to the brim. Pools of blood splattered across the ground where the boulders were. Tui was troubled as he reckoned that more rebels had died, while Wu Dongxuan observed that they were all crushed to death. Wu Dongxuan figured that they started with 158 people entering the passageway. She realized that currently there are fewer than 50 left, and after just one level of the test, nearly 70% have been eliminated. A voice proclaimed that the Imperial Path Arena was the first test and is a trial of possessions. Tui seemed to have recognized the voice. He quickly asked if it was the system, but the system did not respond. The voice explained that those who are obsessed with worldly goods, chasing petty gains and forgetting the greater cause, lack the qualities of an emperor, so they were eliminated, and those with the world in their heart and a calm mind are the qualities of an emperor that are taking shape, so they passed. One of the rebels muttered that it was a good thing he held back. On the other hand, Tui wondered if the voice was done talking. He wondered if he was right that he couldn't continue with the next test and if the voice would escort him out or if he should leave on his own. The voice uttered that someone was making good use of things to win people's hearts, to rule the world with the hearts of the people, and to stand by his words and actions with the world in mind. The voice affirmed that it was true greatness. Tui was stunned when the spotlight got pointed at him. His eyes turned dark when he realized what happened, and he frowned. Lai Tianyuan started cheering. He remarked that it was truly something. Remembering to address Tui as Lai Tianyuan declared that it was as expected of him. Tui's eyes were terrifying as he stared at Lai Tianyuan, but Lai Tianyuan was oblivious to it and was proud of Tui. Meanwhile, Aina believed that both she and Tui were transmigrators, but while she was only on the second level, he was in the stratosphere, so he was truly terrifying. One of the rebels mentioned who Tui was, and another rebel noted that he heard that Tui was a traitor of the Kayan nation. Another rebel observed that it was no wonder Tui has the makings of an emperor because his demeanor is extraordinary. Tui was speechless as he was still at the center of the spotlight, and everyone around him was whispering. He quickly stepped out of the spotlight. But the spotlight followed Tui. Tui stated what it was, and as he commented that it was making him dizzy, he cursed and expressed why the voice was doing it. The system congratulated Tui and indicated that in the recent Dragon Vein's trial of possession, he achieved the highest score and received the Dragon Vein's blessing, the Imperial Aura. Tui inquired what the heck the Imperial Aura is and if it boosts his combat power. The system apologized to Tui and explained that the Imperial Aura doesn't have that function. However, it makes him stand out more in a crowd, like an emperor. Tui wondered if it was just for attracting hate and considered that it was whatever, so he should just let it be. The voice revealed that due to a competitor obtaining the Imperial Aura, the next trial has been triggered early, so the second trial of the Imperial Path Arena, the Trial of Strength, has begun. Everything went dark, and only sparkles of gold illuminated the place. When the light came back, Tui was surprised. He was already wearing armor. Tui muttered what it was. Someone entered the tent and addressed him as Marshal. The man requested that Tui commence the military assembly. The voice disclosed that the trial's objective was to lead the Mayang army to conquer Songdu City, so everyone should do their best as the Dragon Vein will be watching them. At the southernmost part of the map lies a wide river called the Linking River, and the Mayang army, led by Marshal Tui, is stationed on the northern bank. 20 li further north from the Mayang army's camp stands a massive city, Songdu, their target for attack. Songdu has 5,000 soldiers while the Mayang army has 20,000, and both sides are well supplied for a prolonged battle lasting for several months. And based purely on numbers, capturing Songdu City would be extremely difficult but not impossible. However, a soldier informed that their army was afflicted with the plague and nearly 5,000 soldiers were unwell, suffering from vomiting and diarrhea. And the army doctors were helpless, so the soldiers' morale was low, and as he brought up what they should do next, he pleaded for Tui to make the decision. Lai Tianyuan was surprised by the news. On the other hand, Tui seemed unfazed. Lai Tianyuan conveyed that the trial of strength seemed to be testing their ability to conquer the world, and since he didn't see anyone else there, it meant that the Dragon Vein had placed them all in the same faction. Tui opined if that so-called trial was just like a war-themed game mission and asserted that the dragon main sure knows how to play, but he was worried about the difficulty. Lord Zhao shared that she once followed 2 Kaienjun in Su, so she has some knowledge of military affairs. She elaborated that in siege warfare, to be safe, the attacking side needed at least 10 times the soldiers of the defending side, but their forces were already barely enough, and they currently have the plague. Tui sighed. But he figured that it was great because he loves starting in hell mode. As they can't win, the mission would fail, and just thinking about it makes him happy. But Tui realized what would happen with such a hellish start. Tui surmised that the other competitors likely faced the same situation, and if they failed their missions too, he would still have the highest overall score, so he wondered what he should do. Meanwhile, Lai Tianyuan was thinking that judging by Tui's expression, Tui has recognized it too, that there is a way to use the plague to turn the tide and capture Songdu City. He suspected that the method is far too ruthless and cruel, so Tui is probably hesitating whether to use it or not. Lai Tianyuan concluded that in that case, he would be the villain and do it on Tui's behalf. Tui was surprised when he noticed Lai Tianyuan. Lai Tianyuan declared that he had a plan and they could easily conquer Songdu City. Meanwhile, in another trial, Wu Dongxuan was the Maiyang army marshal. She was horrified to see the number of sick soldiers lying on the ground. 2 soldiers rested beside each other. One of the soldiers was surprised when he saw Wu Dongxuan's glowing hand. Wu Dongxuan used her skill, "The highest goodness is like water on the path of Kan." The soldier commented that he felt much better. He mentioned that Wu Dongxuan was a living immortal. The other 6 soldiers looked at Wu Dongxuan with desperation in their eyes. One of the soldiers remarked that Wu Dongxuan should save him too, as he wanted to live. Wu Dongxuan was horrified by the sight. She remembered her tragic past. Wu Dongxuan pondered that with just her strength alone, facing those thousands of patients is like trying to put out a fire with a cup of water. She considered that it was not the time to think about it, as she couldn't just do nothing. Wu Dongxuan explained that everyone shouldn't panic because as long as she's there, they will be saved. She added that anyone who knows some healing techniques should come with her to help save people. Wu Dongxuan started writing prescriptions. She instructed that the rest of them should follow the prescription she has written to prepare the medicine, and make sure the whole army takes it. Wu Dongxuan quickly left. She walked around and checked on the patients. The people in the camp seemed to have calmed down after what Wu Dongxuan did. On the other hand, Aina feasted in another trial. Aina noted that an army of 20,000 attacked a city defended by 5,000. She was the Maiyang army saintess, and she inquired if they had so many infected soldiers and how they were supposed to fight like that. Chen Siming queried why they should not fight. He was the vice marshal, and he asserted that if Aina insisted, capturing Songdu City couldn't be easier. Intrigued, Aina stated that Chen Siming should tell them how they should attack. Chen Siming observed that Songdu City only has 5,000 defenders. He proposed that he should just infect them with the plague as well, and the city is theirs. Chen Siming remarked that they should use the catapults. Meanwhile, Lai Tianyuan stated that they should launch the corpses of the infected soldiers. He mentioned that they would launch them into the city center. Tui considered that it was ruthless, and even the King of Hell would bow to Lai Tianyuan. He declared that the plan is too malicious and is not something a wise ruler would do. But Lai Tianyuan noted that there is no room for mercy on the battlefield. Tui commented that Lai Tianyuan should say no more. Lai Tianyuan was astonished with what Tui did. Tui informed that he already had a better plan. Lai Tianyuan wondered what the better plan was. He believed that throughout history, it is common knowledge that in a siege, the attacking forces must have at least 10 times the strength of the defenders to ensure victory. Lai Tianyuan reasoned that currently, not only is the Maiyang army under strength, but they are also plagued by disease and have low morale, so without underhanded tactics, capturing the city is just a pipe dream. Tui added that morale is low, so he plans to retreat to the southern bank of the Linking River and wait for a better opportunity. Lord Zhao was thinking that she surmised that the foolish emperor might come up with a decent plan. But his plan, to put it bluntly, was just running away because they couldn't win. She wondered if there was really a need to sound so grand about retreating, and she presumed that Tui was using the most badass posture to say the most cowardly thing. On the other hand, Lai Tianyuan concluded that Tui's strategy couldn't possibly be so shallow, so there must be deeper meaning behind it. He reflected that, unfortunately, his knowledge of military strategy is far inferior to his understanding of palace intrigues, so he can't yet grasp Tui's thinking. Tui affirmed that when they retreat, they must take all the infected soldiers with them, even those too sick to walk. Lai Tianyuan was stunned when he heard what Tui uttered. He voiced that they absolutely should not. Lai Tianyuan observed that most of those infected soldiers are beyond saving, so bringing them along will only slow down the army, and he shared why he was insisting on taking them. Tui explained that no one would be left behind and no one would be abandoned. He revealed that it was how he treats his soldiers and inquired if that explanation satisfies him. Lai Tianyuan was lost for words when he saw how straightforward Tu Yi was. He asserted that he is Tu Yi's humble servant and he would not dare question him. Meanwhile, Lord Xiao was displeased with Tu Yi's decision, but she remained silent. On the other hand, at Ayana's trial, they moved to Songdu City and began executing Chen Siming's plan. They were in trial number 3, and the Mayang army had gathered in front of the city gates. The rotting corpse of a soldier that perished due to the plague was stuffed in a bag. 2 soldiers carried the bag together. The 2 soldiers slowly walked towards the catapult. With the remaining bags of bodies behind him, the commanding soldier was traumatized. He raised his sword, signaling for the catapults to throw the bodies inside Songdu City. The soldiers of Songdu City declared that they should take cover, but they were horrified when they saw what was being thrown at them. Rotting bodies of the Mayang army were flying in the air. Their rotting flesh splattered as they crashed on the ground. The soldiers of Songdu City remarked that there were dead bodies and they should quickly throw them off the walls. On the other hand, the leader of the Mayang army asserted that they should keep firing. He instructed that they should fire, but tears welled up in the corner of his eyes as the guilt of the command ate at his conscience. More rotting bodies were thrown in the air. The leader of the Mayang army suddenly dropped his sword and retched. He mentioned that he couldn't take it anymore. He stated that those were all his soldiers, but Ayana noted that he should keep giving the order. Ayana inquired if he had forgotten his wish. She observed that after the war, the leader could go home and get married. The leader affirmed that Ayana was right and that he could do it. He turned back and repeatedly proclaimed that he could do it. Ayana let out a sigh of relief as she commented that those soldiers are such a hassle because the moment she lets her guard down, they fail her. Chen Siming expressed that thank goodness for the Holy Maiden's ability. He conveyed that he didn't think Songdu City could hold on any longer. Chen Siming avowed that when they first launched the corpses, they pretended to be on high alert, but currently, a whole day has passed, and the walls are piled with bodies, and only a few people are still clearing them away. He maintained that judging by the time, the plague should have already broken out in the city. Ayana called Haya and directed that he should climb over the walls and open the gates from the inside. Haya quickly crouched on the ground and prepared to launch himself towards the gates of Songdu City. He ran forward with all his might, leaving dust behind him. Haya quickly climbed up the walls without stopping or slowing down. The soldiers guarding the walls were surprised when Haya suddenly appeared. Before the soldiers could react, Haya grabbed their heads and slammed them on the floor. Meanwhile, Ayana was observing the chaos of Songdu City from outside. Suddenly, Haya opened the city gates. The leader of the Mayang army quickly insisted that they should prepare for the assault, and as he chanted and averred that the Holy Maiden is wise and Haya is mighty, the other soldiers chanted in response and repeated what he uttered. Chen Siming informed that he didn't expect them to win so easily at that time, and Ayana acknowledged that he deserves credit too. Ayana advised that all troops should listen to the order and advance. The Mayang army claimed that they will charge. In an instant, the Mayang army started marching through the city gates. Ayana indicated that they should go, but she was surprised when she saw the state of the Songdu City inside. The streets were empty and there was complete silence. Ayana wondered what was going on and why there was no one on the streets. She considered that even if the plague broke out, the city shouldn't be that quiet, and she came to a realization. While Ayana was still stunned, she was unaware that arrows were flying towards them from behind. She was astonished when she saw the arrows hit the men beside her. Ayana was surrounded by the screams of the Mayang army, and they opined that it was an ambush so they should retreat and fall back. She was alarmed when she noticed the noise that was coming from her side. Ayana saw the soldiers of Songdu City gathered around Lu Yu. Lu Yu confirmed that Ayana had finally come in. Ayana queried who he was. Lu Yu introduced himself and declared that he is a Kai practitioner from Songdu City. He mentioned that the art he specializes in is manipulating plagues. On the other hand, the Mayang army at trial instance 1 started to retreat. Lai Tianyuan gasped for air as he walked with the troops. One of the soldiers inquired if he was okay, and Lai Tianyuan asserted that he was fine, so they should quickly transport the wounded. Suddenly, Jude Shaw called Lai Tianyuan. She noted that she had found something strange, and she wanted to report it to Lai Tianyuan. Jude Shaw observed that there are faint traces of magic energy on all the sick people, so she suspected the plague. Lai Tianyuan probed if she was saying that the plague was caused by someone. Jude Shaw affirmed yes and that there might be a plague sorcerer among the Songdu soldiers. Lai Tianyuan considered that it was close because if they had gone with his plan, they would have fallen right into the Songdu soldiers' trap. Meanwhile, Lord Xiao eavesdropped on Lai Tianyuan and Jude Shaw's conversation. She wondered if Tu Yi saw through everything from the start and if it was the reason why he prepared alone in the camp earlier. On the other hand, the Mayang army at trial instance 3 suffered from an ambush of the Songdu soldiers. When Ayana heard that Lu Yu manipulated plagues, she immediately realized the cause of the outbreak in their army. Ayana examined if it was all part of his design. Lu Yu challenged if she thought that her brilliant plan of throwing bodies into the city wasn't foolish. Ayana stated that the plague on those corpses posed no threat to them, but Lu Yu deliberately turned Songdu City into a ghost city to lure them in. Lu Yu claimed that Aina is both intelligent and ruthless, and if she hadn't met him, she could have achieved great things. Aina scoffed and remarked that if Lu Yu dies, there is still a chance to turn things around. She called Haya and ordered that he should kill Lu Yu. Lu Yu was unfazed, and he just glared at them menacingly without saying anything. Aina was puzzled when she saw that Haya did not move an inch. Haya maintained that they can't beat Lu Yu. Both Haya and Aina saw the monstrous aura that Lu Yu released. Terrified, Aina decided what to do. She conveyed that Haya should take her out of there. Chen Siming was surprised when he heard what Aina disclosed. He indicated that Aina should wait for him, but Aina just ignored him and sped to the gates. Aina and Haya were surprised when they saw that the gate was congested. The Mayang army was in a panic to retreat, and they fought over who should go first while they pushed each other. Aina expressed that Haya should go to the walls. But suddenly, one of the soldiers of the Mayang army grabbed Haya's shoulder. More soldiers grabbed onto Haya and commented that the Holy Maiden should save them. The soldiers insisted that they don't want to die and Aina should help them. Aina deemed that they were so annoying. She interrogated if their wish wasn't to sacrifice their lives for her, and she opined that they should clear a path and use their bodies to hold back Lu Yu because as long as she survives, there is still a chance to turn the tables. But Aina was horrified when the soldiers answered no. One of the soldiers replied that it wasn't their wish. He averred that his wish was to go home and get married. He contended that Aina lied to him and used sorcery on him. Aina was alarmed when she suddenly coughed up blood. She cursed as she wondered why she had to suffer a backlash from her ability at that moment. The soldiers quickly surrounded Aina and proclaimed that she lied to them and she was a liar. They explained that they should kill Aina as she was a witch and she ruined all of them, so she should die. A group of people walked through a barren land. They asked for help and remarked that it hurt so much, and one of them requested for someone to kill him. The young Wu Dongshuan walked with the group and she believed that she could save everyone. Wu Dongshuan considered that she just needed to get stronger. Back at the present, Wu Dongshuan continued to heal the members of the Mayang army that were affected by the plague. One of the soldiers let out a sigh as he felt the relief from Wu Dongshuan's healing. But suddenly, Wu Dongshuan started coughing, and one of the soldiers stated that she should stop pushing herself. The soldier noted that Wu Dongshuan will suffer if that continues. But Wu Dongshuan cut him off and declared that she is fine. Wu Dongshuan was surprised when she felt Lu Yu's presence. The soldier was puzzled when Wu Dongshuan conveyed that he was right. Wu Dongshuan maintained that there was no need to continue. She added that soon, they could end things once and for all. Suddenly, one of the soldiers informed that there was an enemy attack. He mentioned that the enemy cavalry attacked. The cavalry of Songdu City was surprised when Wu Dongshuan arrived. Wu Dongshuan exuded a very powerful aura as she faced the cavalry. Her eyes glowed menacingly as she glared at the enemy. Lu Yu inquired if she was the master of magic who suppressed his plague. Wu Dongshuan introduced herself and expressed that Lu Yu could get ready to spread her name in the underworld, while Lu Yu introduced himself and averred that he is a Kai practitioner of Songdu City. Lu Yu observed that Wu Dongshuan was quite impressive to have suppressed his plague. But still, using her precious magic to save those ants and even infecting herself with the plague was foolish. Wu Dongshuan asserted that it doesn't matter because she doesn't mind, and taking Lu Yu down anyway is way easier than saving people. Lu Yu commented that he could see that Wu Dongshuan must have a heart of the path to uphold, so she is a worthy opponent for him to go all out against. Wu Dongshuan acknowledged that it was just what she wanted. A powerful explosion of aura occurred as Wu Dongshuan and Lu Yu clashed with each other. Suddenly, everything turned dark. Wu Dongshuan quickly woke up from the darkness. She cursed and surmised that Lu Yu was a scoundrel and that she just needed a bit more. But Wu Dongshuan noticed a white light and she wondered if it protected her while she was unconscious. Suddenly, Aina opined that Wu Dongshuan was awake. Aina claimed that Wu Dongshuan must have taken a real beating and laughed. Wu Dongshuan explained that it looked like Aina woke up before her, so she queried what was wrong and if she was already eliminated. Aina scoffed, and as she probed if she wasn't also taken down by Lu Yu, Wu Dongshuan replied that she might have just won if she hadn't weakened from the plague. But Wu Dongshuan quickly realized and conjectured that if she had saved her strength instead of helping plague-infected soldiers, Lu Yu probably wouldn't have even given her a chance to face him. She figured that no matter what she chose, she couldn't win. Wu Dongshuan glanced over her shoulder. She judged that Tuyi's overall wasn't higher than hers, yet he lasted longer. Tuyi was still unconscious, but he laughed. Wu Dongshuan supposed that maybe only Tuyi could pass that seemingly impossible trial. Meanwhile, the Mayang army at Trial Instance 3 started retreating towards the river. Tuyi stood by the riverbanks, gazing at the other side. He wondered if the Songdu City forces could be any more useless. Tuyi reflected that he made such a big show of pulling up camp, taking sick people, and running around all night, yet the Songdu City forces still haven't made a move, and it was almost dawn already. He considered that once their army crossed to the other side of the river, there wouldn't be a chance for a complete defeat anymore. Tuyi believed that he gave them the chance, and they still messed it up. On the other hand, Lai Tianyuan reckoned that Tui plans to set up an ambush after crossing the river, luring the enemy to chase them across, hitting them hard while they are halfway across. He wondered if Tui insisting on bringing those soldiers along was to use them as bait to lure the enemy, and deemed that it explains everything. Lai Tianyuan supposed that Tui isn't all-knowing because the map shows a bridge leading to the other side. He concluded that it turned out to be just a floating bridge. Lai Tianyuan observed that there is no time to waste, so while the enemy's reinforcements haven't arrived, Tui should cross first to make preparations. When Tui heard Lai Tianyuan indicate that there was no time to waste, he mused that he waited there half the night for the pursuers. He inferred that he did say that they would retreat across the river, and standing there like that did little good either, so he wondered how he could buy more time. Tui assessed the situation and looked at the 6 soldiers behind him. Lai Tianyuan called Tui's attention, and as he remarked that time is running short, Tui acknowledged that he knows. Tui asserted that their sick and wounded brothers are still in danger, so there was no way he could possibly cross first. Lai Tianyuan was taken aback, and he wondered if those powerless soldiers weren't supposed to stay bait, and if he guessed wrong. Tui maintained that their sick and wounded brothers are still in danger. He stated that all other generals should form ranks and guard the bridge. Tears welled up at the corner of one of the soldiers' eyes as he stumbled in his words. He mentioned that Tui was a living bodhisattva. Another soldier declared that they were already so grateful to be retreating together, but currently they were allowed to cross first, so from that point onward, his life belongs to Tui. One of the soldiers commented that even if he gets sick, he won't be abandoned. Another soldier added that Tui is different as he actually treats them like people. Tui pondered that he could understand Lai Tianyuan, but he wondered what those NPCs without even names were imagining there when he was trying to lose the battle. But Tui could not utter a word as he saw the determination in the soldier's eyes, so he opined that he should just forget it and they should do whatever they wanted. One of the generals directed that everyone should form up and get ready to cross the river. Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses reached the river. Tui quickly turned to see where the sound came from. He affirmed that finally, the Songdu city soldiers had arrived. Lai Tianyuan indicated that there was no time. He conveyed that the situation has changed and pleaded for Tui to cross the river first. But Tui noted that he explained before that they should let the wounded cross first. Lai Tianyuan fell silent, and his expression turned dark. He avowed that it was time to show the Maiyang army's loyalty. The soldiers apologized to Tui. Tui was enraged by what they all did. One of the soldiers stated that they should protect Tui while Tui called for Lord Xiao and Zhu Sha. Tui inquired where they were. Meanwhile, Lord Xiao and Zhu Sha lay in wait above a canyon. The two of them hid in the trees along with some Maiyang army soldiers. Zhu Sha queried if that ambush plan of hers is reliable. Lord Xiao remarked that she has followed Tui long enough to know his tactics, and he loves using baiting techniques to mess with his opponent's minds, and that time is no different. Zhu Sha agreed and noted that it was like when Lord Xiao got baited, and Lord Xiao observed that at that time, Tui deliberately made a big show of retreating with the plague-infected soldiers, hoping to lure the Songdu forces into a pursuit and ambush them. Zhu Sha wondered why they lay in wait if Tui planned to ambush the Songdu forces. Lord Xiao mentioned that Tui's chosen ambush point will definitely be further ahead, where he could fit more soldiers, so their role is to act as a surprise force there, coordinating with Tui's ambush. She stated that they will let the forces pass through that narrow mountain path, launch a sneak attack from behind. Lord Xiao declared that in their rush, they will run into Tui's ambush ahead. She observed that surrounded front and back, the Songdu forces will fall apart immediately. Lord Xiao asserted that they could unleash on them and surely create a great victory for Kayan. Suddenly, Zhu Sha's bird origami informed back to her. Lord Xiao queried what was wrong. Zhu Sha commented that earlier, a large number of Songdu cavalry sped down a road about a mile from there, heading towards the riverbank. She explained that it meant that they chose the wrong ambush spot. On the other hand, the cavalry of the Songdu forces charged towards the riverbank. Lai Tianyuan considered that it was bad and there was not enough time, so at that rate, most of them won't make it across the river. One of the Maiyang army soldiers observed that they should cover Tui's retreat, and another asserted that Tui had done more than enough for them. Tui maintained that they were just a bunch of NPCs anyway. He queried if they couldn't hear his orders. Tui proclaimed that they should cross the river immediately. He probed if they were disobeying a military command. But one of the soldiers requested that Tui go first. Meanwhile, the soldiers charged forward with all their might, ready to sacrifice their lives. Tui was horrified when he saw the scene unfolding in front of him. He responded that fine. Lai Tianyuan believed that Tui should retreat in peace while he would hold off the enemy. But he was astonished when Tui suddenly pulled out his sword. Tui raised his sword and swung it in the air. He cut the ropes and destroyed the hanging bridge. Lai Tianyuan and the soldiers were stunned when they saw what Tui did, and Lai Tianyuan wondered what Tui did. On the other hand, Tui reflected that at first, he just wanted to complete the mission to lose the kingdom. he realized that slowly something changed. Tui deemed that even though they were just NPCs and once he returned to the present, they would mean nothing to him. He couldn't treat lives as just the cost of completing a mission. Lai Tianyuan was in awe as he watched Tui. Tui expressed that since none of the soldiers wished to live in shame, he posed if they would join him in facing death to find life. The orders given to the Songdu army are to seize the moment of the enemy's retreat and low morale to annihilate them completely. The Songdu army charged ahead like they were ordered, but they were unaware that what lay before them was the spear formation led by Tu Yi. The Songdu army was caught by surprise. They were not able to stop in time, and the front line of the cavalry quickly fell into the mercy of the Mayang army's spears. Decapitated and bloody bodies of the Songdu army were sent flying in the air due to the impact. The Mayang army troops remained steadfast as the Songdu army panicked at the surprise. More bodies flew up in the air, and the Mayang army remained intact. Sliced up limbs were all over the place, and it was raining blood. Tui watched as the bloody scene unfolded in front of him. There was an invisible power that was holding the Mayang army together and giving them strength. Lai Tianyuan concluded that he was thinking too small, as all those ambush and crossing attacks are just a matter of using the terrain to their advantage and facing the cavalry charge. Tui is risking himself to ignite the fire in everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, one of the Songdu army soldiers inquired what he was seeing. He was so shocked that his eyes went so wide. A powerful golden light shone over the Mayang army. It was morale. Lai Tianyuan believed that if the enemy deemed that they were chasing down fleeing troops, they would be destined to lose. But currently, with their backs to the river, even the plague-infected soldiers, as long as their morale is high, could stall the enemy. Plus, they have the numbers advantage, which gives them the strength of unity, so even the most elite cavalry will be bogged down like they are stuck in the mud. He felt that those plague-infected soldiers knew that they were facing death, yet Tui had used that desperate situation to stir their fighting spirit, so he wondered if it was the depth of an emperor's will. Meanwhile, Tui stood on top of a rock, and he raised his sword to boost the Mayang army. He wondered what he was doing. Tui recognized that he clearly didn't want to win, but he perceived that somehow, at that time, he felt a strange sense of hope. Suddenly, Lord Xiao, Jude Sha, and the soldier with them arrived on their horses. They saw the fight that was happening in front of them. Lord Xiao noticed Lu Yu. She saw that Lu Yu and his remaining troops were just below them. Lord Xiao observed that it was the perfect moment, but Jude Sha remarked that she should wait. Lord Xiao stated that Tui hasn't gone for the ambush like expected, and in that head-on battlefield, their side won't hold for long, so they must push forward and disrupt their main formation quickly. But Jude Sha declared that the enemy's main troops have the strong mage, and he has far more troops around him than they do, so charging in at that moment would be suicide. Lord Xiao queried if she was scared. Jude Sha responded no, and that Lord Xiao should just look at the current battlefield ahead. She noted that the troops under Tui aren't that weak, and she believes in him. Lord Xiao realized it and deduced that she didn't expect someone as carefree as Tui to come up with such a strategy, so at that moment, all she could do was cooperate with him fully. She confirmed that Jude Sha was right. Lord Xiao expressed that what they needed to do at that moment was wait. She mentioned that when Lu Yu couldn't hold back any longer and threw his remaining forces into the battle, it was when they would have their chance. The Songdu army believed that the Mayang army were sick ghosts. They considered that the Mayang army should get lost. They surmised that the Mayang army should get out of their way. The Songdu army opined that the Mayang army should stop clinging onto them. More and more Songdu army soldiers perished as they felt the pressure of the Mayang army soldiers. The Songdu army commander declared that they should retreat. He remarked that they should fall back for the meantime and make space for a second charge. But as they were about to retreat, they saw the Mayang army that was lined up properly on their side. The leader reckoned that the Mayang army had flanked them. One of the Mayang army suddenly stated that even their infected brothers are fighting to death, and they can't let them steal their thunder. They asserted that they should attack and kill every last one of those scoundrels. The leader of the Songdu army wondered how it was possible and what was going on there, and as he concluded that the Mayang army was supposed to be a dying army, he wondered how they became so resilient. He wondered if the leader of the Mayang army was hiding in the back, the one who was using them all as cannon fodder. But to his surprise, Tui suddenly appeared beside him. Tui quickly swung his sword and decapitated the Songdu army leader. With his combat power at 95, Tui noted that he should forget about any trials and about winning or losing because that day, he just wanted to fight to his heart's content. Tui added that the Mayang army should follow him. He ordered that they should charge. Tui was leading the Mayang army to charge towards Lu Yu and his troops. Lu Yu was astonished when he saw that Tui and the Mayang army were fiercely coming at them. Lord Xiao proclaimed that it was time, so they should go. Lu Yu was in a daze, and he didn't make any move. He mentioned that the Mayang army actually forced him to use his last elite troops. Lu Yu observed that it was impressive, but he claimed that it was the end of the line. Lu Yu commented that Tui was still too young, and to actually let himself get worked up and lead the charge personally, He would never do something so foolish. He commanded his elite troops to charge forward. Liu Yu deemed that even in the worst case of a frontline collapse, with his abilities, he could safely retreat to Songdu City and continue holding the line. But he was astonished when he started hearing the sound of galloping horses from behind. Liu Yu turned and saw the Mayang army troops that were being led by Lord Xiao charging at them. Lord Xiao exclaimed that it was their chance. She suggested that they should go support Tu Yi, and Jude Shaw acknowledged that she got it. Liu Yu was surprised, and he couldn't believe that there was another force coming up from behind. On the other hand, Tu Yi figured that Lord Xiao was a traitor. Tu Yi believed that he should kill. To fight to his heart's content was his only idea at the moment. He was surprised when he noticed the Songdu army coming towards him. Their full force charged fiercely toward him. Lai Tianyuan felt that it wasn't good, and as he wondered if it was the Songdu army's trump card, he was worried that Tu Yi would get injured. The flag of the Songdu army waved high up in the air, but suddenly it got shredded into pieces. Jude Shaw attacked the Songdu army with her fireball spell while carrying the flag of the Mayang army. Lai Tianyuan was stunned by what he witnessed. One of the soldiers of the Songdu army tried to run away, but he was quickly surrounded by the Mayang army. They declared that the main general of the Songdu army has been killed. They chanted and repeatedly spoke that they should surrender and they will be spared. One of the soldiers of the Songdu army noted that their command flag had fallen. He inquired if they lost when a horse suddenly stepped on his back. Their entire army retreated, and one of them stated that they should get out of his way and anyone who was afraid should move aside. They had lost their will to fight, morale was shattered, and the cavalry trampled over itself. The Mayang forces seized the victory and achieved a massive triumph. Meanwhile, Liu Yu uttered no. He was still alive. He was not dead yet. But Lord Xiao replied that whether he is alive or not doesn't matter anymore. He laughed maniacally. He responded that he lost. He didn't expect Tu Yi's plan, which interlocked every step and was truly brilliant. Lai Tianyuan expressed that Lord Xiao and Jude Shaw's ambush was part of Tu Yi's plan too. From the retreat to the last stand, capturing the leader was a true masterpiece. But Tu Yi mentioned that he didn't know what he was talking about. Lai Tianyuan immediately explained that he is his servant, so he understood that with the level of trust between the two of them, such a secret couldn't be revealed beforehand, but he will strive to do better in the future. Tu Yi was suddenly surprised when he felt tremors in his hands. His hands had bruises on them, and he trembled in excitement. He looked around him. The soldiers repeatedly revealed that they won and they could go home. So long live the marshal. He could see how happy they looked. That is when everything finally sunk in. He realized that they won after all. Tu Yi was sent back to the Dragon Vein. The voice stated that the commanding troops, life and death together, unified in purpose, instilling strength in the arm, and inspiring loyalty from the soldiers, were excellent. And the strategy, swift as the wind, steady as a forest, aggressive as fire, immovable as a mountain, unpredictable as shadows, and striking like thunder, was excellent. It remarked that he passed the strength assessment in the overall evaluation, a rare talent capable of ruling the world. Wu Dongshuan wondered if he actually won. Aina queried where the Taoist was. He probed what Taoist she was talking about. Lord Xiao inquired if it was the one who blew himself up in front of her. Wu Dongshuan declared that the trial seemed unsolvable from her perspective and pressed how he managed it. Tu Yi wondered if it would sound too arrogant if he recounted that he originally planned to lose but somehow ended up winning. Suddenly, the voice noted that the final trial of the Emperor's path was the governance test. It would begin. He was transported into a sunny place where the trees were dried up. He looked so confused and out of it as he stood on top of a wall. He called Lai Tianyuan, Jude Shaw, and Lord Xiao and demanded where they were, if it could be a turn to defend the city at that time. But he commented no because from the name governance test, it should be related to ruling the country. He was surprised when he saw what was over the wall. One of the people mentioned that they will be giving him everything he owns for him to just sell some grain. Another person observed that someone was watching, and the others beseeched for help and to let them in. One of the people pleaded to be saved. Another voiced that she would do anything. Another responded that they should just let his child go in. And another spoke that the corrupt officials should open up. Tu Yi watched as the people below him pleaded. He wondered if he was supposed to save those refugees at that time. He watched over the refugees below him. At the same time, more refugees swarmed the city gates. Meanwhile, the others were watching him. Jude Shaw demanded what he would do if it were him. Lai Tianyuan elaborated that there was no saving those people and he can't save anyone. He will let them all die. Wu Dongshuan expressed that it was a famine. Lai Tianyuan revealed that wherever the refugees pass, the ground is left barren and desolate. The tree bark, earthworms, grass roots, even soft soil, all disappear. The poor either starve or die from eating random things, while the rich couldn't buy anything, burdened by their wealth or targeted by robbers. Without enough food, everyone faces a dead end. Yet famine itself is not the most terrifying thing. It was people turning to cannibalism. One of the weak men was puzzled when the other refugees suddenly surrounded him. He indicated that they should wait, but all he could do was scream in pain as the others devoured him. They turned to cannibalism and were chomping on the bloody meat without a care in the world. The scene made Lai Tianyuan want to vomit, and Jude Shaw got worried for him. Lai Tianyuan remarked that thousands of refugees gathering together is like a raging flood, and to a dynasty, it is practically the end. Wu Dongshuan declared that it was right. However, the trial is probably far from simple. Lord Zio stated that compared to the last trial, the current one is just as challenging, if not more. Lai Tianyuan commented that she was right. He mentioned that they shouldn't forget the Taoist named Lu Yu from the last trial, and though he didn't appear at first, he was the toughest part to overcome. Wu Dongshuan observed that in that trial, there should be a similar figure. She looked so worried as she mentioned the figure. She noted that it will be even more terrifying than the famine in front of them. On the other hand, Tu Yi was at his residence inside the trial. He was an official and smiled fakely at Jia Ru, who summoned him. Jia Ru explained that there was a famine in Lianling County at that time and the refugees gathered, so the court sent them to provide relief, so he inquired if he had any brilliant ideas. Tu Yi responded that he dares not, as he has no great insight, so he will just follow his instructions. Jia Ru indicated that he is just a eunuch from the imperial harem, trusted by the Empress Dowager in that relief mission, and he is hardly worthy of being called official. Addressing him as Lord Jia, Tu Yi replied that he is too humble. But he corrected that his name is Jia Ru. They both looked at each other in awkward silence. Jia Ru cleared his throat and added that the Empress Dowager has always been compassionate and couldn't bear to see people suffer. If the Empress Dowager's 60th birthday weren't next month, they would naturally have to help her ease her worries as her loyal servants. Tu Yi wondered who called themselves a servant and if he insulted himself. He should leave him out of it, but he wondered if he was hinting at the trial's goal. They needed to resolve the famine within a month, which is a big challenge. But Jia Ru insisted that he must be joking and queried where they would settle all those refugees to resolve the famine and how much manpower and resources it would take because the treasury isn't exactly overflowing. Tu Yi considered that it was not about resolving the famine then. Jia Ru maintained that as long as the refugees stay alive, the court has many more considerations. They just needed to make sure that on the Empress Dowager's birthday, the refugees didn't cause any trouble, and was all. Tu Yi was taken aback. He wondered if they could actually get away with that and reckoned that he was even more of a tyrant than he was. Jia Ru affirmed that the Empress Dowager did allocate some relief funds, so they should use them to buy grain from the city's merchants, along with some reserve grain from the government sparehouse, distributed sparingly, and it will be enough for those refugees outside the city to last a month. The refugees will be grateful to the Empress Dowager by then, and she will be pleased and promote them. There was no need to waste all the relief funds on those refugees. They could make a little extra on the side, and he pressed for his opinion. Tu Yi posed what would happen about the refugees. Jia Ru conveyed that they just take the money and go because whether those refugees live or die has nothing to do with them. If things go wrong later, someone else could take the fall because, after all, they are acting on the Empress Dowager's orders, and they are her people. Tu Yi imagined the horrifying looks of the starved refugees while he laughed hysterically. His expression turned dark. He expressed that he was done with it. Jia Ru was baffled when Tu Yi remarked he was really done with that. He is really done with things because that world is truly a piece of crap, and it has never changed. He had actually been lying to himself that whole time, thinking that missing out on soda, games, and funny videos was the worst part. It was painful, but it was not the real reason why he hated that place. It was a savage, primitive society, full of jungle rules, schemes, and deceit, and every leader is a schemer, and commoners are just cannon fodder. He couldn't stand life anymore, and if he kept playing Emperor, he was afraid he would go insane, so he was going to sabotage that trial, which made Jia Ru ask him if he was feeling unwell. He was startled when Tu Yi suddenly turned to look at him. Tu Yi stated that as an NPC, he sure talks too much. He grabbed his arm that was wrapped over his shoulder. He threw him on the floor. Jia Ru hit the floor face first. Tu Yi declared that he was raising the grain prices and would tell the refugees directly that the court didn't care about them, so if they wanted food, they could go and steal it. If the refugees were going to starve anyway, they might as well stop clinging to false hope. Jia Ru groaned in pain as he picked himself up off the floor. He wondered if he was crazy. Tu Yi had that evil look on his face as he smiled at Jia Ru. Jia Ru commented that taking a little profit is one thing, but if he stirs up a rebellion during the Empress Dowager's birthday, he is going down, and he shouldn't drag him with him. He was surprised when he stepped on his face. Tu Yi insisted that he didn't care if he stirred up a rebellion. He will deal with that later, but at the moment, he is the one in charge. Jia Ru was speechless. Suddenly, guards noted that they heard some noise and pressed what happened. Tu Yi mentioned that Jia Ru suddenly went mad, so they should take him to rest. He looked at him ominously. Jia Ru was horrified when he realized the situation. He indicated that Tu Yi was the one who was mad and his whole family was mad, and as he screamed while the guards dragged him away, Tu Yi revealed that his condition was severe so they should watch him closely and not let him leave no matter what he uttered. Time passed and evening came. Meanwhile, Wu Dongshuan observed that Jia Ru may be despicable, but his approach at least guarantees the refugees a month's supply of food. Tu Yi, on the other hand, ignores the refugees' lives just to spite him, which is truly irresponsible. But Lai Tianyuan added that his strategic thinking was there because whenever he makes a seemingly irrational move, it is a sign of a masterstroke about to unfold. Wu Dongshuan was concerned and in disbelief. Lai Tianyuan expressed that Tu Yi should bring it on and let him see what was next. On the other hand, the refugees have already set up camp for the night. One of the refugees pointed out that the Leiling officials raised the grain prices by 50%, buying as much as they could, and no one could sell privately, so all the merchants are sending their grain to the officials and wouldn't dare sell to the refugees. Another refugee affirmed that people who escaped with little money were hoping to buy some food in Leiling City, but currently they were doomed. Another refugee voiced that the imperial envoy wasn't giving them any way to survive, while another refugee argued that if he ran into that scoundrel, he would kill the scoundrel himself. Meanwhile, at the local grain merchants, one of the merchants shared that he originally believed that the imperial envoy would seize their grain for relief, and he was even planning on hiding some, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Another merchant conveyed that it looked like the official was reasonable because by raising prices and buying up the grain, he clearly wanted them to profit together, while another merchant claimed that he would probably mark it up even more to sell to the refugees, and it is rare to see an official who is so blatantly willing to be the bad guy. One of the merchants reasoned that no one cares because it was a golden opportunity, and he will start importing grain from nearby countries right away. But one of the merchants inquired what would happen if the shipment gets robbed along the way. Another merchant queried what there was to be afraid of when those sickly refugees are almost dead, and he imparted that the refugees won't be able to rob anything, so they should just spend a bit more to hire guards, and the profits will be massive. Tui was talking to himself, and he remarked that he shouldn't be soft-hearted, as he just wanted to return to reality. Those refugees were all NPCs and are all fake, so he hasn't harmed anyone. He should end the trial, and world will disappear, which is the best outcome. Suddenly, he heard some noise. One of the guards called him and informed that Jiaru had escaped outside the city. He wondered what would happen if Jiaru informed the Empress Dowager ahead of time. They should hurry and chase after him. A few moments later, the refugees could hear the city gates opening. Tui and the guards charged outside the gate on horseback. Guilt was evident on his face as he looked around. He saw skinny men sitting on the ground. Some of them were already lying on the ground beside a dead horse. The camp reeked of death, and the attention of everyone in the camp was on them. One of the guards inquired if they should go back. Because of his decision, those people had fallen into deeper despair, and Tui wondered if he really did not do anything wrong. No, he didn't do anything wrong because they are just NPCs. He feels no guilt and has no regrets. He was surprised when two young men blocked their path. One of the guards queried who they were and stated that they should step aside quickly. Xiao Wu expressed that they shouldn't be nervous because they mean no harm. Dao Wu speculated if they just came out of the city and if they had some food on them. Tui inquired who they were. Xiao Wu mentioned that he forgot to introduce himself and he is Xiao Wu while the other guy was his older brother, Dao Wu. Food prices have gone up, and they wanted to buy some, but they don't have much money. Dao Wu noted that there are children in their group, so if they run out of food, they will all die. Tui was horrified and was consumed by guilt. He declared that the guards should give them all the dry rations they brought. The guard was puzzled and skeptical, but he still followed his instruction. Xiao Wu observed that the ration could save several lives. Dao Wu handed over the money and commented that it was all they had. Tui affirmed that there was no need and they should just consider it a loan from him. Xiao Wu thanked him, and as he uttered that he was truly kind-hearted, he probed how they will repay him later. Tui hesitated to answer his question. Suddenly, one of the guards called him and pointed behind them. He was pointing at Jiaru, who looked suspicious in a cloak. Jiaru quickly saw that the guards noticed him. Tui advised that they should get off their horse and chase him because he is in the crowd. Jiaru quickly ran for his life. Tui and the guards chased after him. Jiaru ran in the middle of the crowd while they were chasing behind him. Tui was running with all his might to catch him. Jiaru got nervous as he got closer to him. He screamed that the one on the horseback is the imperial envoy sent for disaster relief and he is the one who ordered the price hike on grain. All the refugees quickly looked at Tui with menacing eyes, and he could feel it. Jiaru stated that the refugees should hurry up and deal with the corrupt official. Tui was stunned as he looked at the refugees behind him. One of the refugees remarked that it was him. He indicated that he was a corrupt official and inquired if he wanted to starve them all to death. Another refugee observed that grain prices were already ridiculously high. Another mentioned that currently, during a famine, they have gone even higher. Another added that his grandson was only 3 years old. And another insisted that if Tui won't let them live, he doesn't deserve to live either, so they should kill him. They declared that they should eat him. But as Tui was ready to accept his fate, Dao Wu exclaimed that the refugees should stop. He knew everyone was starving, but they should listen to him for a moment. One of the refugees queried if Dao Wu was helping the enemy and pressed him for daring to defend the corrupt official. Dao Wu wondered what kind of corrupt official would willingly run into a crowd of refugees and if that wouldn't be asking for death. Tui laughed in his mind, as he is the kind of person who enjoys courting death. The refugees muttered amongst themselves. One of the refugees suddenly proclaimed that Dao Wu should move aside. If he won't, he will chop him up along with Tui and throw them into the pot. Dao Wu warned that they shouldn't do that because everyone is already starving. If anyone gets hurt, it will only make things worse. The refugees were immediately intimidated by the two huge men guarding him from behind. One of them clicked his tongue. He noted that even during a famine, Dao Wu is stronger than livestock. Tui was baffled by what just happened. Suddenly, a little girl thanked him for the food. Dao Wu pointed out that everyone should look because Tui gave them all his food. He probed if someone like him could really be a corrupt official. The sneaky, high-pitched guy who just ran past, if he is not a weakling. He is probably a eunuch, and he is more likely to be the corrupt one. Tuyi was surprised when Dawu suddenly wrapped his arm around his shoulder. Dawu expressed that in his opinion, he must be a hero who chased the corrupt official out of the city. His reasoning made no sense at all, and he wondered what kind of hero chases a court official all the way out of the city. Besides, his motives at the moment are anything but heroic. He lowered his head and was quiet for a moment. The little girl commented that Dawu is great at reading people, so whatever he says, everyone listens. But Tuyi revealed that he was actually the one who ordered the price hike on grain because the disaster relief funds couldn't save many people. Dawu is horrified. The little girl was also stunned. She slowly let go of Tuyi's hand. Dawu demanded if he just decided that no one should have any food. Another refugee inquired why he was wasting time talking to Tuyi, and as he was about to suggest something, he stopped talking. He heard the sound of carriages. The noise of the wheels echoed through the entire camp. All the refugees quickly turned their attention to where the noise was coming from. They shouted that it was grain. One of the refugees affirmed that it was food. Another refugee uttered that they shouldn't just stare at it because that grain isn't for them and it was there because of the market demand. He challenged if he could afford the grain or if he would dare to risk his life for a single meal. The refugee fell silent. Everyone solemnly watched as multiple carriages of grain passed by. Suddenly, one of Tuyi's guards tried to ask for help, but Tuyi covered his mouth. Tuyi stated that the guard shouldn't make a sound because he will handle things, and the guard wondered if Tuyi had an idea. All the refugees watched as the carriages filled with grains entered the city. Suddenly, all their attention, which was filled with hate, was turned to Tuyi. Tuyi remarked that everyone could see that at that moment, more and more grain merchants were bringing grain into the city, so the city was no longer in a state of shortage. One of the refugees inquired what the use was and mentioned that they can't afford it, so he should hand over his life. He declared that he deserved to die because he raised grain prices to force them into taking drastic actions to get food because disaster relief funds alone can't save them. But earlier, he just pondered a better solution. And it's not guaranteed, but it might give everyone a full meal. The refugees were quiet, but they were all giving him a menacing stare. He commented that it was just that he needed to return to Liancheng and he needed the refugees' cooperation. Everyone fell silent for a moment. One of the refugees probed if he reflected they were idiots and noted that they shouldn't waste time with him, to which another refugee observed that they should kill him and another explained that they should get rid of the corrupt official. He stayed quiet, and he was ready to accept his fate. But Dawu, who was also enraged, approached Tuyi. He challenged why they should trust him, why they should believe what he was saying. What qualifications did he have to make promises to them, the disaster victims, when he is someone who decides the life and death of thousands with one order, and what reason does he have to keep his word to them? The other refugees were stunned when they saw his reaction. Tuyi was silent for a moment as he stared at him. He affirmed that he had no guarantees and all he could give them were two choices. They could take him hostage and force the guards to open the city gates. 10,000s of refugees could storm the city, raid his mansion, and take everything, becoming a mob. And even if they do that, he won't blame them. The second choice was that they could trust him to save every one of them and believe that he genuinely wanted to help them. Dawu was stunned. Suddenly, the little girl spoke up. She asserted that she thinks Tuyi is not lying to them. Dawu let out a sigh. He interrogated for their opinion and if they will trust Tuyi that once, or if they would simply become a mob of murderers and thieves. One of the refugees replied that he doesn't have the strength to kill and rob, and another responded that there is no other option anyway, so they should trust him at that time. Tuyi was relieved. Dawu recounted that he believes in him too, but not because of what he insisted. It was because of the look in his eyes that he would take a gamble on him. Xiao Wu chimed that his quiet big brother, who barely says a word, just maintains so much, so he will trust him too then. The little girl specified that she believes in him too. One of the refugees reasoned that he will listen to Dawu, and another conveyed that no one is allowed to touch Tuyi or they will be his enemy. Another refugee voiced that if there is no grain, they will eat Tuyi, and they laughed. Another confessed that he is tired of rice and flour, so he should get him more wine and meat. And another acknowledged that he shouldn't make him wait too long because he has already gnawed the bark off all the trees nearby. He revealed that he understands and he definitely won't let them down. He returned to the city under the protection of the two brothers, and along the way, the three of them discussed their plan, and the brothers agreed to fully cooperate. He was frantically recalling the knowledge from his elementary school textbooks, preparing to use modern economics to fight against that corrupt world. He informed that the weather was getting colder, so it was time to bankrupt the grain merchants. Over the next 2 days, Tuyi continued raising grain prices, and most of the disaster relief funds were used up, but the high-priced grain purchases showed no signs of slowing down. He smiled evilly. He took the opportunity to raise tariffs, yet grain merchants from all over still flocked to sell grain. However, the merchants, hoping to make a big profit, were met with bad news. A notice stated that the granaries were full and grain collection had been suspended. Tuyi laughed as he watched the merchants read the notice. A few moments later, one of the merchants inquired how he could go back on his word. If he didn't promise he would buy as much as they brought. Another complained that he had invested a lot of money in that business, so if he stopped collecting grain, the transport costs and the fees for the escort service would ruin them. Tui apologized and clarified that he had planned to build more granaries while continuing to collect grain. He didn't expect the grain to arrive so quickly, because with famine happening, he assumed there wasn't much grain in the surrounding areas. But everyone shouldn't worry because he has already ordered the construction of new granaries, and one of the merchants queried when they will be finished. He replied that the workers are working hard on it, but it seems like it is going to rain soon, so the construction might be delayed a little. The merchants imagined the rain. One of them mentioned that if it rains, the grain will mold, and another remarked that if they still need to figure out storage, they will lose everything, even their underwear. Tui agreed and wondered aloud what they were supposed to do, unless they sell it directly to the disaster victims. The merchants were horrified. A few days later, rain fell from the sky. One of the merchants observed that there is still no movement with the granaries and speculated if they were scammed. And the other merchant asserted that there was no way because Tui has a lot of grain in his hands too. But the other merchant mentioned that he heard that someone is secretly selling grain and the price is only 30% of the market price. The other merchant added that he heard that too, and they remarked that the price might even drop further. One of the merchants demanded who the hell was going against them. A few moments later, Tui confirmed that they were right. That would be him, selling grain at lower prices. One of the merchants questioned him why he was doing it. He retorted that he didn't know what he was talking about and if an official needed to report his actions to him. He remarked that it was as if he had wronged them somehow, so he will explain. The rain also caused his grain to mold, so he decided to sell some of it off early. But they all held back from buying, forcing him to lower the prices. The merchant looked doubtful as he listened to him. He added that he could sell it to them at 30% of the original price too, and if they do the math, they are still making a profit. The merchant explained that they only had grain at the moment and not money. Even if they bought it, it would just rot in their hands. Tui concluded that there was nothing left to discuss and everyone could fend for themselves. One of the merchants informed them that he would take his leave. The other merchant responded by bidding him farewell. Suddenly, Xiao Wu and Da Wu arrived. Tui remarked that they were panicking. Over the past few days, Tui secretly gave the Wu brothers some grain, and they claimed the grain was purchased from inside the city and prices were still dropping. And by buying grain at low prices from the city, the two brothers gradually gained the trust of the disaster victims. They assured the victims that if they were patient, grain prices would continue to fall, and the victims managed to get by with the grain Tui secretly provided, putting constant pressure on the grain merchants. The merchants, though aware someone was secretly transporting grain out, were helpless and gradually began to lose their composure. Xiao Wu observed that Tui was something else because he had been toying with all those grain merchants single-handedly. He replied that it was nothing and he had just taken over enough bad stock in the market before, which confused Xiao Wu. Da Wu inquired what the next step was. He replied that they should wait until those merchants could not hold on anymore, until the chain of suspicion choked them, forcing them to sell at a loss to recover their funds. Once someone opened the floodgates, the merchants would spiral into panic selling, and by then, grain prices would not just drop below 30%, they might fall to 20%, and that was when the court's disaster relief funds could step in for a full-scale buyout. In the following days, some merchants could not withstand the pressure and began selling off grain, which triggered a continuous decline in grain prices. Tui initiated large-scale grain purchases and set up porridge kitchens to provide relief, and by that time, the merchants realized his true intentions. The refugees all looked happy as the food was being distributed to them. The merchants were furious as they realized what happened. Tui proudly stood with Xiao Wu and Da Wu. On the other hand, Lai Tianyuan admitted that he finally saw that first. Tui did the opposite, intentionally raising grain prices to lure the merchants with their own greed. Then, taking advantage of timing and location, he trapped them with heavy stock and isolation. Finally, he leveraged human nature, forcing them to willingly lower their prices. Wu Dongshuan declared that grain was never scarce. It was simply hoarded by those beasts, and Tui's moves were masterful, so it was no wonder he was the man she had her eye on. However, that only resolved the short-term issue, and the root cause of the disaster victims' plight remained unsolved. Lai Tianyuan froze and coughed vigorously. Lord Xiao requested information about the root cause. Wu Dongshuan looked dejected. Meanwhile, the refugees were still enjoying their food. One of the men let out a sigh of satisfaction after his meal. Suddenly, he stared off into the distance. He was looking at the city ahead. An evil grin appeared on his face as his eyes lit up with desire. Lai Tianyuan stated that once tens of thousands of disaster victims had full stomachs, they would have the strength to swallow something even bigger. The children laughed as they ran around the camp. Tui monitored the camp from the city walls. Jia Ru remarked that the Lord truly possessed extraordinary wisdom. a divine being capable of turning the tide in a hopeless situation. It had been a long time since they last met. Tui glared at him. He inquired what was wrong and whether he didn't miss him. Tui demanded if he dared to return and whether he wasn't afraid he would cut him down. Jia-ru countered what kind of talk that was and whether their goals really conflicted, and he added that although he drove him away, his brilliant plans still earned his admiration, so the Empress Dowager would surely reward him upon learning that. And he was benefiting from his brilliance. According to tradition, the Empress Dowager's birthday required building ancestral halls across the regions, and she would also bestow blessings on the disaster victims. But since the victims already had full bellies, they felt no gratitude toward her, which could lead to trouble. Tui urged him to just spit it out. Jia-ru proposed that the disaster victims should be made to work for the court because those fools were like livestock and wouldn't even need wages. They could spend a little money hiring some whip wielders, and the work would be done in less than half a month. Meanwhile, they would make a fortune. Tui stayed silent. He acknowledged that Jia-ru was the one with unparalleled wisdom, and Jia-ru brushed off the praise. Tui noted that his mind brimmed with endless schemes, a truly vile soul in one body. Jia-ru challenged him for daring to insult him and told him to let go. Tui declared that he was exhausted, so they should chain him up tightly to prevent his escape, and he could rest all the way until the Empress Dowager's birthday. Jia-ru demanded if he even realized how many people wanted to skin him alive at the moment and whether he assumed feeding the disaster victims was the end of it when thousands of victims now had full bellies and nothing to do. If they stirred up trouble, he would be in deep water. Tui said nothing and remained by the wall. But he realized that what Jia-ru expressed carried some logic. Such a large gathering of people truly posed an unstable factor, and those grain merchants were entrenched local powers, some possibly backed by influential figures in the court. He suddenly froze. He recognized something. A few moments later, he thanked the merchants for coming and apologized for the sudden gathering. He informed them that he had good news to share, a chance to make money. But the merchants dismissed it as nonsense. He explained that all details were self-explanatory as he handed out the pamphlets. One of the merchants read its contents. He was so astonished that he cursed and inquired if they were building an ancestral hall for the Empress Dowager, and he exclaimed that it was such a massive project. Another merchant observed that if they secured that job, the profit could last them a lifetime. One of the merchants speculated that for Tui to obtain such a task, his connections must be incredible. But he wondered why it was printed on paper. Tui clarified that although it was a chance to earn money, everyone there was a person of great talent, and distributing that fairly might prove difficult. Therefore, he resolved to use a bidding system to decide who would get the project. Everyone reacted with surprise. They questioned if they needed to compete. Tui stated that building a hall for the Empress Dowager was a tremendous honor. The hall was divided into 3 courtyards, so there were only 3 slots. If interested, they were to return home and prepare a blank sheet of paper where they would write their estimated construction time and costs within their means. But there was no rush. One of the merchants proposed that they should find some paper, while another warned that they shouldn't fight him for it and shouldn't force him to get rough. Tui reminded them that the court wasn't short on money, so they shouldn't undercut themselves too much. As long as the requirements were met, they were told to feel free to give it a shot, and the worst case would be 9 generations wiped out. They acknowledged that they understood and remarked that making money was secondary because even if unpaid, it was an honor that would shine on their ancestors for 8 generations. They considered that working on a royal project was a golden opportunity, and even if they lost money, they would make up for it elsewhere, not to mention the Empress Dowager's rewards, and perhaps they would even secure an official position. With the idea of taking on a royal project at a loss, they clashed fiercely, driving their bids to the lowest levels. Assigning the project to 3 merchants would at least improve relations with 3 major families, and they would also start competing for workers, so the disaster victims' wages would only increase. Kai expressed his gratitude to Tui and admitted that he never expected someone like him would ever get the chance to serve the Empress Dowager, to which he chuckled and replied that it was no problem. Kai then mentioned that if there was another opportunity like that, he wanted Tui to keep him in mind, to which he grinned and replied that next time for sure. A few moments later, the refugees counted as they worked. They joined forces to raise a tree trunk. Construction began, and the framework of the hall already took shape. Some of the refugees focused on cutting the logs with their saw. Another transported the log from point to point. So, the merchant's resentment, the construction of the ancestral hall, and the disaster victims' jobs were all resolved at once. All that remained was to wait for the trial to end. A few days later, the higher floors of the hall already stood. A few more days passed, and another floor and a few details were added. After some time, the hall finally reached completion. Tui and the Wu brothers clunked their cups together. They raised a toast. Xiao Wu expressed his thanks to Tui and shared that it had been so long since he last had a drink, and it was all thanks to him. But Xiao Yu suddenly pinched his ear. She scolded him for being too rude. Tui remarked that things were wrapping up there, and he inquired what their plans were. Xiao Wu responded that he planned to work hard, save some money, and return to his hometown, where he intended to raise a huge flock of chickens, ducks, and geese, while Da Wu added that he would stay with Xiao Wu, and once it was all over, they would find a place to start fresh. Tui realized that he succeeded. He made the terrible world a little better. The next day, Da Wu called out to see if anyone was inside and stated that they were there to collect their wages. He called out again, asking where everyone was. Suddenly, Jia Ru accused the refugees of showing no gratitude for royal grace. He condemned them for trespassing in a government compound. He declared that they were harboring malicious intent. He ordered that they should be executed without mercy. Arrows soared into the air. Da Wu shrieked as those arrows rained down on them. Jia Ru let out a wicked laugh. He tried to cover his mouth, but he failed to suppress his evil laughter. Xiao Wu inquired how it came to that and screamed. Tui was taken aback. Xiao Wu mourned over Da Wu. He demanded how that could happen. With his last breath, Da Wu revealed that someone shot arrows at them while collecting wages. It was a trap. He stared at Tui. He insisted that he wouldn't betray them. Xiao Wu called Da Wu when he fell silent. He cried in agony. Meanwhile, the other refugees glared at Tui. Xiao Wu demanded what was really happening there and what was going on. On the other hand, Jia Ru proposed that they should dispose of those corpses and deploy the troops to exterminate the rebels. One of the soldiers wondered why he just let one of the rebels go. He reasoned that the officials were still pretending to soothe the people, so letting one person go would allow them to report back, giving them some time to react. He probed what he assumed the envoy would do, and the soldier realized it. He confirmed that exactly afterward, in front of the Empress Dowager, it would naturally be blamed on the envoy for mishandling disaster relief, sparking the rebellion, and being killed by the rebels. Meanwhile, he who quelled the chaos would be credited with success and blameless. The soldier warned that the rebels had large numbers, so forcing them into rebellion like that might be dangerous. He retorted that it was because he didn't understand refugees and the ones they killed were their leaders. Their deaths would certainly incite anger among the people. But after they killed the envoy, most of that anger would be vented, and what remained would be fear of murdering an imperial official. Refugees like those, no matter how many, were nothing but stray dogs waiting to be slaughtered. They just needed to pacify one group and exterminate another, and they wouldn't cause any significant waves. One of the soldiers remarked that Jia Ru truly had masterful hands because that intricate plan manipulated both the envoy and the refugees perfectly, repairing the shrine, suppressing the rebellion, and eliminating a political rival in one move. It was truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, everyone watched as he stated that it was about time and he was wondering how the envoy's corpse was doing. Wu Dongshuan confirmed that Lai Tianyuan's assumption was correct. The greatest obstacle in that trial was indeed Jia Ru. Ainer remarked that the scumbag looked like he was clearly waiting to backstab at the most critical moment. It was a talent and was just her type. Lai Tianyuan explained that on the surface, it was about saving the people, but in reality, it was the way of governance, and compared to an open battle, it was even more dangerous. Wu Dongshuan muttered that they should forget being an emperor since she wouldn't even want to be a minor official because all those twists and schemes were only suitable for cunning folks like them. Lai Tianyuan pondered what Tui planned to do next. On the other hand, Tui examined Da Wu's body. Suddenly, he stifled a laugh. He chuckled as he realized that it was how it was. The game was never meant to be played like that. One of the refugees grew alarmed when Tui snatched away his torch. They claimed that he had gone mad, but one of them argued that he was pretending to be foolish to escape, so they should quickly chase him. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu realized what direction Tui ran to. Tui declared that it was the first time he had actually succeeded at something, letting people no longer go hungry or live in poverty. So he really did his best, and it was beyond his usual ability. But adding a little luck, it was the peak of his life after transmigrating. But it didn't matter because all that talk of dragon veins and system playing by their rules meant leaving his own fate in someone else's hands. He wondered how he could possibly win. However, he admitted that he was really bad at playing chess but amazing at flipping the board. To hell with their Empress Dowager's birthday. One of the refugees grumbled that he just polished the hall 2 days ago with tung oil. But the torch already reached the hall. In an instant, it was set ablaze. Xiao Wu stood stunned. Tui mentioned that at that time, he had something to say to all of them. Yi inquired of the refugees whether they knew why they were still so poor, unable to afford food, and living as disaster victims despite so many rich people and so much food in Leicheng. At that point, the fire already grew so much, and it consumed the whole. Yi declared that it was because they only dared to beg them to spare their leftover food and exchange their endless wealth for their hard labor. After all that, they still needed to be grateful because if they showed the slightest dissatisfaction, they would be labeled as rebels by them. The reason they dared to treat them like that was precisely because they were sure that they wouldn't dare to flip the table. Because flipping the table meant risking their lives. But he questioned them about what they had left to lose at that time. He inquired what else they had aside from their lives and warned that if they continued to stay silent, that would be the last thing they lost. A bright golden light emerged from his body. Wu Dongxuan speculated what it was and whether it was the aura of emperors. Yi urged that they should go and fight and pick up their weapons. The refugees' eyes reflected determination and malice. He proclaimed that they should go and fight. They should resist. They should defend their dignity as humans. They must take back what was rightfully theirs. One of the pillars of the hall finally collapsed due to the fire. He insisted that they should take back what belonged to them and they should go because the barefooted didn't fear the shod. They should rise up and rid the people of that scourge. On the other hand, Jiaru remained speechless, and one of the soldiers indicated the shrine. He confirmed that he saw it. He wondered whether killing the envoy wasn't enough to vent the anger of those damned lowlifes and reasoned that they were not only losing money at that point, but cleaning up that mess would also be troublesome, so he wouldn't let them get away with it. He demanded why the soldiers were still dawdling. He ordered that they should leave the city and suppress the bandits immediately. But the soldiers froze when they opened the gates. They witnessed the evil stares of the refugees waiting for them outside. The refugees lunged forward at the soldiers with their pitchforks and makeshift weapons. Jiaru demanded if they had all gone mad and if they weren't afraid of being sentenced to death by the court for gathering a crowd to rebel. But he appeared horrified. He noticed that Yi was with the refugees. He inquired why he wasn't dead yet. But he convinced himself that he should wait and calm down because they were just disaster victims who ate a few full meals and were still skin and bones. So there was no need to panic. As long as they killed Yi, the credit for quelling the rebellion would still be theirs. He ordered that the archers should aim at the traitorous envoy. They were instructed to shoot to kill. But he became horrified when he realized that instead of soldiers, the refugees were the ones behind him. He demanded where the soldiers were. He backed up as the refugees walked towards him. He gritted his teeth. He declared that Yi was a treacherous rebel who gathered a crowd to rebel and deceive innocent commoners, and he, as a court official, used deceitful words to stir unrest, embezzled relief supplies, and exploited the good people. But Yi remained silent and simply glared at him. He insisted that everyone must not trust that kind of scoundrel. He questioned the refugees if they believed him, but the refugees continued to walk towards him. Da Wu was one of them. He looked horrified and demanded if he wasn't shot full of arrows. Yi simply watched quietly as he screamed. The refugees picked Jiaru up and raised him in the air. They threw him over the wall. Meanwhile, Lai Tianyuan reflected that his whole life he was fixated on schemes and calculations, playing within the game, challenging the heavens, only to be no different from a eunuch. And yet, even if he could summon storms within the game, he was still trapped within it. His vision remained limited to the confines of the court, while the realm of flipping the board lay beyond heaven and earth. Jiaru wept while falling down the wall. Lai Tianyuan concluded that for those chess pieces on the board who fancied themselves exceptional, their fate was only to fall. Everyone was stunned, and they looked at Yi. Yi suddenly sat down. The voice declared that the governance trial failed. Yi was horrified. He recalled how the soldiers fought with the refugees. He assumed that it looked like the trial would end soon. He was alarmed. He saw Xiao Wu get injured. He mentioned that they got the grain and the wages, so it was all over. So they should go because he would lose his life if he stayed. But Xiao Wu was not listening to him. He reminded him that he should think about Xiao Yu. As he inquired who would take care of those orphans when he dies, he remarked that there was still a long road ahead. He could only have a chance if he survives. Xiao Wu remembered Xiao Yu. He turned his back, and one of the soldiers took that chance to lunge at him. Yi warned that he should watch out. He pulled Xiao Wu away, and he was the one who got slashed by the soldier. Back in the present, he considered that it was scary that he actually did something like that. If he went through another trial like that, he really wouldn't be able to tell fantasy from reality, but at least he finally lost once. Suddenly, Wu Dongxuan urged that he should get up. She demanded how long he was planning to sit there spacing out. He realized that he failed the trial, and at that moment he needed to explain himself to that woman. He attempted to explain when she interrupted him and remarked that he did great. He was puzzled. She added that although he didn't pass the trial, she really liked his performance. Everyone was surprised. He suspected that he was being streamed live. She explained that his choices were exactly her style, though a bit too cautious, because if it were her, she would have killed the eunuch the moment she saw him, and he assumed that it was a governance trial. But she reasoned that considering his background, he had already far exceeded her expectations. She addressed him as Tu-Yi. Tu-Yi realized that Wu Dongxuan recognized his identity. Suddenly, Lord Xiao lunged at Wu Dongxuan to rescue him. But Wu Dongxuan easily grabbed her arms and stopped her. She told Lord Xiao to calm down because if she intended to kill them, she would have done it already. On the other hand, Jude Shaw was ready to fight with her talisman. Tu-Yi inquired how she figured it out and wondered if it was because she finally noticed how his youthful handsomeness didn't match his position. Wu Dongxuan remarked that the story he invented at the start was so abreast that it actually convinced her. After all, stories follow logic, but reality often doesn't. However, the notion that Tu Qianjun would lose all hope just because his son betrayed him seemed suspicious. Lai Tianyuan clicked his tongue and concluded that he overdid it. Wu Dongxuan explained that she investigated all the key officials of the Qian kingdom, and during the trial earlier, Lai Tianyuan's reaction to the refugees exposed his identity. At the very least, Tu Qianjun wouldn't have shown such an expression. Destroying the Qian kingdom is indeed her wish, but if true peace could be achieved, that would be a win for everyone. And Tu-Yi wondered if she even had principles. She admitted that in reality, achieving that is as hard as climbing to the heavens. So if Tu-Yi ended up exhausting his nation's resources, getting betrayed by everyone, and dying with his country in ruins, she would be happy to witness that too. After all, she wouldn't lose anything. For the time being, she will stabilize the rebel forces and won't cause him any trouble. But if he deviates from her expectations, she will dig out his heart and poison it. Tu-Yi was terrified. She concluded that was all, and she would see him around. Lai Tianyuan suddenly called Tu-Yi and confessed that he was guilty. Tu-Yi was surprised when he saw his stats. His disloyalty became 0, and he was determined to follow him to the end, and he requested that he punish him. Tu-Yi questioned what crimes his loyal minister had committed. Lai Tianyuan admitted that he was ashamed because, being obsessed with power games, he failed to see the bigger picture, and his actions along the way left him in awe, so he would benefit from his example for the rest of his life. Tu-Yi assured him that not at all and that he should remain true to himself. He shouldn't let him influence him because being brave and staying true to himself is what matters. Suddenly, Aina praised that her fellow traveler was impressive. He urged her to be out with it. She confessed that she believed he was just a loser who made it that far purely by luck, but after watching his actions, she didn't expect him to have some real skills. He challenged her if she was mocking him. She clicked her tongue and retorted that if he played out the standard ending, that is when she would really look down on him. It is when he breaks the rules that she is interested. As she pondered if it was the only fun they reincarnators have, he responded that she could think what she wanted. She insisted that he should wait because she was not done talking. She pressed him if he didn't get the dragon vein and reminded him that going back empty-handed wouldn't be great, so she suggested taking her with him. He snapped that she should get lost because he hates wicked women the most, but she urged him to come on, as she is just like him, a reincarnator. She prompted him if he ever considered that if there are 2 reincarnators, there will be a 3rd and a 4th, and they are all grasshoppers on the same rope. She challenged him what would happen if other reincarnators were his enemies, and if he didn't believe that in a battle against them, an ally from his world would be more valuable than those ancient people. Tu-Yi stared at Aina. She urged that he should seriously think it over, but she was surprised when she was pulled. He slammed her into the floor. She felt flustered and endured pain. He retorted that it was her again and questioned if she just used her ability on him again. Haya quickly lunged at him. She pleaded that he shouldn't. He would consider it, and he only needed time. Tu-Yi was indeed reflecting on it because at that time, Lai Tianyuan was completely ruined, so if he wanted to bring down the kingdom, someone had to fill the power vacuum. He exhaled a long sigh. He admitted that he did have that intention, but she should let him remind her of one thing. She listened intently. He warned that if she planned to stab him in the back, she better take everything from him, including his throne, or else he would make her wish she was dead. Evening came, and everyone set up camp. Tu-Yi slept soundly with Lai Tianyuan. Suddenly, the downfall bracelet lit up. He felt puzzled when he woke up. He questioned what was going on and if the trial wasn't over. He reacted with surprise when he looked below him. He witnessed a funeral being held. He recognized the refugees and realized that the world was still running even after the trial ended. He recognized himself. He muttered that it was his funeral. Everyone solemnly walked as paper money rained on them. They offered cups of wine for the ceremony. They threw it on the ground and created a line. Tui pondered if that world was still running. It meant that someone named Dawu really died. It was because of him. Suddenly, Dawu took a step forward. Tui noticed him. He remarked that Dawu was still alive, but he saw the system data. He was Emperor Wu Zhai, the founding emperor of Da Zhai. Tui wondered how Dawu possessed a data panel and whether that world truly existed. Downey explained that they were the former rulers of that land, the emperors of Da Zhai, and influenced by him, they became the conclusion of the old dynasty. After his death, they relocated north and initiated a wave of rebellion, and along the way, they gained widespread support, and their forces continued to grow. After years of war, the Wu brothers eventually triumphed, and inspired by him, they prioritized commerce, bringing centuries of peace to that world. In the capital of Da Zhai, there stood a magnificent and vast ancestral hall. It didn't worship gods, ancient figures, or nobility. Instead, it honored the officials of the former dynasty whose names remained unknown. He was revered as a symbol of commerce, wisdom, courage, and resistance. He was regarded by the Da Zhai emperor as the founding ancestor. Tui remarked that the two of them actually made him feel like the Statue of Liberty. He wept. Downey stated that the trial of governance successfully created the opportunity for the Wu brothers to establish Da Zhai, resulting in a judgment of excellence. So he passed the Dragon Vein trial, gaining 20,000 national power points, with a current total of 30,900 national power points. He felt horrified. It offered congratulations, but he responded angrily. He inquired what the relationship was between it and the Dragon Vein, if it wanted him to destroy the country or what, and if it was trying to send him to his doom. It responded that there were insufficient permissions and no further information. But it congratulated him because the system unlocked the country destruction lottery, and he questioned what it was. It clarified that it was a literal lottery where he could draw related items, but unfortunately, each draw cost 500 points. He muttered that there was such a thing and wondered if that meant he could get everything he needed by just continuing to draw, but it denied it. He was allowed to do 10 consecutive draws at a time, and he couldn't draw again until the items were used. He realized that it was clear they wouldn't make it easy for him to find a loophole, but he insisted on forgetting it and requested it deduct 5,000 points and let him do a 10 draw. It confirmed that the country destruction 10 draw began, so his current national power points were 25,900. He affirmed that it was there. It truly existed. He received the Spirit Awakening pills, which increased energy when reviewing memorials. The Vermilion Ink Seal, which was a must-have for the Imperial study and worked better when used with the Imperial Jade Seal. Finally, he acquired I Was Forced by the System to Become a Villain, which was a tale of a legendary villain, a best-selling suspense manhwa. He demanded what that junk was and complained that the country destruction 10 draw didn't assist with the destruction of the country at all. It didn't matter, and he resolved to just use up those trash items and exhaust his points. But he wondered how such a thing could exist. One of the rewards was a guidebook. Tui read that it was a must-read book for time travelers and questioned if it was an essential book. He read about agriculture, industrial construction, medical emergency aid, civil engineering, storage, and building an airplane. He remarked that they were giving him that while claiming that it would destroy the country. They should watch him tear that up and use it as toilet paper, but he muttered if he couldn't tear it. Suddenly, he woke up as Lai Tianyuan repeatedly called him. He inquired why he was so restless in his dreams. Tui responded that there was no reason. Lai Tianyuan was surprised when he saw the book. He commented that the way the paper was arranged in his hands was quite unique and requested if he might take a look. Tui responded that he was telling him he might not understand. Lai Tianyuan remarked that there was actually such a magical book in that world. He believed everything in the world was controlled by political strategies, but he didn't expect such trivial knowledge to have such a stunning side, and Tui questioned if he understood it. He admitted that he didn't understand most of it, which made Tui chuckle, and he teased that he didn't understand but was acting so grand. It was good that he didn't understand, or his points might increase. Jude Shaw suddenly requested if she could take a look. She observed that the thing called electricity is interesting if combined with mystical arts. Tui questioned if she understood it. She answered that some parts she sort of understands, but if he gives her more time, combining it with mystical arts might make it possible. Lai Tianyuan wondered if it was real and praised that it was as expected of his adopted daughter. Tui laughed and remarked that the contents of that book require a lot of scientific knowledge up front, so her skill tree is totally off track. She asked if she could have the book, and he agreed, saying she could take it. He chuckled, but he went quiet as he observed Jude Shaw. He saw how excited and enthusiastic she was. He reflected on what he would feel if he were to make Cayenne country cease to exist. Lai Tianyuan was taken aback. He noted that there is no such thing as an eternal country in the world, so whether it's Cayenne country or Jing country, in the end, all that remains are just a few thin pages in history books. Tui acknowledged that he really took it well, but Lai Tianyuan asserted that he firmly believes that no matter what happens to Cayenne country in the end, he will still accomplish something that will shock the world. Unlike any other emperor, he will be lucky to witness that moment. He has no doubt that he will witness the peak moment of Cayenne country, and Tui pondered if he was always that passionate. But it does give him some confidence. He was always misled by the points system, thinking about destroying and ruining the country. But if he pushed the development forward and gradually abolished the imperial system, he speculated if that would be just as good as destroying Cayenne country. Although that path is many times harder, if it could prevent those things from happening in the future, it would be fine. He declared that they should gather everyone. They are going back to Cayenne country. A paper crane flew in the forests. It flew towards Zhu Sha. She explained that it was a letter from Fan Taozhu, and she inquired if something occurred. Tui questioned what she mentioned in the letter. Zhu Sha replied that the letter stated the southern Jing army invaded Cayenne country, and Tu Si led troops to fight but fell into an ambush. His fate was unknown. Tui was astonished. On the other hand, at the battlefield, the crows circled around the smoke of battle. One of the Cayenne soldiers was pierced in the chest and perished. It was in Fufeng of the Cayenne nation, and the enemies succeeded in climbing up the city wall. Pan Fengxian also reached the top of the wall. He appeared so huge, and the Cayenne soldiers felt intimidated. Although they were struck with fear, they still raised their swords and charged forward. Pan Fengxian pulled his weapon from his mouth. He swung it and hurled multiple soldiers away in one fell swoop. He declared that he was the great Jing's top general. He claimed he had come to take Tu Su's head. He was baffled when he saw Tu Su. Tu Su inquired if that was his name. He commented that it sounded like some nameless clown and challenged whether he believed he was worthy of taking his head. Pan Fengxian grinned sinisterly. He warned that he should prepare to die, but Tu Su effortlessly blocked his attack. He swung his weapon aggressively and bombarded Tu Su with attacks, but Tu Su dodged all of them. He was surprised when Tu Su vanished in front of him. He was stunned. Tu Su remarked that with that level of skill, he was not good enough. In an instant, Pan Fengxian collapsed on the floor with a hole in his chest. The Jing army ordered that they should retreat, sound the withdrawal signal, and fall back. Some of them fell off the wall in the rush to retreat. One of the Cayenne soldiers cheered that they held them off and the Jing scums should die, while another provoked that they should come on because their grandpa hadn't killed enough yet. Meanwhile, Tu Su looked so serious. He stared at the ominous aura that the camp emitted in the distance. 5 days ago, Tu Su, who was stationed in Cayenjing, abruptly received a war report, and it conveyed that southern Jing learned of Tui leaving the capital and dispatched a small force to infiltrate Cayenne territory and assassinate him. So Tu Su led 1,000 elite cavalry to intercept the Jing army, but he encountered an ambush and retreated to a small town near Cayenjing, Fufeng. Soon after, tens of thousands of Jing troops surrounded Fufeng, while the remaining forces marched straight for Cayenjing. Meanwhile, the trapped Tu Su struggled to hold the town with fewer than 10,000 remaining soldiers, including his battered troops and the local garrison. Though they repelled multiple attacks, their soldiers and supplies dwindled steadily. Wang Zhan reported that the messengers who tried to leave the city for reinforcements failed, and at that rate, they wouldn't last much longer. They didn't expect to fall into a trap and get stuck in that tiny city, and it wouldn't have happened if not for Tu Yi. Tu Su glared at him with a deathly stare. He immediately admitted that he spoke out of turn and pleaded for punishment. Tu Su instructed him to get up. It was his fault for acting recklessly without consulting everyone. Jing country's military strength was weaker than the barbarians of the plains, but they were far more cunning and treacherous, and at that time, they even managed to track Tuyi's movements and use him as bait. 10 years ago, the late emperor led a southern campaign against them, but because of a single strategist from southern Jing, he was forced to retreat empty-handed. He recalled that he was young at that time, but still knew that Cayenne's southern nobles colluded with the Jing strategist, preventing the unification of the empire. And that man, Grand Overseer Han Being, known as the Fox Strategist, only needed words to manipulate those people into dividing the land at a crucial moment. They purged a batch back then, but currently a new group surfaced, cooperating with Jing and allowing them to invade that deeply. Otherwise, he refused to believe that hundreds of thousands of troops could have slipped under Cayenjing's nose. It must be Han Being toying with people's hearts again, deceiving those spineless traitors. He realized it with surprise. He muttered that for playing with people's hearts, the brat would call him an old scheming bastard, but at least that brat was safe for the time being, and that was Cayenne's only fortune. He always respected strength and despised underhanded schemes. Yet he actually assumed, even for a moment, that his clever little brother could fall into an ambush. Wang Zhan concluded that his only weakness was Tu Yi. He informed that Lord Xiao was still by his side so she could still send messages from the army. Tu Su agreed that it could work. But in the message, he should not mention that he was trapped in Fufeng and just inform him that the Jing troops were invading and he should return to Qianjing to take command. He inquired where his dignity was in asking his little brother to come save him and declared that he would defend Fufeng himself. A few moments later, Wang Zhan proposed that they should let those Jing dogs see the blood and resolve of Qian's men. Tu Su promised that he would hold Fufeng with his own hands, and Wang Zhan concluded that his old habit of getting fired up for battle returned again. Tu Su guessed if he must be assuming that he was acting on his own again and was about to lose his mind. Wang Zhan insisted that he wouldn't dare. Tu Su assured him not to worry because it wasn't like it was the first time. But at that time, his reason was truly different from before. Wang Zhan remained speechless. Tu Su reminisced that the night before the brat left Qianjing, he drank alone with him. He recalled the night when Tu Yi drank to his heart's content. Tu Yi wondered if he was insane and if he was the war god of Qian. He claimed that he stole his throne and took away his surname. Yet instead of rebelling, he played the role of a loyal subject. Tu Su expressed regret and acknowledged that the promise they made all those years ago, he assumed it was just a joke between them. He never expected him to actually go through with it. He always knew what his true ambitions and interests were, and if he were forced to sit on that throne, he would have lost his mind sooner or later. Tu Yi confirmed that he did know how unbearable that position was. He asked if he had any idea how exhausting his life was in that world. Tu Su questioned if he meant being trapped in endless schemes and betrayals. Tu Yi mentioned Zhao Shu, Zhao Zhuo, Lai Tianyuan, Zhu Xia, Fan Taozhu, and even Lord Xiao. He explained that every single one of them acted on their own, and they all overanalyzed his words, thinking they understood him. Only with an idiot like him could he let his guard down and drink without worry. Tu Su was intrigued that he was called an idiot. Yet he was willing to take that burning hot throne in his place, and so he wondered who was really the idiot between the two of them. Tu Su gently tucked Tu Yi in his bed. Tu Yi was sleeping so soundly. Tu Su remarked that he should just accept his fate and guard the foundation their father built. His big brother was only good at fighting, so there was only one thing he could do. It was to kill every last one of their enemies. Back in the present, Tu Su recalled that a month ago, he claimed he would kill all the enemies. But a month later, he ended up trapped in a tiny city, and he wondered if he didn't find that embarrassing. Wang Zhan assumed that he underestimated the bond between him and Tu Yi. Tu Su insisted that it was just a joke, but in all seriousness, Qianjing was far more important than their situation there. Wang Zhan replied that with their current forces, they could hold Fufeng for months without a problem. But Qianjing, on the surface, had plenty of troops. But they were divided into the Northern Garrison Army and the Longsang Army, and while both were strong, the tension between them was a major weakness. The highest-ranking general left in Qianjing was Yuan Tianshu, and while he was talented, he could not command the Northern Garrison Army, and that lack of coordination between the two armies would be a critical flaw. Tu Su observed that the military discord was one issue, but the greater problem lay in the imperial court. Wang Zhan explained that when Tu Yi left, he entrusted Zhao Shu with overseeing the government while Fan Taozhu managed the treasury, controlling the city's money and supplies. Tu Su declared that he didn't trust either of those women, so only if Tu Yi returned to take charge personally could Qianjing's stability be restored. Wang Zhan admitted that returning to Qianjing would be filled with danger, but Tu Su chuckled and expressed that he had faith in him. When it came to strategy, that brat had Lai Tianyuan, while in battle, he had Lord Xiao and Zhu Xia, and with that team, returning to Qianjing would be effortless. Wang Zhan confirmed that he understood and his plan was clear to him. Then he should allow him to help him defend Fufeng. On the other hand, the messenger bird flew through the sky. Suddenly, a chain pierced through the clouds below it. It was caught. It disappeared into the clouds. The Jing's shadow camp commander, Xing Wushuang, reviewed the letter for Tu Yi that stated the southern Jing's forces surrounded Qianjing, so he should come back quickly to stabilize the situation, as he knew he could do it. He chuckled and noted that everything was going exactly as expected. One of his men inquired if they should send a false message. He replied that there was no need for unnecessary tricks because their master wanted Tu Yi to be caught in that dilemma. He placed the letter back into the bird. He wondered if Tu Yi would save Qianjing or rescue Tu Su. Their master believed he would choose to return to Qianjing, but he hoped he came back to save Tu Su. because he still didn't taste the emperor's eyeballs. His manic laughter echoed through the entire forest. At the present moment, Tu Yi and the others examined Fan Taoju's message. Lord Xiao mentioned whether Tu Su's fate was unknown. She appeared horrified. She inquired to confirm if that letter originated from Fan Taoju. If she was one of their people. Lai Tianyuan admitted that he once entertained rebellious thoughts in the past but no longer did. But he acknowledged that it was true he and Zhu Sha were already fully loyal to him, though Fan Taoju's intentions remained unclear. Tu Yi remarked that it was enough, as he had been aware of all that nonsense for a long time. At that time, he only cared about one thing. He questioned whether Tu Su was safe or not. Suddenly, the bird flew above him. Lord Xiao explained that it was the message she left for Tu Su, and Tu Yi assumed that it was another one. She confirmed that it was indeed his handwriting and seal, so he was still alive. Lai Tianyuan reasoned that if he were guarding Qianjing himself, he wouldn't have requested urgent reinforcements, so most likely, he was trapped somewhere. Tu Yi concluded that he was alive, but he was also in grave danger, so the question became whether to rescue Tu Su or to return to Qianjing. Meanwhile, the Jing army cooked their dinner in their camp. They set up their camp outside Qianjing City. Fan Taoju stood by the wall and observed them. She reflected on how things turned out like that. Just 5 days ago, Tu Su led 1,000 northern garrison cavalrymen and departed Qianjing in haste. And shortly after, large numbers of southern Jing troops flooded the outskirts of Qianjing. The southern Jing army sealed off all roads leading in and out of the city, but they didn't rush to attack. Instead, they launched countless message-laden arrows into the city, which claimed that Tu Yi was captured by Jing's forces and Tu Su was ambushed and killed while leading a rescue mission. Panic spread throughout Qianjing, and a cloud of fear enveloped both the court and the common people. In the imperial court, officials maintained their own agendas, with many scheming to maximize their own gains amid the chaos. In that turmoil, Fan Taoju, the one managing the treasury and overseeing Qianjing's supplies, found herself trapped in a difficult dilemma, and she pondered what she should do as she recalled Lai Tianyuan. She recalled that for years, he always claimed that they must seize the two families' power and bring about Qian's downfall, and after enduring for so long, they finally outlasted Tu Qianjun. One more step and they would have achieved their goal, so she questioned why Lai Tianyuan and Zhu Sha changed and she was the only one left. Suddenly, Zhao Shu inquired what her dear sister was doing there, so lost in thought. Fan Taoju questioned why she suddenly appeared there, as she remarked that with the southern Jing army besieging the city and cutting off their supply routes, she came up there to observe the situation because she was worried about their future. With her responsibilities, she should be too busy in the palace to leave, so she inquired why she was there. Zhao Shu paused for a moment. She replied that she also came to observe the southern Jing forces. The crescent moon shone over the camp that teemed with the presence of life. Zhao Shu wondered if she believed what the southern Jing army inscribed on those arrows, that Tu Yi was captured. Fan Taoju wondered whether Zhao Shu intended to test her and concluded that such shallow words were hardly convincing, so she rejected the idea. Everyone had seen what Tu Yi accomplished over the past few months. He was meticulous and impossible to predict, and even Zhao Zhuo fell into his hands. No matter how much power he held or how ruthless he appeared, he was someone favored by the heavens. Zhao Shu expressed interest upon hearing that he was someone favored by the heavens. Fan Taoju explained that besides, Lai Tianyuan and Zhu Sha, one skilled in strategy and the other in combat, were always by his side, not to mention Lord Xiao, who excelled at gathering intelligence, so she didn't believe he could be captured so easily. Zhao Shu acknowledged that their thoughts aligned. Similarly, she didn't believe Tu Su would fall into an ambush and perish. He was known as a victorious warrior, and that reputation was well earned, so a man like him wouldn't die so easily on the battlefield, and if they truly killed him, they would have displayed his severed head outside the city. The Qianjing defenders would lose all morale and surrender without a fight, so she inquired why they would go through all that trouble. Fan Taoju believed that she always assumed Zhao Shu was just a pretty face, valued by Tu Yi only for her charm, but it seemed that her cunning and analytical skills were not to be underestimated. Zhao Shu revealed that Tu Yi and Tu Su were both safe, but they were cut off by enemy forces, and whether Qianjing, the foundation of the Qian dynasty, could endure depended on those of them left behind. Then she posed a question whether she truly desired to defend it. Fan Taoju was caught off guard. Suddenly, Feng Tao laughed and remarked that there was no need for the two of them to continue testing each other because they were all in the same boat. He was the deputy minister of Qian's civil office, and he revealed that the one who secretly sent letters to invite them both there to discuss an important matter was himself. On behalf of Jing, he offered them both a chance to surrender. Zhao Shu retorted that he was a nobody in the imperial court, descended from traders who once served Jing. And she reminded if he forgot the empire's kindness and rushed to return to his roots since Cayenne was in trouble. Feng Tao proposed they get straight to the point and declared that his identity didn't matter because what mattered was that he represented Jing, and he could offer them both an opportunity. He inquired whether she didn't wish for revenge for her Fan clan and to restore its former glory. He questioned whether she didn't desire a fresh start. She demanded what he meant by a fresh start. He explained that she was once one of Zhao Zhuo's people, and many in the court knew that. Even Tuyi was probably somewhat aware of her past. For the time being, he trusted her and had placed her as the regent, but her past remained a thorn in his heart. Only by making him disappear forever would that thorn be removed. She challenged if he wanted them to hand Qianjing over to the forces outside the city. He assured that once it was done, no one would remember her past. But before he could finish his sentence, she slashed his throat. He was caught by surprise. He accused her of being insane. He demanded what reason she had to reject the great rewards of Jing. She declared that it was because all of them had fundamentally misunderstood one thing. Tuyi was not just any man to her. He was her king, her one and only man. Zhao Shu recalled her past, where her teacher slapped a wooden stick into the palm of her hand. She felt terrified. She recalled that the teacher kept doing that to intimidate her while she played the guitar. Suddenly, one of her strings broke. The teacher immediately struck her face with the stick. The teacher claimed that she was a useless, lowly wench. She said that she couldn't even pluck the strings properly and questioned the point of keeping her around. But she became taken aback when Zhao Zhuo appeared. The teacher explained that she was just disciplining those worthless maids. He noticed Zhao Shu's injured face. He reminded that he had already told her not to hit their faces. Zhao Shu observed as the teacher received punishment. The teacher begged to be spared and pleaded for him to have mercy, but he insisted that they were worth far more than her. Zhao Shu became alarmed when he patted her head. He assured her that it was fine as long as she was not hurt. She struggled to hold back a sinister smile. She observed as he walked away. He left the room and closed the door behind him. Aru inquired if it hurt and mentioned that they were practicing every day yet still getting beaten, so she had had enough. Zhao Shu said that she should be grateful because if it were not for their foster father, they would be dead already. Almayo summoned the two of them and said that she had something to tell them. She mentioned that she would be leaving that wretched place soon, as their foster father was sending her to serve a young marquis, and she believed that once there, she would no longer have to suffer and would be able to send gifts to both of them. Zhao Shu appeared worried but could not help smiling. 3 months later, Zhao Shu walked alone in the hallway. Suddenly, Aru called her and said that she had been looking everywhere for her. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke of Almayo. Zhao Shu became stunned. Almayo's body was covered with bruises. She lay on the ground with only hay as her cushion. One of the ladies mentioned that she had heard the young Marquis Almayo was sent to as a madman, and that no woman who served him had lasted more than 3 months. Her whole body was covered in wounds, and it was tragic. Zhao Shu clenched her fist. Meanwhile, another official summoned Zhao Zhuo and said that they should dispose of the body quickly. But he questioned the rush and suggested letting them see what happens when a tool is no longer useful. He challenged what he was afraid of and wondered if he thought they could ever rise against them, adding that without him, they were nothing. On the other hand, Zhao Shu became filled with rage. Aru slammed her fist on the wall. She inquired if Almayo had just died like that and if they endured all that training for that. Zhao Shu remarked that at least they were still alive, but Aru denied it, stating she could not accept that. She declared she would find her own way, a way out. 3 years later, Zhao Zhuo presented Aru's corpse to the other ladies. Zhao Shu became terrified. She stared at Aru's body that was covered in fabric. Zhao Zhuo questioned if they knew why he called them there. Everyone bowed their heads to the floor. He explained that the wench Aru, he had sent her to Minister Cayenne a year ago, and she dared to betray him. Fortunately, Lord Cayenne understood how things worked. He offered to send her back. He instructed him to keep her and questioned why he should have to discipline his own woman. But he feared that he would suppress him in court. Even the one beside one's pillow was not as reliable as they thought. He laughed maniacally. Zhao Shu felt rage as he laughed, but she restrained it. He stated that she was the one he valued the most. He questioned if she would not betray him too. She expressed that she only felt gratitude and would never dare betray him. He laughed and affirmed that it was good, and as much as he hated to part with her, it was finally her turn to leave the estate. He revealed he was sending her to the most infamous wastrel in all of Cayenne Nation and asked if she was satisfied. Everything shattered when Tuyi punched Zhao Zhuo in the face. He kicked him in the groin as well. His face became swollen as he was beaten up. He knelt in front of him. In the end, he was hanged on a pole. She declared that she was very satisfied with him. Feng Tao inquired if she was crazy. He questioned if she was the only man for her and if she would reject the Lord's offer for some wastrel. He remarked that she refused a toast. Then he stated she should drink the penalty wine. He choked her and pushed her on the floor. He warned that she shouldn't forget that he had other options. He mentioned that Fan Taoju should help him get rid of that wench. He noted she was the descendant of a shrewd merchant, so she wouldn't be as foolish as her. But to his surprise, Fan Taoju placed a talisman on his head. His hair immediately ignited in flames. Zhao Shu expressed surprise. Flames burst out of his body. Fan Taoju appeared stunned as well. A few moments later, black smoke rose up in the air. Feng Tao's body was completely burnt. The two ladies sat side by the corpse. Fan Taoju explained that the talisman Zhu Sha gave her, she believed was just to freeze someone in place. Suddenly, Zhao Shu revealed that the two clan wiped out the Fan clan, and if she had sided with him and defected to Qianjing, she would have had the perfect chance for revenge. She questioned why she chose to save her instead. She wondered what she was really after. Fan Taoju challenged if that was how she treated her savior. Zhao Shu apologized and revealed that her past made her habitually suspicious, and besides, she was still a fan. Fan Taoju clicked her tongue and noted that the traitor actually ratted her out, so it was fine. But even if she told her, she might not believe her. Zhao Shu just looked at her and listened intently. She explained that it was because that would be a losing deal. At its peak, the Fan family controlled 30% of Qian's currency minting. Back then, 1 out of every 3 river ingots bore the Fan name, but it all turned to ashes because of the old thief Tu Qianjun. She stood up, but she stated that even so, the trade system built by the Fan family was still in place. It was the root they planted in Qian, so there was no way she would hand over that land, where Fan's roots remained, to outsiders. She said that she didn't like Tui, but he shared similarities with the Fan family, so he could help her restore their legacy and make Qian value commerce again, which was why she was willing to bet on his future and defend that city. Zhao Shu mentioned that Tui always expresses things others don't understand. She noted it was just one side of the story, but she had no one else she could trust more, and just to be safe, she would spread the word that she killed Feng Tao so that Jing would be wary of her. Fan Taoju attempted to protest, but she agreed. Zhao Shu explained that when she returned, she would hand that silver ingot to him, but at that moment, she was stabilizing the court while managing resources, and with Yuan Tianchu's help, they should be able to hold on until he returned. However, even then, they would only barely hold the situation together, and before long, more people like Feng Tao would emerge. Only with Tui's intelligence and Tu Su's military strength could they break the siege of Qianjing. Otherwise, even if they risked their lives, it was only a matter of time before the city fell. Fan Taoju reflected on this. She explained that Jing Nation invaded Qian Nation, and Tu Su led troops into battle, fell into an ambush, and his fate was unknown. It was how she and Zhu Sha stayed in contact, and if she could reach her, she could reach Tui. Zhao Shu accused her of downplaying Qianjing's crisis and questioned whether she did not want to distract him. Fan Taoju revealed that her plan was to have Tui find Tu Su first. Zhao Shu warned that if that happened, Qianjing would have an even harder time holding out, and Fan Taoju inquired if she was scared. She denied any fear, because they would hold on until he returned. Meanwhile, the camp of the Jing forces remained quiet. Han Being was inside his tent, guarded by soldiers. He read a letter. He inquired if they sent a pawn to gather intel, but he died before he could do anything. The soldiers reporting it appeared terrified. He observed that at least they already knew their enemies were those 2 women, and everything was still going according to plan, so they only needed to wait for Tui to make his choice. The letter was immediately consumed by the fire. On the other hand, Tui paced back and forth, questioning if he would return to Qianjing or find Tu Su. Suddenly, he stopped. He declared that Jing's dog stole his high ground and questioned why he should not steal theirs in return. Lai Tianyuan questioned what he meant by stealing high ground. Meanwhile, Aina wondered if he was insane and if that was what he meant. Tui admitted she was right, as he had no troops or supplies, so going back would not change much. That was why he would cross the river straight into Jing. Tui mentioned that they should cross the river south and head straight for Jingzhou. Suddenly, they heard rustling in the bushes. Wu Dongshuan remarked that it was a bold move, as expected of the one she set her sights on. He recognized her and inquired why she followed him. She explained that while dealing with that traitor, she happened to pick up some information and intended to let him know along the way. But it appeared that he already knew that Jing was attacking Qianjing. However, before that, she questioned if she was correct that she had known everything yet had not informed him of anything. She threw Chen Siming's head at her. Aina questioned if it was true that it was not a big deal to him that he hadn't said before that she could betray him, and remarked that he shouldn't claim he couldn't take it. Tui remained dazed. Wu Dongshuan abruptly asked if she was done and noted that the adults had real business to discuss. Crossing the river would not be easy, as the key route was already occupied by Jing. Lu City, a crucial town in southern Cayenne, sat along the Milong River and had stood strong on the border for 10 years. Even during the Southern Rebellion and Emperor Cayenne Yuan's campaign, it ensured his safe retreat. Tui asked if such an important place was already in Jing's hands. Wu Dongshuan stated that he owed her another favor and should repay it if he survived. Everyone was speechless as she left. Lai Tianyuan noted that General Wen, who guarded Lu City, was not only cautious but fiercely loyal to Cayenne, so with him holding the river crossing, Lu City should be impenetrable. But Lord Xiao disagreed and stated it was possible because he was old and his son was nothing but a wastrel. Wen Bijin once traveled to South Jing under the guise of seeking teachers, and after years there, gained no real skills but became obsessed with their culture. He had often called Cayenne ruthless and barbaric in private, and even General Wen could not control him. Lai Tianyuan revealed that, according to her intel, Wen Bijin might be the weak point of Lu City. With Cayenne Jing under siege, Tu Su trapped, and Lu City lost, Cayenne might be finished this time. But Tui insisted that it was enough. The plan to cross the river remained, as all they had to do was deal with the wastrel in Lu City, and he knew all about wastrels. It was his specialty. Aina wished good luck and stated that she would head back to Cayenne Jing and wait for him. But to her surprise, he grabbed her by her head. He explained that they could not do that without her, and she questioned why. He revealed that it was because he might just make use of her. She became terrified. It was evening, and the waters near Lu City churned turbulently. But inside, the dungeon remained eerily quiet. General Wen was chained to the wall. Wen Bijin expressed that many days had passed, and as he inquired why he remained angry, he mentioned that Han Bing had already promised him that once they took Cayenne Jing, the entire southern region would be theirs, and until then, he must endure it. General Wen declared that he was a fool and questioned whether he truly believed the fox's words. He insisted that he really was a useless wastrel. Wen Bijin grew furious when called a wastrel. He demanded if he truly looked down on him so much and what he received for his unwavering loyalty to the dead emperor. He noted that he guarded the richest land in Cayenne, yet the noble families there isolated him, and even his own son was scorned. He sighed. He was surprised when the food was thrown at him. He stated that he should at least eat something. Otherwise, his old bones would not hold up. Starving himself would not change anything. But he was startled to hear him chewing. General Wen aggressively seized a bun. Wen Bijin questioned if he was genuinely eating. General Wen revealed that he had a dream last night, in which Tui personally came to Lu City to finish what the late emperor left unfinished. Wen Bijin merely stared at him, bored beyond measure. General Wen declared that he would hold on to his life just to witness that day with his own eyes. Wen Bijin referred to Tui. He laughed hysterically. He called him the useless Tui and remarked that his father truly had a sense of humor. But General Wen challenged if he still considered him useless when he stabilized the court right after the immortal emperor's death, eliminated Zhao Zhuo, and won over Lai Tianyuan and Tu Su. He added that if he was foolish, it must be because he was raised poorly. Wen Bijin stated that he did not want to hear that nonsense again and indicated it seemed he needed to prove himself to him. That place had been locked down by Han Bing's forces, and nothing could enter, not even a fly. He would love for that brat to show up right then just so he could demonstrate what real uselessness looked like. He became alarmed when he heard footsteps. Tui emerged from the darkness of the dungeon. Wen Bijin glanced over his shoulder. He was so shocked to see Tui that his eyes bulged from their sockets. Tui inquired if someone had called for him. Tui stood in front of Wen Bijin. General Wen called him. Wen Bijin denied the possibility and inquired how he got in. Tui questioned if he meant that the outside was heavily guarded. He explained that with Aina around, no amount of guards mattered, and they were as useless as paper. But he noted that it looked like he overused her a bit. He inquired what he wanted from him. Wen Bijin remained speechless. He prepared to respond but was interrupted. A sword pierced through his chest from behind. Tui and the others were stunned. General Wen grew horrified. He called for his son. Wen Bijin questioned why. It was Duanyin, the Jing Nation's Dark Tide Camp vice commander, who attacked him. Lord Xiao and Zhu Sha immediately summoned Tui, but the hallway suddenly wrapped in shadows. They expressed surprise as soldiers emerged from those shadows. Seeing their emergence from the shadows, Lord Xiao immediately identified them as Jing Nation's Dark Tide Camp. She and Zhu Sha engaged in combat with the soldiers. Duanyin revealed that Han Bing predicted a 50% chance he would save Tu Su, a 40% chance he would return to Cayenne Jing, and a 10% chance he would come there. He expressed disbelief at his luck, having actually obtained that 10%. Tui glanced behind and saw that Lord Xiao and Jude Sha were busy fighting. He looked at Ayana, who showed him her middle finger. He admitted that he never imagined someone could force him to take action personally. Duanyin urged him to stop bluffing because they all knew about him. No cultivation, completely useless, unable to kill a chicken. But Tui questioned if that was what he believed. He unleashed his overlord's aura. Duanyin showed surprise. He questioned if Tui was using light to illuminate the entire cell and block his shadow infiltration, guessing it from seeing it once. But he dismissed the notion that such a trivial trick would change the outcome and declared that Tui should die. However, a shot was fired. His sword flew and lodged into the wall. He grew confused seeing that his hand was obliterated. He wondered what was happening, whether it was spells, arrows, or hidden weapons. He demanded what the hell it was. Lai Tianyuan mentioned that Tui had impressive marksmanship, but he noted that it was still no match for a real gun because, after all, it was just crafted on the roads by Jude Sha, and he was actually aiming for the head. Terror and confusion filled Duanyin's eyes. He considered that he should stay calm and not let Tui intimidate him. It didn't matter whether it was arrows or hidden weapons. Nothing was faster than his blade within 7 steps. Glory lay right in front of him. He intended to make his mark and rise to the top. But Tui fired another shot at him. He got hit in the chest and lost his life. He fell on the floor with a loud thud. Tui mentioned that Jude Sha had done a great deed that time. She acknowledged that it was all thanks to his book, and she dared not take credit. One of the soldiers called for their captain. Lord Xiao ordered that they should leave him alive because they needed information. But she was surprised when he suddenly screamed in pain. She explained that he took poison and should spit it out. He stated that Han Bing wouldn't let them go. Tui and Lai Tianyuan were stunned when they saw the shadows emitted by the deceased soldiers. They expressed surprise when those shadows shot out of their bodies towards the ceiling. The shadows even passed through the roof and shot towards the sky. A few moments later, they removed General Wen's restraints. Lai Tianyuan expressed concern for him, seeing that Wen Bijin was lifeless on the ground. But General Wen declared that there was no need to say more because even if the Jing people hadn't acted, he would have dealt with that traitor himself. He inquired what he would do next. Tui questioned how many troops in Lujiang City could still be mobilized by him. General Wen explained that after he was placed under house arrest, those loyal to him were slaughtered. But there was one unruly captain who refused to obey orders, and after the incident, he led about 1,000 men and escaped outside the city. Tui asked if the unruly one was a rogue captain. General Wen answered that they were likely hiding in Longtu Mountain nearby and had no regard for military discipline, so the Jing forces didn't see them as a threat, which was why they should still be alive. Tui expressed that it wasn't just perfect and added that they would be his bargaining chip to enter Jing Nation. General Wen led Tui and his group toward Longtu Mountain. He called Tui and mentioned that he had something to share but hesitated whether to speak, and Tui encouraged him to speak. General Wen explained that Hu Luguang was originally a refugee from across the river and was exceptionally skilled in combat, especially archery on horseback, holding great influence among the soldiers. He acknowledged Hu Luguang's strength and recruited him under his command but later realized that he was unreliable for major tasks. When the mutiny broke out in the city, Hu Luguang barely resisted before escaping outside, likely intending to establish himself as a bandit king. Tui considered that behavior as textbook mercenary conduct. General Wen remarked that Hu Luguang had no loyalty to the Kayan nation at all and questioned whether he truly planned to rely on him to counterattack, to which Tui asked if there was any other choice. However, General Wen noted that during the Lujiang mutiny, Hu Luguang could have sided with the Jing nation yet remained neutral, and asked what they all thought of that. Lai Tianyuan suggested that Hu Luguang was probably waiting for the Kayan nation or the Jing nation to make an offer because surrendering outright would mean giving himself away for free. Tui observed that human loyalty was the most unreliable thing. He cited that each of them had betrayed him before, yet at that moment, they stood together. He explained that he did not count on unconditional loyalty, and instead set a clear price so that everyone felt secure. Suddenly, General Wen called Tui and indicated that they were just ahead. They saw a watchtower in the distance. An arrow flew and struck the ground right in front of Tui's horse. Hu Luguang warned that if Tui took another step, the next arrow would pierce his skull. Tui remained speechless. Another soldier commented that Hu Luguang's archery was sharp and that he gave the Brat Emperor a real warning. And Hu Luguang mentioned hearing that the little emperor rescued General Wen with just 6 people, so he had some skills. However, he insisted that was still insufficient for him to pledge his life to him and suggested they look at the little emperor standing frozen in place by a single arrow from him. Hu Luguang noticed Tuyi's movement and inquired what he was doing with that iron rod. Tuyi fired his rifle. The bullet headed straight toward the watchtower. It passed through Hu Luguang. It grazed his cheek, and he showed astonishment. He questioned what kind of sorcery it was. Meanwhile, smoke emerged from the rifle's barrel. Tuyi explained that Jude Shaw's handcrafted sniper combined with his overlord aura effect was peak intimidation. He expressed pleasure. In an instant, Hu Luguang approached them on horseback. He quickly dismounted as soon as he arrived. He declared himself Tuyi's humble servant who had failed to recognize him and requested forgiveness for his offense. Hu Luguang became nervous when he heard Tuyi laugh. Tuyi mentioned that he actually preferred him when he was wild and untamed. But he was stunned and inquired if it was Da Wu. Hu Luguang questioned what he said. Tuyi explained that it was nothing and that he just recalled an old acquaintance. In short, he inquired if he knew why he was there. Hu Luguang explained that Lujiang City was stuck between the Jing Nation and the rebels and that it was just a lone city, so he could not defend it even if he wanted to. Tuyi acknowledged that he knew he could not hold it and he did not need to bother with Lujiang anymore because the Jing Nation needed to win over the people, so they probably would not make things difficult for the civilians. Hu Luguang questioned why he came looking for him and if he expected them, old, weak, and crippled men, to march north and break the siege of Kaiyuan. Tuyi mentioned that he heard that he used to be a refugee from the Jing Nation before fleeing there, and it must have been some unavoidable hardship. Hu Luguang acknowledged that he sure did his homework, but he inquired what that had to do with their conversation at the moment. Tuyi inquired if he did not want to go back and see his homeland. Hu Luguang replied that he was crazy and questioned if he wanted him to lead troops and cross the river with him. Tuyi confirmed that it was right, and the two of them really think alike, their minds were connected. The Jing Nation had sent out all its troops, leaving the country empty, so it was the perfect opportunity to take a gamble, a low-cost entry into the battlefield. Hu Luguang stated that even if the Jing Nation was empty, with his small force, it was still too dangerous. Tuyi inquired if hiding in the mountains was not dangerous too, if he believed that shabby camp and broken city walls could keep him safe. He described that his soldiers were covered in dirt, dressed in tattered armor, and even their weapons looked like scrap metal. And he questioned if he was planning to make the enemy laugh to death if they came. He added that he should not tell him that he was short on provisions too because those men standing guard on his walls looked like they would be blown away by the wind. He questioned what resources he was planning to hold out with. Hu Luguang was lost for words. He claimed that he was born with great strength. He advised to ask General Wen if he did not believe him, as he knew how strong he was, and defending the mountain was nothing to him. But Tuyi explained that it meant nothing because running a stronghold required power and connection. So being strong alone was useless, and the reason he was still alive was not because he was amazing. It was because he was not a threat, and he had no value. He was a nobody. Hu Luguang felt taken aback by those words. He became demoralized as he claimed that he was no threat and had no value. But even so, he insisted that he would not cross the river with him because the less control over him, the better it was, and in the worst case, he would be a bandit and enjoy life while he could. Tuyi revealed that when he left Lujiang, he made a big scene. Almost everyone there knew he came to the mountains to find him, and he questioned what he believed those noble families would think. He stated that they would see him as a hidden danger that might side with him. When they started believing he had pledged allegiance to the foolish emperor, he better make sure he actually had. Hu Luguang accused him of setting him up. General Wen called him and explained that Tuyi was both a brilliant strategist and a warrior, so following him would not waste his skills. Aina chimed in and mentioned that they brought plenty of weapons and supplies, and if they did not take them, she doubted they would all last even half a day. Hu Luguang was speechless and he became agitated. Suddenly, a scout returned on horseback. He called Hu Luguang and informed him that there was bad news, recognizing him as the scout he sent out. The scout reported that the Zhao family of Huichuan and the Deng family of Kaiyuan just sent troops to take over Lujiang, and currently, they were splitting up, and 3,000 men were marching straight towards them. Hu Luguang became horrified as he imagined the troops charging at them. Tuyi observed that it looked like they were planning to use him to make a name for themselves with the Jing Nation forces. If he wanted to live, he should defend that place for the Kaiyuan Nation. The enemy troops repeatedly urged that they should kill. They charged with a huge sharpened log and destroyed the camp's defenses. They smiled triumphantly, but they immediately got slashed by Hu Luguang before they knew it. He swung his sword and eliminated the enemies. He considered that his carefree days were all ruined by the brat Tuyi. Meanwhile, Tuyi watched the attack from higher ground. He remarked that, as expected, war should be handled by professionals. Lord Zio noted that on the battlefield, individual strength could hardly change the tide, so their defeat was only a matter of time. Tui observed that after the trial of strength, she seemed to understand even more, which made her scoff, and she added that if that continues, he won't have much left to gamble with. He assured that she shouldn't worry because he knew what he was doing. Aina accused him of being a show-off and questioned if he believed he could take out the enemy commander with a single shot when they have so many people. But he ignored her and simply called Jude Shah. She replied yes. He fired his rifle, and a loud roaring sound came from it. The troops below wondered if it was thunder. Suddenly, their flags were falling down. Tui realized that he was not aiming at a person. He was aiming at the flag. On the other hand, Jude Shah used her Zun escape. She activated her skill, Whispers of the Wind. She informed that the marshal was dead and everyone should retreat because they were being surrounded from behind. The troops were horrified. She announced that the command banner had fallen, so their brothers should retreat. The troops urged that they should fall back and retreat. Meanwhile, Hu Luguang and his companions questioned if they won. They cheered and declared that they won. Hu Luguang spotted where Tui was. A few moments later, he knelt in front of him. He addressed him as His Majesty and vowed that he was sticking with him for life. On the other hand, Han Bing was reading the report under his candlelight. He remarked that Tui's actions were truly unpredictable. With just 6 riders, he ignored Lu Jiang's defenses and entered the city's main hall as if no one was there. He used hidden weapons to kill Duanyin, saved Wenyuan, and disrupted the backup plan he had set in the city. Then, he emptied the treasury and abandoned the city. Their last known appearance was leading 1,000 deserters under Hu Luguang, defeating 3,000 elite troops of the Zhao and Deng families. He concluded that after that, those 1,000 men vanished without a trace. The soldier assured that he would immediately arrange for the Kayan nobles' troops to search the Lujiang area because a mere 1,000 men won't be able to stir up much trouble. But Han Bing argued that even if the Kayan nobles have sided with them, they are still Kayan people, so he should split half of the forces besieging Kayanjing and Fufeng and send them south to annihilate them. The soldier questioned if he would do that just for Tui and if that wasn't too much. Han Bing explained that for an empire, capturing the king meant controlling the whole situation, so Kayanjing and Tu Su were nothing to worry about. Also, they should have Jing's main forces heavily guard the crossing at Nulong River. The soldier showed surprise. Han Bing claimed that if his guess was correct, Tui was most likely trying to cross the river. Meanwhile, the siege at Fufeng became quiet. Tu Su inquired what was going on. If the Jing dogs outside were fewer than before, Wang Zhan suddenly urged Tu Su to look. That was the duet from a marching army. Tu Su observed that they have withdrawn at least half their forces. Wang Zhan questioned why the enemy would retreat and if they were trying to lure them out, and Tu Su denied it. It must be his dear brother causing trouble again. There is no need to overthink things they couldn't figure out because at that moment, he only cares about one thing. He suspected if they actually dared to pull away half their troops in front of him, Tu Su, and remarked that it looked like he had stayed in the north too long and those Jing dogs had forgotten how terrifying he is. Wang Zhan acknowledged that he understood. Tu Su commanded that they should gather the entire army. They shall slaughter them all. On the other hand, Tu Yi and his group traveled in the forests. Hu Luguang's men were also with them. Hu Luguang mentioned that striking down those Jing rats was their duty, but he questioned what exactly they were doing sneaking around like that. Tui claimed that he had guts and questioned if he didn't say that going in with so few men was suicide. Jude Shah revealed that she used her divine eye mirror to observe, and the crossing at Nulong River was already heavily guarded. Hu Luguang questioned what kind of mirror it was and if she could see across the river. She explained that she made it based on a divine book, the same with the fire from before. Tui stated that crossing head-on is impossible anyway, but they were not just going to sit there and do nothing. General Wenyuan has guarded that area for years, so he knows the terrain along the river like the back of his hand. General Wenyuan bowed down to him to confirm what he said. Tui declared that they should let them guard the crossing if they wanted because the Nulong River is long, and he refused to believe that they could defend every inch of it. General Wenyuan agreed that he was right and that there was a shallow ford downstream so they could cross there and launch a surprise attack on their weak point. Tui ordered that everyone should follow him. They should stab the Jing nation right where it hurts. Tui and his troops arrived at the shallow ford downstream, but there was already a camp set up on the other side. Tui and his troops hid behind the bushes and observed from a distance. General Wenyuan admitted that it was his oversight and he didn't expect the Jing forces to notice that terrain and reinforce their defenses. Tui replied that it didn't matter anymore, and what he wanted to know was if they could fight. General Wenyuan and Hu Luguang exchanged looks. Hu Luguang observed that at a glance, there were over 3,000 troops below, and they were elite forces of the Jing nation. He noted they would be much tougher than the noble troops they faced before. General Wenyuan pointed out that unlike last time, they were going to attack while they defended, and if they charged recklessly, even with his brilliant tactics, it would be a costly victory. Lai Tianyuan added that they only had 1,000 men, and once they entered the Jing nation, they would face even tougher battles, so they couldn't afford to waste their forces there. Tu Yi inquired what they were suggesting. Lai Tianyuan explained that his appearance in Lucheng and the crushing defeat of the noble coalition must have drawn attention. And if his guess was right, the troops besieging Prince Tu Su and Qianjing would be split to hunt him down. General Wenyuan suggested that if they eased their siege on Prince Tu Su, if they turned back at that time, they could take them by surprise and rendezvous with his forces. But Tu Yi insisted that he should stop and that he went through all that trouble to gather 1,000 men. But since they had met a strong enemy, he questioned if they wanted him to run back to his brother. General Wenyuan emphasized that it was a matter of life and death, so they must not act on impulse. But Lord Zhao suddenly intervened and stated that the decision wasn't just about emotions. She declared that Zhu Sha should go on, and Zhu Sha revealed that while traveling those past 2 days, they had been scouting the surroundings. At that moment, 3 forces were closing in on them from the north. Judging by their banners, 2 were South Jing's main forces, and the 3rd was a mixed army of rebel nobles, and their total number exceeded 50,000. Tu Yi questioned if they were sending that many troops just to deal with them and noted that with the forces blocking their path ahead, they were basically surrounded on all sides. Lai Tianyuan observed that compared to the pressure from behind, crossing the river seemed like the lesser problem. And Tu Yi admitted that there was no way out, and if they couldn't even take down those small fires in front of them, they might as well surrender to Jing and become their slaves. Hu Luguang declared that like hell he would be a dog for the Jing. Everyone fell silent. Tu Yi concluded that it looked like they were all on the same page. He added that the biggest issue at the moment was how to take them down with minimal losses. Ayana asked why they were all looking at her, and she explained that there were 3,000 men, so even if they drained her dry, she couldn't make that happen. Tu Yi dismissed her as useless. Speaking of which, he noted they set up camp in such a low-lying area, and he doubted if they weren't afraid of getting flooded. General Wenyuan explained that the area cuts through the mountains, and to raise the water level, they would need to block the river with large rocks from the mountain. But the stones there were extremely tough. Tu Yi speculated if it wasn't the perfect job for Zhu Sha. He mentioned that she could make a gun out of scrap, so blowing up rocks should be easy. She revealed that she had almost fully deciphered that divine book, and if they wanted to collapse the mountain rocks, she would need at least a day to prepare. Tu Yi became excited. Zhu Sha led the troops in the mountain. They buried explosives on the ground. She instructed to place the last pack 50 steps northwest. They planted the explosive in the place she instructed. Lord Zhao suddenly remarked that it was a huge mountain, and questioned if they could really bring it down with just 10 packs of explosives. Zhu Sha explained that the book calls it controlled demolition, and as long as they blast the right spots, they could weaken the mountain's structural integrity. One of the troops confirmed that everything was set, and she responded that it was good, so they should move out. They moved away from the mountain. Zhu Sha nervously prepared her talisman. She activated it. The explosives triggered. A huge explosion occurred. Lord Zhao observed that it looked like it didn't work. Suddenly, Zhu Sha pointed at the mountain. The base of it cracked. It toppled into the river. She exclaimed that it worked, and urged Lord Zhao to look because it worked. Lord Zhao agreed. Meanwhile, at the place where Tu and Hu Luguang waited, the water was still calm. Tu Yi stood on top of a raft. Hu Luguang explained that they built those bamboo rafts overnight, but they were surrounded by mountains, so there was no way to cross the river. Tu Yi replied that he would see soon enough. Suddenly, they heard a loud rumbling sound. The ground shook. The water surged from the mountain. The troops shouted that it was a flood. Hu Luguang was terrified, but Lai Tianyuan questioned what they were panicking for and claimed it was the power of their majesty. There would be many more miracles from him after that. Tu Yi ordered them to get on the rafts. They should ride the current, charge straight into the Jing nation camp. Lai Tianyuan was taken aback. He praised that it was their majesty's divine power, and they were invincible in battle. The troops chanted after him. They all rode their rafts and followed Tu Yi. Their chanting intensified as they rode the water's current. The camp at the narrow ford was peaceful. One of the soldiers inquired why they were leaving Jiangku military camp and what they were doing there. Another explained that it was a shallow crossing and the higher-ups worried that the Qian country might attack from there. The other soldier laughed and dismissed the idea, claiming that the Cayenne Emperor is a useless fool, and they had already fought their way to their doorstep, so if they could counterattack, that would be a miracle. Another remarked that they were just there to put on a show, and he was getting so bored. Suddenly, the other soldier questioned if he heard something. Another reassured that it was water. The other urged him to look over there. Another speculated if it was a massive wave. Everyone screamed as they got submerged in the water. Their camp was devoured in an instant. One of them pleaded for help, but he lost his breath as he got pulled underwater. Many soldiers died by drowning in an instant. A few moments later, the waters slightly calmed down. One of the soldiers survived, and he was coughing as he climbed on top of a rock. He wondered why it was happening. He looked so defeated and clueless. He was horrified when he saw Tuyi. Tuyi and his 1,000 men arrived on their rafts. He smiled confidently. He raised his sword. He commanded that they should attack. The archers immediately released their arrows. The Jing soldiers urged that they should retreat. They ordered to fall back immediately. But the swordsmen also advanced and killed those who survived the arrow attacks. The Jing soldiers were terrified, and they all tried to run for their lives. Hu Luguang fired his arrow and killed one of the Jing soldiers. He complained that they were not even fighting back and it was too boring. He became alarmed when he saw Tuyi staring at him. He insisted that boring was good and that their brothers didn't have to take casualties. Suddenly, the system congratulated Tuyi. He cleverly employed water tactics to defeat the Jing army with a smaller force and triggered the drowning of 7 armies historical event. In history, Guan Yu used floodwaters to crush 7 armies during the Battle of Xiangfen, and he captured Yu Jin, beheaded Pang De, and shocked all of China. Drowning of 7 armies increased his national power points by 10,000, and his current total reached 35,900. He concluded that it didn't matter because losing points was harder than earning them anyway. He resolved to just make sure that those guys survived. The corpses of the Jing army at Fufeng lay on top of their destroyed camp. Tu Su pierced one of the soldiers with his spear and lifted his body off the ground. He suspected if it was all they had gotten and remarked that they had had an interesting commander before. Wang Zhan responded that he must be referring to Jing country's Enying battalion led by Xing Wushuang. He and half his troops were transferred to the south. Tu Su commented that he was a lucky bastard. Wang Zhan revealed that they had also uncovered important intel that Tuyi somehow gathered 1,000 troops, and not only crossed the Muling River, but also won a battle with fewer soldiers and captured Jiangku military camp. Tu Su wondered if the withdrawn troops were sent to encircle him and noted that his little brother sure knows how to stir things up. Wang Zhan questioned if they should march south to support Tuyi since Qianfeng was no longer under siege. Tu Su confirmed that they would, but not yet. He promised Tuyi that he would protect their homeland, so at that time, their priority was to retake Qianjing. Wang Zhan agreed and added that once Qianjing is secured, they would have plenty of troops to mobilize. Tu Su affirmed that it was exactly that, and it didn't matter how many forces tried to surround Tuyi. His brother would find a way to handle it. Meanwhile, Xing Wushuang arrived at the destroyed camp at Mulong River. He hissed as he looked at his reflection in the water. He questioned if it was the work of that wastrel. He extended his arm. It stretched so long, and he grabbed a rock from the water. He remarked that it smelled like gunpowder, but something was different, so Tuyi was becoming more and more interesting. One of his men wondered if he planned to make a move on Tuyi at that time. He speculated that he must be short on troops, which is why he resorted to those unorthodox tactics. Another one of his men explained that Han Being's orders were for them to investigate and wait for the main force. Xing Wushuang questioned if that wouldn't be his perfect opportunity if Tuyi's 1,000-man army was just a bluff. He expressed that he wanted to savor his eyeballs on the tip of his tongue. The man reminded that Han Being explicitly gave them orders. In an instant, Xing Wushuang dug his sharp claws through his face. He pulled it out, and his blood was all over the place. Xing Wushuang demanded when Han Being got to order him around. He hysterically inquired when he had ever taken orders. His other men were terrified. Blood splattered on the ground. The man's body was tattered into pieces. Xing Wushuang questioned if anyone else had an opinion. He stepped off the riverbank. He submerged himself in the water. He declared that if there were no objections, they should follow him. On the other hand, Tuyi and his troops set up their camp just ahead. Their camp was lively. Tuyi complimented Zhu Sha and Lord Zio for doing a great job, so he would reward them handsomely that night. But Lord Zio insisted that he should get his hands off. Hu Luguang noted that they wiped out the enemy without a single casualty, and the camp was stocked with provisions, so it was a huge win. But Lai Tianyuan warned that the battle also exposed their location. And since they were deep in southern Jing, not only would they face resistance ahead, but enemy troops behind them would chase them relentlessly. Lord Xiao revealed that the assassin who died in Lucheng claimed to be from Anying Battalion, an elite unit like the Kun Guards. Their leader, Xing Wuxuang, was even more troublesome, and from what she knew of him, he wouldn't be able to resist making a move against Tu Yi. Tu Yi reassured that they didn't need to worry about that because he had already come up with a countermeasure. Tu Yi revealed that he already had a plan to deal with it. Once everyone had rested, they should prepare to march immediately. They crossed the river and retreated back into the Kayan nation. Hu Luguang was so surprised that he spit his drink. General Wen Yuan expressed that he didn't understand why they were retreating. Tu Yi questioned what there was to not understand and noted that they all said it themselves, that they only had 1,000 men, and they were deep in Jing territory with enemy troops chasing them, so staying there was suicide. General Wen Yuan protested and mentioned that they won both of their last battles with overwhelming victories. Tu Yi insisted that it was just because of their technological advantage and a bit of luck, and he doubted if he really considered himself some unstoppable warlord who could cut through all of southern Jing. Lai Tianyuan explained that he got it because back during the trials, he once faked a retreat across the river to lure the enemy and then boost troop morale, and he questioned if it was the same tactic. Tu Yi advised that he should stop overthinking it because back then, he actually intended to lose. At that time, he truly retreated to the eastern bank, and speaking of which, there was once a hero who faced a similar predicament. Lai Tianyuan wondered what kind of person could earn such admiration from him. But Lord Xiao intervened and inquired how they could possibly evade the enemy's pursuit. She warned that Jing Nation's Xing Wuxuang was reckless and greedy for credit, so he would definitely bring the Anying Battalion to attack them soon, and if they ran into them on the way back, they would be annihilated. Tu Yi showed interest in Xing Wuxuang. He mentioned that he just so happened to have some ideas he would like to test out. The retreat plan remained unchanged, but before they left, they were going to leave them a little gift. He called Aina. She refused, and suspecting he wanted to use her abilities again, she asserted that she allied with him to stab him in the back, not to be his tool. But he insisted that she should quit pretending because after spending so many days together, he had already figured her out. He suspected she loved excitement and claimed that deep down, she was just a thrill-seeking masochist. She claimed she wanted to betray him, but if she really did, that dog of hers would have already caused chaos in the army. She declared that she didn't and that she would kill him the moment she got the chance, and she was just waiting until he suffered a little more. But he insisted that she was teasing him again. She was always teasing him, tempting him to punish her. She recalled that before and after she transmigrated, no man had ever treated her like that, only him, and while wondering what she was doing, she admitted that her mind was a mess, but she was so excited. She was surprised when he showed her some chains. He promised that as long as she behaved and obeyed him, he would make sure to satisfy her, and if she understood, she should nod her head. Aina bowed down her head while the leash was attached to her neck. When she looked up, she appeared extremely flustered, and she agreed enthusiastically. A few moments later, moans of pleasure echoed through the camp. Xing Wuxuang hissed. He remarked that Tu Yi really knows how to play tricks, and even at that time, he acted like he was just having fun. He walked towards the camp in his shadow form. He believed that pretending to be careless while actually setting traps only proved how weak he was. Only an army of the old, weak, and sick relied on such fake bravado. At the watchtower, there were two moving shadows. Xing Wuxuang observed that wobbling like that, it was obvious those were just dummies, so they should tear them down. One of his soldiers went to the watchtower, but he was surprised when he noticed the talisman on the dummy. The talisman activated. He was taken aback when smoke suddenly burst out of it. He grabbed his throat as he had difficulty breathing. Xing Wuxuang just scoffed. He declared those traps were nothing more than a hunter's tricks. They should move in. Destroy all the traps. Some of the men used their blades to destroy the bases of the watchtowers. Some used their fists. In an instant, the traps were in shambles. Tu Yi and the others appeared surprised. Zhu Sha noted that her traps have been broken. He added that the fish had taken the bait. They should get to work. Xing Wuxuang and his men walked past the destroyed watchtowers. Everyone surrounded the camp. Xing Wuxuang hissed. He declared that there was not a single living soul outside and questioned if they were really that short on manpower. He claimed that they were abandoning the outer defenses and speculated if they were planning a desperate last stand inside. He remarked that they should have some fun. He vowed to kill Tu Yi and devour his eyeballs. Meanwhile, Aina inquired why it stopped. Tu Yi replied that if she wanted more, it would depend on how she behaved next. On the other hand, Xing Wuxuang and his troops moved towards the camp. Aina scoffed. She ordered that they should kill. One of Xing Wuxuang's men froze. The camp was shrouded in a dark aura, and Aina's voice echoed through the place. The Anying Battalion repeatedly urged that they should kill. Suddenly, one of them was called Xing Wuxuang. He questioned if he often killed his own people, and as he claimed that he liked killing too, he wondered why no one had let them kill yet. He insisted that they should let him kill something, as he wanted to drink blood, while another questioned where the emperor of the Kayan nation was. They stabbed each other. They were all being controlled by Aina. Xing Wushuang was horrified. Suddenly, Aina wondered if he didn't like killing people. She stated that there was a crowd of lives right in front of him, and as she asked what he was waiting for, he realized that it was bad because the outer traps were never the real threat. That voice was the real trap. It amplified the desires buried deep in their minds to kill, so he needed his weapon as he needed to calm down. He dug his dagger into his leg. He urged that they should steady their minds and not let the demonic voice throw them into chaos. But what he declared was useless, and everyone was still fighting. He realized that as long as he rushed into the room, he could win. He quickly charged towards the camp. Aina's figures blocked his path. When he got in, he called Tuyi and admitted that he was quite capable, as he actually destroyed most of his Anying battalion. He stated that he was coming in, and he was a bastard who should die because at that range, even if he lost his mind, he could still kill him. He speculated if it was her power. He accused her of being a witch and claimed she could scream all she wanted because the louder she screamed, the more excited he got to kill.
Xing Wushuang brutally beheaded Aina, and her severed head spun wildly through the air. He immediately swung his hands with sharp precision and readied himself to strike again with his claws. He drove his claws straight into Tu Ye's chest with a vicious thrust. He grinned with raw triumph, savoring the moment. But then, he froze, horrified, as a chilling realization hit him. Tu Ye's voice came from the dummy, mocking him and calling him an idiot. He mocked further, betting Xing Wushuang never saw that coming since he wasn't even in the camp. He pressed him, asking if he seriously believed he'd use his own voice at such close range. He taunted that Xing Wushuang was painfully naive and revealed that this was only the warm-up to bait him closer. He admitted he wanted to see Xing Wushuang's face at that moment, promising that he would kill him. He jabbed again, asking if Xing Wushuang still thought he was so untouchable. He then broke into a manic, mocking laugh. He turned his words toward Aina, asking if he'd told her to stop, and commanding that she keep screaming until no one was left alive. Xing Wushuang's gut twisted as alarm surged through him. He roared furiously and cleaved the dummy cleanly in half. But his shock deepened when Aina's dummy head repeatedly urged him to keep killing. Tu Ye's dummy and Lord Xiao's dummy echoed the same chilling command. Xing Wushuang's fury spiked and the edges of his sanity frayed. He begged them to stop, sobbing in desperation. Meanwhile, his own men's voices rose, chanting the same relentless call to kill. He finally snapped completely and slaughtered everyone around him in a frenzy. He erupted into a maniacal, unhinged laugh. Tu Ye concluded that even from this distance, the sound transmission technique worked flawlessly, and Aina's masochistic tendencies were clearly tied to her power, something he'd have to examine later. But for now, they needed to test the talisman-powered remote explosive. Back at the camp, the Anying battalion remained tangled in brutal infighting. Suddenly, the explosive hidden inside the tent detonated, unleashing a blinding light. Tu Ye watched with cold satisfaction as the camp erupted into chaos and fire. He looked utterly pleased, the talisman burning down to ash in his hand. The camp lay burned to ashes and a heavy column of thick smoke coiled upward from its ruins. Suddenly, one of the bodies sprawled across the ground, twitched violently. Xing Wushuang rose unsteadily from the heap of corpses beneath him. Blood splattered from his lips as he let out a ragged snicker. His shoulders hitched and his entire frame trembled, while the choked snickering refused to stop. Then, with a raw edge in his voice, he screamed Tu Ye's name. He snarled that Tu Ye better not let him catch him. Meanwhile, General Wenyuan observed the wrecked camp from afar, with Hu Luguang and Li Tianyuan beside him. Hu Luguang pressed if the Anying battalion was completely gone. He remarked that back when he was in Jing Nation, they were feared everywhere, yet now they'd been wiped out so effortlessly, but Li Tianyuan challenged him for calling it easy. He explained that Tu Ye's strategy back then calculated every possible mindset, which made it ingenious, and the sharper the opponent, the faster they fell for it, but not someone as simple-minded as him. Hu Luguang muttered that he heard that and pressed if Li Tianyuan was straight up calling him stupid, while General Wenyuan admitted he didn't really understand either and urged him to clarify. Li Tianyuan explained that 1,300 years ago, there was a dynasty named Dazi that rose during chaos and unified the entire land. Its founding emperor was a master strategist, remembered as the Martial Emperor. Hu Luguang scoffed. asking who didn't know the martial emperor, and snapped at him to just cut to the point. Li Tianyuan revealed what they didn't know. Before becoming emperor, he was trapped in a tiny city during a battle, with fewer than 500 defenders inside and tens of thousands of enemies surrounding them. Yet the martial emperor boldly flung the gates wide open and drank wine on the walls as though no threat existed, and the enemy commander, suspecting a trap, didn't dare to advance. Thanks to that gamble, he stalled long enough for reinforcements to arrive and utterly annihilate the invaders. General Wenyuan acknowledged reading about that battle in the war records too, but argued that Tuye's setup seemed different. Li Tianyuan countered that this was exactly what made Tuye's plan brilliant, because it was one step above the martial emperor's. The signs matched: empty defenses, loud feasting. But Tuye twisted it, making the enemy believe he was using the empty city ruse. The smarter the opponent, the more certain they'd think they'd uncovered the trick, only to charge straight into his trap. And Hu Luguang blurted if Tuye had tricked him into believing he'd used a trick, and that belief itself was part of the real trap. Meanwhile, Tuye cursed inwardly, realizing Li Tianyuan had fully pieced it together already. He grumbled that if he'd had more troops, he wouldn't have needed to think so hard in the first place. Suddenly, the system pinged him, notifying that he'd used a fire-based strategy at Jiangku military camp and wiped out the southern Jing's Anying camp, triggering the Fallen Nation event. In his original world's history, Lu Xun burned enemy camps during the Battle of Yiling, crushing Liu Bei's army and marking Shu Han's decline, and burning of Yiling granted him 10,000 national power points, putting the current balance at 45,900. He scoffed inwardly that he'd used bombs, not fire, so this achievement logic was stretching it. It had been flooding 7 armies last time, now burning Yiling this time. And he grumbled if the system was trying to shove a full 3 kingdoms achievement set on him. Then another notification popped up, saying it detected that he had consecutively triggered multiple 3 kingdoms-themed events. So it was granting him a special extra lottery draw, costing 20,000 points without clashing with his regular 10-pull rules. Tuye lit up and declared it awesome, immediately going for the draw. The system deducted 20,000 national power points, leaving him with 25,900. He scored the Peach Garden Oath wine, the legendary drink Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei shared during their sworn brotherhood, and anyone who drank it with him would gain profound mutual understanding and potential growth, though drinking it alone or in a group too large would nullify the effect. He muttered that it was nice, then confirmed if whoever drank it would naturally sync with his thoughts and level up alongside him, grinning that he'd never need to worry about people misreading him again. But the thought hit him that he could only give it to one person, leaving him torn on who should receive it. He was staring straight at General Wenyuan, Hu Luguang, and Li Tianyuan with a lingering weight in his gaze. He then grimaced inwardly, thinking that sharing a mental connection with a guy felt uncomfortably gross. He shifted his focus toward the ladies behind him, scanning their faces one by one. He figured Zhuge Sha was the most obedient and low maintenance of the bunch, so she probably didn't even need something like that. If Aina got that though, with her sly tricks and sharp instincts, she might play him to death without lifting a finger. He chewed on the thought for a moment, letting it swirl in his head. Suddenly, Lord Xiao caught him staring, and she tilted her head with puzzled confusion. He cleared his throat and told her to come over to him for a second. She frowned, demanding what it was and warning him not to tell her he came up with another one of his dumb ideas again. Before she could brace herself, Tuye shoved the wine straight into her mouth. She floundered, flustered, and unprepared, unable to react properly. Not long after, the burn kicked in, and she ended up drunk before she even realized it. Tuye remarked that it was just as expected of a 20,000 point item, admitting it was the first time he had seen her in that state. He wasn't exactly sure what the effects of that heart-to-heart connection were, but he figured they could definitely have some fun experimenting with it later. Out of nowhere, Li Tianyuan stepped up behind him. He cleared his throat, and there was a dark, sinister gleam flickering in his eyes. He addressed Tuye directly, pressing why they shouldn't strike Jing Nation head-on now that they had secured that victory. Tuye cursed under his breath, grumbling that Li Tianyuan had startled him, and reminding him they only had a few thousand men, so pulling off even a handful of victories was already lucky. He challenged him, asking if he seriously believed he was some kind of unstoppable war god. He pointed out that Jing Nation had managed to pull off something that massive after all. But deep down, he insisted, the real culprits were still those treacherous southern noble families, so their focus should be on the Qian kingdom instead. General Wenyuan declared that those powerful clans were the very ones who led his son astray, driving him to betray their nation. Tu Ye suddenly tapped his shoulder, steady and deliberate. He promised that he would clean house personally. General Wenyuan reminded him that back then, Tu Tianjun had marched south for the same reason, only for it to end in utter failure. Li Tianyuan looked stunned by that, wide-eyed and unsettled. He argued sharply that there was no way they would fail this time because things weren't nearly that simple anymore. Hu Luguang interjected, warning that those noble clans had been entrenched for centuries, like immovable local overlords, powerful and deeply rooted. And with their dwindling troops, they couldn't just rip them out by force. Tuya conceded that manpower was tight for now, but once they crossed back over the river, the situation could flip because before he came south, he had made a dangerous bet with Wu Dongshuan. His mind flashed back to that night when two frogs were noisily mating in the forest. Wu Dongshuan had been inside his tent, and she was moaning in raw pleasure. Tuya remarked that Wu Dongshuan strutted off all cool and carefree under the glaring daylight and pressed her on why she came back again. She retorted that he dared to head straight for Lucheng with so few people, so she figured he probably wouldn't even make it back alive. She admitted it would be a damn shame if he just keeled over like that, so she came to scoop up some memories while she could. He challenged her, demanding if she knew he was walking into danger but still refused to lift a finger. She shot back, asking how many of her people he thought would die if they smashed head-on against the Jing Nation's forces. She clarified that personal ties stayed personal, but he wasn't worth her gambling her entire foundation on. He muttered that he understood, figuring just passing him intel was already her ceiling. But she had cooked up another plan. She teased that if he failed miserably and crawled back with his tail tucked tight, she wouldn't mind taking him in. He should ditch the emperor dream and just settle as her bandit husband instead. He balked, challenging if that meant living off a woman, then brushed off her offer with a sharp thanks, but he jabbed back, asking if it never crossed her mind that he might flip the whole game. He pressed if she truly never considered that he could actually crush the Jing Nation. She smirked and proposed a bet, declaring that if he managed to turn things around, even bag just one win, he could come back, find her, and she would grant him 3 wishes. Back in the present, Tuya declared that it was finally time for that woman to cough up on her promise. It doubled as a perfect chance to test that item's effects, so he roped Lord Xiao into tagging along when they went to collect that debt. She drifted half-dazed, giving a weak nod of agreement. Meanwhile, a brutal clash raged at the Qian Nation capital. A Jing Nation soldier carved open the throat of a Qian Nation defender. Some Jing Nation troops scrambled up the city walls, swiftly wiping out the soldiers guarding the top. Amid the chaos, one soldier rushed to the general and proclaimed that Qian Nation was already theirs for the taking. The general roared that once they seized Qian Nation, he would stand as Jing Nation's top war hero. He ordered every troop to listen and ready themselves for the final crushing assault. But just then, his gaze snapped to the rear. Tu Su's forces were storming in from behind. The nerves in his eyes bulged out violently when he realized who it was. He blurted that it was Tu Su, like the name itself carried doom. The enemy surged closer from the rear with relentless force. They figured they should tighten up and form ranks fast. They needed to raise their spears, bracing for impact. One of the soldiers muttered that they should get ready to look like porcupines. But Tu Su stalled, holding position before they slammed into the formation. The soldier scoffed and pressed if he was chickening out. He never finished the thought before an arrow punched straight into his eye. More arrows came tearing through the air in brutal waves. They poured down like deadly rain on the Jing Nation soldiers. The general's expression shifted, as though he recognized that tactic instantly. He barked out, asking if this was the cavalry archery technique of northern Mong from the grasslands. He froze briefly, silent, watching his men collapse under the onslaught. Then he snapped at the infantry, ordering them to raise their shields now. The cavalry on both flanks needed to circle fast and block the assault for him. Suddenly, the Longxiang guards exploded out of the city gates like a storm. The general's chest clenched with alarm. Yuan Tianshu called out to Tu Su, promising he would cover for him. The general barked that they should hold steady and keep their composure. But his gut dropped in horror when he turned and looked behind him. Tu Su was laughing with a manic edge, unhinged and wild. He vaulted over the infantry and shattered their formation in an instant. He squared up directly against the general. The general snapped that they should hurry and send word to Han Biying right away. But Tu Su lunged and cleaved his head off in a single strike. The Jing Nation soldiers broke apart in chaos as they were slaughtered without mercy. A few moments later, Tu Su breathed out and remarked that it wasn't easy. Tu Su remarked with a casual disbelief that he couldn't believe they had managed to hold out for so many days. He grew startled when he spotted Zhao Shu, Fan Taozhu, and the officials all clustered at the city gate. Zhao Shu expressed his gratitude to him for breaking the siege on Qian capital. Tu Su admitted with a crooked grin that he never expected even he could misjudge something at times. She grew puzzled by his words. He brushed it off, saying it was nothing, and pointed out that they all must have worked even harder than him to defend that city. He then wondered with a mix of irritation and curiosity how his little brother managed to make those women so fiercely loyal to him. She invited him to enter the city to rest and mentioned they could discuss the next steps after that. But he dismissed the suggestion, insisting there was no time to waste and rest wasn't an option. He explained that he rushed back the instant he heard Qian Nation was in danger. Yet his little brother seemed to be having a good time playing games with Jing Nation. He pressed further, asking if he was right that Han Biying, the one who humiliated him, should be in Lucheng at that moment. He declared that he intended to go have some fun with them. Meanwhile, Han Biying received reports from his troops. He learned that Tu Ye's 1,000 cavalry had crossed the river and crushed 3 battles in a row. They had flooded Jiangku camp and burned Anying base. Tu Su, with just over 1,000 men, kept hammering his forces both in Fufeng and around the capital. After all the efforts he had spent persuading the southern nobles of Qian, they had been only a step away from completely destroying Qian, and now it was all shattered. What stung worse was that he didn't even know where Tu Ye was at that moment. One soldier reported that he had already mobilized troops within 100 miles of Jiangku to construct layered defenses, adding that as long as Tu Ye kept pushing deeper into their territory, he'd be marching straight into a death trap. Han Biying, his tone tight, demanded to know if Tu Ye was dead at that moment. He then pressed the soldier if he had even considered the chance that Tu Ye had already turned back and crossed north over the river after killing Xing Wushuang. The soldier pressed if that wouldn't mean Tu Ye had come back again. Han Biying remarked that he had calculated everything down to the last detail, yet he still misjudged 3 critical things. First, Zhao Shu and Fan Taozhu had turned out to be unexpectedly loyal to Tu Ye unto death. So not only did he fail to seize the capital of Qian, but he also lost the pieces he had been painstakingly setting up for years. Second, Tu Su might be brave but lacks strategy. And though he clearly fell into his trap and got besieged, he managed to hold out for an entire month without letting his morale break, even using his isolated army to try and flip the situation instead. And most crucially, there was Tu Ye, who, despite being in a nearly hopeless position, kept acting in ways no one predicted, shattering his rhythm again and again. Before that northern expedition, he had brimmed with confidence, convinced he could crush Jian in one decisive strike and present Tu Ye to his lord. But looking back, it felt like he had been slapped hard in the face. However, they were not left empty-handed. The southern part of the Qian kingdom would soon plunge into civil strife. He dragged his finger across the map and circled Mu City. One of the soldiers pressed about the civil strife. Han Biying explained that Tu Su had lifted the siege of the Qian capital, so he would certainly march his army south to hunt down Tu Ye. If the southern noble clans wanted to cling to their territories, they would have no choice but to fight a massive battle with him. And what made things more entertaining was that Wu Dongshuan was also stirring in the southern region. And given her deep, irreconcilable hatred for the Qian kingdom, there was no way she wouldn't seize this chance to cause chaos. Once those 3 forces collided, it would turn into the most chaotic battlefield imaginable. And all they had to do was sit tight in Lu City and wait, and when everyone had bled each other dry, that would be their perfect moment to strike again. One of the soldiers pressed about the so-called mutual destruction and reminded him they had a pact with the southern noble clans. Han Biying dismissed it bluntly, saying a pact existed to be broken. The only unstable factor now was Tu Ye's current whereabouts, and although he only commanded 1,000 men, if he managed to reunite with Tu Su, the outcome would spiral into unpredictability. Therefore, they had to seal off every ferry crossing on the Mulong River and every road leading north because they absolutely could not allow him that chance. The soldier affirmed the command and promised to make sure Tu Ye's 1,000 men would have nowhere to vanish. Meanwhile, Tu Ye had already reached the Red Sleeve Army's base. Wu Dongxuan remarked that rumor had it he caused an uproar in Nanjing and ran the Jing forces ragged with just 1,000 men, then pressed where those 1,000 were now and why she only saw the 3 of them, not even Li Tianyuan. She jabbed at him, asking if he hadn't fabricated all those glorious battle feats. Tu Ye replied that the Nanjing defenses had been too tight on the way back, and it was far easier to move with 3 people than 1,000. As for the rest, he claimed to have other arrangements in place. She pushed again, demanding to know what those arrangements were, but he brushed it aside for now and asked her if she still remembered the bet between them. He declared that he would count this as turning the tables against impossible odds and pressed if she wouldn't agree. She told him to go on with the 3 things and said he could demand anything. He said that in that case, they would deal with the first thing that night. Then he brought up the second one. He stated he wanted to give that land of southern Qian to her. He challenged her directly, asking if she dared to take it. It was the detailed map showing the vast stretches under the sway of the southern Qian magnates, drawn with the kind of precision that made one imagine dust and smoke rising off the ink. Among those many territories, Lu City sat right on the shimmering riverbank, its location hugging the ferry crossing that served as the artery to the capital, Tianjing. So it had been handed over to General Wang Yuan, the same general who pacified the south and whom Emperor Tu Chanjun had dispatched personally to stand guard there. The rest of the lands, though they wore the name of the Qian kingdom, were in reality ruled by old clans with roots so deep they might as well have grown into the soil itself. Those clans kept marrying among themselves, wrapping up the local offices, people's livelihoods, and entire economies in their grip, and all they needed to do to keep up appearances was bow toward Xianjing now and then and hand over their taxes. Thanks to their sweet spot between Qian and Jing territory, the southern Qian families played both sides to fatten their own pockets, raising private troops and running their lands like miniature kingdoms. And when Emperor Tu Chanjun died, throwing Tianjing and Nanjing into chaos, those southern powerhouses wasted no time stirring the pot, carving out more land with greedy hands to feed their ambitions. It wasn't until Tu Su helped Feng smash through the siege and won a thunderous victory at Tianjing that Nanjing and the great clans finally stopped their rampage, changing their tune from conquering to defending, hoping to lock their southern conquests into something permanent. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Zhao Fangxi was laughing like he didn't have a care in the world. He and his men were drinking like the night was theirs to waste. Then out of nowhere, Lian Yi tipped her cup wrong, and the drink splashed all over him. She froze, horrified, while the room's laughter choked into silence. Xiao Fangxi flashed her a grin that didn't reach his eyes. She stammered that it wasn't on purpose and begged him not to take her life. Her fear made her tremble as she kept pleading for mercy, her voice breaking again and again. He lifted her chin with lazy fingers, tilting her face up toward him. He remarked that he recalled her name was Lian Yi. He pressed her to confirm if she had a younger sister waiting somewhere. He declared that they might as well hand her out as a reward and summon that younger sister here. Lian Yi pleaded that he release her sister since she could still serve him herself, but he only waved it off, remarking that they should get back to the fun part. No one would have guessed that this so-called wastrel actually had a few sharp tricks, forcing Han Biying into such a humiliating loss. Now that Han Biying had pulled back to guard Lu City and rumor said Tu Su was marching south, the odds looked ugly for their side. They figured it best to let the two tear each other apart, since whoever crawled out alive would still end up owing them fealty. And they'd be the ones truly calling the shots anyway. But one of his men pointed out that since they'd helped Nanjing stab the Jing kingdom in the back, if Han Biying broke and ran across the river, they'd be the ones left to face Tianjing's fury. Xiao Fangxi brushed it off, saying they should stay quiet for now. Wait until the dust settled, then come up with some excuse and offer a bit of tribute so everyone could save face, and that'd be that. Because if that man surnamed Tu had half a brain, he'd know that holding the South together was hopeless without their clan's backing. Then, out of the blue, a messenger came tearing through the night toward the camp. He rushed past Lian Yi, who was being dragged away, her hair half undone. He shoved his way into the feast and reported urgently to his lordship. They'd found traces of Tu Ye in Fuhu Mountain, 30 li to the north. Xiao Fangxi demanded how Tu Ye had slipped through Nanjing's lines to reach there, and how many men were with him. The messenger replied that it looked like fewer than 50. Xiao Fangxi laughed sharply, saying that was perfect. Tu Ye must have ditched his 1,000-strong force to sneak out by a side path, And this, he declared, was a gift straight from heaven. One of his men muttered to Zhao Fangxi if they weren't supposed to stay quiet and avoid stirring trouble for now, his tone edging with nervous caution. Zhao Fangxi shot him a look and retorted whoever claimed he was going to provoke anyone, adding that he merely planned to act like a gracious host and welcome his majesty as a guest of the Xiao family for a few days. Another man chuckled and remarked that he was sharp because once Tu Ye was in their grasp, they'd hold enough leverage to play both sides. And when either Tu Su or Nanjing came out on top, they could milk the situation for greater gain. But the messenger piped up, reporting that he had found out the Deng clan from Chanyang, the Yang clan from Fengyan, and the Shi clan from Shiling all seemed to have caught wind of Tu Ye's whereabouts, and they too were heading toward Fuhu Mountain. Xiao Fangxi tensed at the news, his expression shifting. He snapped that they had to move immediately. Those old vultures always sprint faster than anyone when there's loot to grab, so they couldn't let them seize him first. Moments later, the rival families crossed paths at the foot of Fuhu Mountain, the air thick with restrained hostility. Yang Zhiwei coolly remarked that Fuhu Mountain was Yang territory, so the two others seemed a little out of place. Deng Tong retorted that Tu Ye had slipped through their Dong lands in the south, so there was nothing wrong with them trailing him all the way there. Shi Jineng shot back that judging by their smug tone, they seemed to be treating their majesty as their personal quarry, while his Shi clan was different, loyal to the bone, and he had come only to rescue him. But Yang Zhiwei and Deng Tong scoffed that he should spare them the act, demanding who didn't know his game, and Yang Zhiwei sneered that the fat pig was clearly taking them for fools. Shi Jineng barked that they were all sly foxes, and as he mocked them for pretending to be tame cats, he threw out that their own greed was reeking, yet they dared to smear his purity. All of a sudden, Zhao Fangxi cut through the noise, telling everyone to drop the bickering for now. They ought to hear him out first. He reminded them that they were all powerful Channan families who should stand united. There was no point shredding their alliances right there. He proposed that they first invite their majesty down together. And as for dividing the spoils, they could hash that out later. But Shi Jineng remarked that he remembered him and Deng Tong once attacking their majesty, so it might not look right for either of them to be the ones doing the inviting, considering the grudge they'd sparked. Xiao Fangxi smirked and retorted that they were the ones crushed in defeat, and rather than calling it an attack, it'd be fair to say they gifted his majesty a victory by sacrificing a bunch of useless men for him to step over. If not for that pile of disposable soldiers he'd tossed his way, there'd be no heroic tale of few triumphing over many. So he should really be grateful. Yang Zhiwei dryly commented that his shamelessness truly broke new records, turning his loss into something worth bragging about. Xiao Fangxi fired back that their 4 grand clans had guarded that land for ages, and it wasn't because of any overflowing sense of martial honor. It was because they could bend when needed and swallow their pride without choking on it. He tossed a glance at Yang Zhiwei and asked if he disagreed. Yang Zhiwei narrowed his eyes and demanded what he was playing at. And when Zhao Fangxi replied that he was just fooling around, he teased if he was really that easy to rile up. He reminded them that their 4 clans had intermarried for generations and were basically one family now, so however they split the gains, it was still staying in the family. But what he truly worried about was wasting time there, because if Han Biying caught wind and brought troops, things would spiral fast. The other patriarchs went silent, trading uneasy looks. Deng Tong finally broke the pause, agreeing that they needed to seize Tu Ye first. He was their bargaining chip, and they couldn't afford any more delay. Xiao Fangxi exhaled heavily and asked what the other 2 intended to do. Shi Jineng grunted that he was in, and Yang Zhiwei muttered that he was as well. Tu Ye insisted he did not agree. The patriarchs of the 4 families blinked in surprise. Zhao Fangxi then grinned with a sinister curl as he acknowledged his presence. Tu Ye stood there with his men, shoulders squared, and unmistakably proud. Xiao Fangxi declared that since he had already heard, he would not beat around the bush. He pressed him on whether he would come with them willingly or if they should escort him themselves. Tu Ye shrugged that he was just worried Nanjing might receive news of his presence there, but he added there was really no need since that news could only have come from his 4 families. Zhao Fangxi scoffed that he must be joking. Tu Ye challenged him on whether he did not believe it and urged that he should think about why they would all arrive there at almost the same time after getting the news. Zhao Fangxi fell silent, words failing him. Suddenly, Wu Dongshuan stepped forward and revealed herself. She explained that the news had been deliberately spread to them by her Red Sleeve army. She then snapped her fingers. The soldiers dropped their flags. They all threw it on the ground in one coordinated motion. Yang Zhiwei flinched, alarmed by the display. Deng Tong and Shi Jineng registered the same cold realization. The soldiers closed in, surrounding the four patriarchs. Tu Ye proclaimed that the oppressed should rise up. The patriarchs sat on edge as ominous energy gathered above them. Deng Tong stiffened when Zhao Fangxi suddenly laughed. He boasted that their four great clans had operated there for hundreds of years and wondered if they really thought they could trap them with those petty tricks and whether that was not a bit too naive. He then turned to the disciplinary squad. Tu Ye and Wu Dongshuan tensed when they saw a group of men marching toward them. They were heavily armored and clearly meant to intimidate. The soldiers froze, terror written across their faces. Zhao Fangxi ordered that all who waver in resolve and all who plotted treason be killed. They should kill with no mercy. The soldiers stood motionless with fear. Wu Dongshuan moved forward in a hurry, all purposeful steps and a restless spark in her eyes. But Tu Ye waved a hand and urged that she wait a moment, cool and unbothered. She should let him take the stage, the implication hanging like a low dare. Xiao Fangxi noted that their original plan had been to leash Tu Ye, to play him as a bargaining chip, while they slid between Tu Su and Han Biying. Yet he had actually thrown his lot in with the Red Sleeve Army, and that shift smelled dangerously unpredictable. The three patriarchs froze, the room tightening around their shared calculation. Deng Tong then weighed in, blunt and businesslike, that while they still controlled the thread, they ought to cut it there and then. Yang Zhiwei countered with cold logic, warning that killing him would erase any path to reconciliation with Tu Su's camp. Shi Jineng offered a craftier route, suggesting they pin his death on Nanjing and wash their hands in plausible deniability. Xiao Fangxi curved his mouth into a sinister smile, savoring the maneuver. He then turned to Tu Ye and with a slow precision confirmed his recognition that the woman beside him should be Wu Dongshuan, the rebel Red Sleeve Army's leader. Tu Ye shrugged off the point, asking what difference it made in the bigger picture. Zhao Fangxi's eyes sharpened into a terrifying, malevolent focus. He then demanded to know the motive behind Tu Ye's rebellion, voice edged with accusation. The system suddenly chimed congratulations to Tu Ye for triggering the nation-ruining event Gao Cheng forces the emperor. In that world's record, Gao Hua, a mighty Eastern Wei official, had held the reins of power while Emperor Yuan Shanji schemed to tunnel out of the palace and seize a reversal, only to be intercepted by Gao Cheng. Gao Cheng had forced the emperor, grilling him over the same question now in the air. Why rebel? But Tu Ye cut the narration short, telling the system to stop yapping and just log the points because he did not have time for its nonsense, and the notification fell silent. Tu Ye declared that he would not shrink into the cowardice that had swallowed Yuan Shanji. He, exalted as the ruler of a nation and styled son of heaven, had orchestrated his mother's rebellion, as if destiny itself were a chessboard. Those four, the provincial bumpkins from the south, had marshaled a crowd to bar his way, so in plain sight they wore the mantle of rebels. Still, as monarch, he could extend clemency. Power came with room for such gestures. Xiao Fangxi dropped into a silence that tasted like calculation. He then erupted into a hysteric laugh, manic and sharp-edged. He pressed Tu Ye on whether he would actually grant them mercy, mocking the notion as if it were a child's prank. He wondered aloud whether Tu Ye intended to eliminate them, but doubted the man had the means. He questioned why a sovereign would consort with rebels, mused that perhaps Tu Ye had no troops left, and those 1,000 men before had been wiped out. He admitted ignorance about whatever bargain Tu Ye had struck with Wu Dongshuan to win her allegiance, and labeled that deal a grave error. The four clans had held sway there for centuries, he reminded them, and no simple rebel relying on dirty tricks could unmoor such roots. The slave soldiers should cut down the traitorous monarch, he concluded, offering pardon for past sins as bait. Silence rolled through the assembly like a cold wind. But then Tu Ye began to sing, a strange, resonant note, calling for those hungry and cold slaves to rise up. Xiao Fangxi stood there, baffled and off-kilter, caught by whatever game Tu Ye was actually playing. Tu Ye sang, urging that they rise up. The suffering people of the world listened. Their hearts, hot-blooded and fevered, burned within their chests. They had to fight for truth, and one of the soldiers mulled over what it meant to fight. He recalled that blistering afternoon. He had been kneeling on the ground, his knees scraped raw and bleeding, Steward Zhao barked that he was a bastard. He taunted him for trembling while clutching his wine. He yanked him by the hair. He ordered him to lick it clean. He told him again to lick it. The soldier, shaking with fury, felt his eyes redden, but he couldn't strike back. Steward Zhao sneered, declaring that gutter-born trash deserved nothing better than licking wine off the floor. Then, a group of newly arrived soldiers shouted that he should stop. Steward Zhao demanded if they meant to rebel, but unease gripped him when they advanced without a flicker of fear. One of them said that 2/10 of the camp's rations had vanished last month, and he wondered aloud if the patriarch had yet been informed. Steward Zhao snapped that it was nonsense, claiming they were base-born peasants unworthy of their patriarch's ear. But the soldier pressed if he believed the patriarch would ignore a mutiny and not demand to know why. Steward Zhao clicked his tongue. He told them to wait for him. The bruised soldier expressed his thanks. The other soldier teased, asking if he had truly meant to lick it earlier, and he muttered that he had. Steward Zhao. The other soldier urged him to lift his head. The bruised one stayed silent. The other soldier declared that they were not slaves, that their so-called masters were no different from them. They had only one life, and whoever tried to dominate them, he would fight to the end, even if it cost his own. The bruised soldier asked if they would fight. The other soldier brushed it off, admitting he was poor with words and couldn't explain, but said he was one of them, and that night he would take him to meet someone, and the bruised soldier wondered who. The other soldier replied that it was His Majesty. Now, back in the present, the bruised soldier still listened to Tu Ye's voice as he sang that they should rise up. They were slaves, gnawed by hunger and cold. Xiao Fangxi demanded what he was doing, and Deng Tong urged that they stop wasting time on him and finish him off. Xiao Fangxi faltered, thrown off. The bruised soldier joined in the song, echoing that the suffering people of the world should rise. Their hearts surged with searing blood. Tu Ye shouted that they were already boiling. They had to fight for truth. Xiao Fangxi barked for them to shut up, or he would see them all starve. But the rest of the soldiers raised their voices, chanting that their hearts, burning with hot blood, were already boiling, and that they must fight for truth. The system congratulated Tu Ye for triggering the nation-destroying event surrounded by Chu songs. In the history of his current world, during the struggle between Chu and Han at the end of the Qin dynasty, the hegemon king of Chu, Xiang Yu, had been trapped by Han forces at Gaixia, and at night he heard songs from the land of Chu rising from every direction and above his head. The Chu army's will to fight broke completely. Tu Ye figured he understood it, and as before, he would handle those old geezers first before settling accounts together. He turned his gaze toward Xiao Fangxi. He remarked that the old fellow was even trickier than the other three wastes, because he had not only countered Wu Dongshuan's setup within the army, but also spotted her weakness of being short-handed in the south. He concluded that the man must not be allowed to remain alive. He then pressed them on whether they had all made up their minds, admitting that he might die once a real fight started, but challenged them on how much better any of them would fare. He reminded them that his brother was leading the Southern Army and demanded to know if they truly believed he would buy it, if they framed his death on the state of Jing. Shi Jineng queried if he had caught that earlier. Tu Ye remarked that his ears worked fine, and besides, with their petty schemes of shifting blame, he wondered aloud if they imagined that old Fox Han being of the state of Jing wouldn't see through it. Shi Jineng froze, nerves twisting his tongue. Tu Ye declared that in the coming war between Qian and Jing, no matter who won, the victor would come after them in the end. And when that time came, the foundation they had built over centuries would vanish. The nobles grew uneasy. Then Tu Ye mentioned that he was merciful, like he had said before. So the chance he had offered them earlier to choose again still stood. Shi Jineng and Yang Zhiwei exchanged glances. Tu Ye continued that even with the 4 great clans, he already found the number excessive. Xiao Fangxi tensed, sweat rolling down his temple. He warned them not to fall for it, saying Tu Ye was just stirring trouble to divide them. Tu Ye then wondered if the so-called 4 great clans all bowed to the Xiao family. The nobles fell into silence, and Xiao Fangxi's pulse quickened. Wu Dongshuan cut in, remarking that it looked like the 4 great clans were merely the Xiao family and its 3 dogs. The disciplinary squad exchanged uncertain glances. Tu Ye commented that, thinking about it, the Xiao family did seem the strongest, so he might as well cooperate directly with him. Xiao Fangxi flared up in agitation. Wu Dongshuan sneered that he had no chance left, telling him to wait for death. He darted a glance behind him. The other nobles were glaring at him with dark intent. He snapped that they were fools and barked if they truly had fallen for it, reminding them that their 4 families had been bound together for hundreds of years. But Dung Tong fired back that the salt field in Dun County last year had belonged to his Dung family. He demanded to know if Zhao Fangxi had forgotten how he had snatched it. Shi Jineng added that the 500 mu of fertile land by the Wanchuan River was part of it too. Xiao Fangxi cursed them as idiots and barked if they were seriously dredging up old grudges now. Suddenly, Yang Zhiwei drove his sword into his back. Xiao Fangxi froze in disbelief. He croaked out what he was doing. The disciplinary squad turned their eyes away. Yang Zhiwei muttered that if they weren't bringing up the past, then they should deal with the present. Xiao Fangxi dropped to his knees, blood spilling from the hole in his chest. Yang Zhiwei stated that their household troops had already been overturned, and they were nothing but turtles trapped in a jar. So without his clan, the other 3 could still survive. Xiao Fangxi's corpse dropped flat on the dirt, face first. The 3 nobles closed in around him. Wu Dongshuan let out a laugh, remarking that they struck well and should keep it up. The 3 nobles blinked at him, confused. Tu Ye noted that 4 people meant thinner shares, pressing if 3 families weren't still a crowd. The soldiers began a chant, roaring that they should kill. The 3 nobles froze in disbelief. They repeated over and over that only 1 family would remain. Dung Tong muttered that he'd gone back on his word. The soldiers kept chanting, promising only 1 family would stay standing. Yang Zhiwei cracked and screamed. He swung his sword wildly while Dung Tong urged him to calm himself. The disciplinary squad hesitated, unsure, just standing off to the side. Tu Ye turned to them and asked if they finally saw how the so-called 4 great clans, whose leaders once stood so high, were now just mangy dogs tearing each other apart. He told them to take a long, hard look. He'd question men like them and their armies. He demanded to know what there was to fear about those people. The disciplinary squad snapped at the slave soldiers, asking what they thought they were doing and if they were planning rebellion. The soldiers only glared back, eyes burning with fury. 1 soldier lunged and struck a member of the disciplinary squad. The rest surged in right after. The disciplinary squad shrieked as they were butchered, while Yang Zhiwei tore into the other nobles. Blood drenched the ground under the crescent moon. Shi Jineng's corpse lay still, eyes wide open. Yang Zhiwei shouted that he won. He demanded Tu Ye speak, asking if that was finally enough. But Tu Ye only smiled with a dark twist to his mouth. Yang Zhiwei barked at him, demanding why he stayed silent and what more he wanted. He ordered him to speak, spitting that he was a demon sorcerer emperor who tricked them into slaughter and turned their own soldiers. Tu Ye replied that he knew nothing of demon sorcery. No one was bewitched. He'd only given them a chance to fight for themselves. To him, those so-called noble families of the old age were just beasts clawing for their interests, and mutual slaughter fit them perfectly. For before the great righteousness he carried, they were nothing. Yang Zhiwei could only stare, stunned. He finally demanded Tu Ye speak again to say whether his earlier words still held. Tu Ye told him to take a guess. Yang Zhiwei froze in pure horror. Tu Ye strode toward him, boots thudding against the blood-soaked ground. He passed Xiao Fangxi's corpse without a glance. Then he lifted his sword high above his head, the blade catching the dim light. Yang Zhiwei let out a terrified scream that split the air. Tu Ye swung down but stopped short, the edge trembling inches from flesh. He remarked that they, the royals, stand apart from the rest and every word he spoke should be treated as law. From this day forward in Qiannan, he would recognize only the Yang family. Wu Dongshuan pressed if that meant only the Yang family, reminding him she still recalled his earlier vow to give her Qiannan. She demanded whether his words to her had lost their weight. He replied that his promise to her remained valid and urged her to speak with him alone. The 2 slipped into the forest shade. Wu Dongshuan pressed how much blood the 4 great clans of Qiannan had spilled and whether he planned to just let them walk free. She admitted that his conduct in the Dragon Vein trial had fooled her into overestimating him. For, in the end, he was still an emperor. Tu Ye muttered that killing now would be premature, then questioned what came next. She declared that she would have the Red Sleeve Army move south and build a heaven on earth there. He challenged her with what resources she planned to build it. Her mouth tightened. No answer came. He pointed out that the 4 great families had run Qiannan for years, their roots sunk deep, and if she slew their heads, others would rise instantly. Worse yet, he added, countless smaller clans stood ready to fill their places. She retorted that she would wipe out every last one of the wealthy clans. He asked how many of her own soldiers she expected to lose and whether she'd weighed that cost. She muttered that no war ever came without death. He pressed what she would gain after destroying them all, noting that Xiannan thrived because of those same salt fields and estates. He questioned how much of its markets, workshops, and fertile lands would survive the ruin. Even if something did, he added, could she and the Red Sleeve Army truly govern it? He reminded her that she sought a paradise, not a wasteland. She flinched, caught off guard. He remarked that to rebuild a heaven on earth, destruction alone wouldn't cut it. By sparing Yang Zhiwei and keeping him under control, she could seize everything with minimal loss. She needed to learn to draw together every force that could be joined, and then reshape them. She brought up uniting and transforming them, tossing out that she'd never even considered what he mentioned before. She mulled it over quietly, her tone unhurried. Then she pressed him, wondering aloud if she and her Red Sleeve Army were part of his grand plan for uniting and transforming. And he swore under his breath, admitting he'd gotten too loose-lipped. She reminded him she'd already said she had no wish to be king, that she didn't care if she retired afterward and so long as her goal was reached. He countered that no, she and the Red Sleeve Army wouldn't just fade away after victory. They were the balance, the blade poised above the powerful clans to keep them in line. Military deterrence had to stay. She replied, fine. She got it. Yang Zhiwei tensed up when the two came back together. Wu Dongshuan grabbed him by the collar. She declared she'd cooperate with him and pull the southern Qian clans back into shape. That marked the end of their second wager. As for taking back Lu City, the Red Sleeve Army would sit that one out. Moments later, Tu Yi watched the Red Sleeve Army withdraw. He turned to ask if that was the owl's messenger bird. It swooped down onto Lord Xiao's arm. She relayed that Tu Su was marching south with a large force, barely a day's march away. Tu Ye called it perfect. She should send him their location so they could rendezvous first. Once he arrived, they'd settle every old score with Nanjing. Meanwhile, Xing Wushuang kept his gaze locked on him from the trees. He muttered that he'd carve out his eyes before the night was through. Soon after, Tu Ye slipped into a temple. He stood before rows of Buddha statues. Then, in a sudden flicker of motion, Xing Wushuang lunged from the shadows. He craned his neck to scan the hall. Right then, Lord Xiao hurled a blade straight at him from behind. Xing Wushuang deflected the blade cleanly. He remarked that it was a decent sneak attack, though her breathing gave her away. Lord Xiao hurled more blades, clicking his tongue and remarking that he recognized her. She was that old dog, Tu Tianjun's shadow guard. She flipped forward in a swift dodge, barely slipping past the next strike. She cursed under her breath, gritting that she knew he could teleport through shadows, yet still got hit. He scoffed that they'd fought plenty of times before and pressed when she had ever won. He added that if she weren't so quick, he would have strangled her with her own guts by now. Suddenly, Zhuge Sha unleashed her Shun Dun, flying swallow. Xing Wushuang staggered in surprise but twisted her attack just enough to divert it. The ground exploded when it crashed down. Zhuge Sha declared that she'd back Lord Xiao up. Xing Wushuang retorted that since they were all there, Tu Ye must be alone. He vowed to finish his business first, then return to play with them. They stiffened as he vanished into the shadows. Lord Xiao's chest tightened with worry for Tu Ye. She and Zhuge Sha darted after him, but pain flared suddenly inside her. Zhuge Sha pressed if she was okay. It was poison. She needed to purge it fast. Lord Xiao cursed inwardly, snapping that there wasn't time. She wondered if she'd have to use that move so early. Then she tapped into their mind link to reach Tu Ye. She reported that Xing Wushuang was in the back hall, hiding first, able to move through shadows. Zhuge Sha questioned what she was doing, and she muttered that since Tu Ye had forced her to drink last time, she could sense his mind faintly. He answered, urging her not to worry. Just the dark brave camp, he'd handle it. She should let Zhuge Sha heal her. It didn't matter if Xing Wushuang could shadow jump. His aura naturally crushed all shadow arts. Tu Ye bragged that with 95 combat power and that American-style Iaijutsu, any assassin might as well quit. But the system apologized, saying his previous 95 was just a stat correction boost during the Dragon Vein trial. And in the real world, his number barely scraped 70. He barked that it was crap and demanded if he hadn't dropped an assassin with shadow skills back in Lucheng. The system replied that outside interference had thrown the enemy off and that the handgun had shown up there for the first time. By its measure, the opponent in front of him packed way more combat power than the Lucheng assassin. So using normal tactics meant his win rate was practically zero. Xing Wushuang called to him. Tu Ye bolted. He cursed and demanded why the system hadn't warned him earlier. Xing Wushuang remarked that running now was just useless thrashing. Tu Ye glanced over his shoulder. Xing Wushuang told him he'd always be right there in his shadow. Tu Ye muttered that this was the perfect range. He unleashed his overlord aura. Xing Wushuang flinched, eyes scorched by the sudden light. Tu Ye's aura flooded the whole area with harsh brightness. Xing Wushuang snapped out a no. Tu Ye hurled a bomb straight at him. Xing Wushuang blinked when the thing bounced back his way. The bomb armed itself. Tu Ye hollered that art was an explosion. Meanwhile, Zhuge Sha was still patching up Lord Xiao. Out of nowhere, Tu Ye's voice hit her mind, pressing that she needed to save him fast. Zhuge Sha's rune bombs only slowed the guy a little, so if things went bad, she had to use that move. Lord Xiao refused, insisting that move carried too many side effects, and she wouldn't use it till the very end. Besides, the poison was almost gone, so he should wait and definitely not trigger it. Another blast ripped through the forest. Tu Ye grumbled that 4 bombs remained. The bastard still wouldn't stop chasing him. Xing Wushuang wondered if the glow around him was real, finding it curious since no intel had mentioned it, and it might be cutting into his own abilities. Still, he stayed on Tu Ye's heels. He taunted that he could catch him even without that trick. Tu Ye flung 2 more bombs back. One popped as a flashbang, blinding him. The other clung to his body like glue. Seizing the moment, he leveled his gun and fired while the man was stuck fast. But Xing Wushuang caught the bullet on his arm. Xing Wushuang bragged about having firearms, talismans, and that glowing ability of his. If that was all he packed, he'd be chewing his own eyeballs soon. He was loose now. The chaos in the forest flared so hard it was visible from afar. Then, out of nowhere, a tornado of raw aura blasted up, ripping through trees like paper. Xing Wushuang howled with manic laughter while riding a shattered trunk through the air. Tu Ye muttered that it was the last one. It burst like lightning, cracking the sky. The shockwave slammed so hard he had to shield his ears while sprinting away. But Xing Wushuang didn't even flinch, still laughing like a madman. Tu Ye dashed full force, then he hit a dead end. Xing Wushuang sneered if that was it. He mocked whether his guns were dry and his glow fizzled out. He taunted that he was done for. And now it was his show. Right then, Lord Xiao's voice rang out for Tu Ye. Xing Wushuang grinned that the timing couldn't be sweeter, saying killing Tu Ye before them all made him ecstatic, and he'd shred the ruler of Qian Kingdom to pieces on the spot. Tu Ye called back to Lord Xiao, warning it was her last shot. If she didn't use that move now, he'd be shaking hands with the late emperor. She cursed under her breath and hurled her dagger. Xing Wushuang blinked, thrown off. He scoffed if that was that move. He mocked if a plain dagger was their final act. Then his brow furrowed as he saw her clutching her head. Tu Ye mirrored the motion. Lord Xiao snapped awake inside his body. While he jolted inside hers, she seized the dagger in a flash. Xing Wushuang's face twisted in alarm. She slashed at him with fierce precision while he still floated midair. He panicked, muttering that his body moved like it wasn't his own. Elsewhere, Zhuge Sha blinked when Tu Ye chuckled and praised her strike. He admitted that Lord Xiao was truly something else.